the street chasing wrong from right. Eyes like fire burning through the haze. Truth is a weapon, cuts through the maze. Some call her trouble, some call her brave. Digging up secrets they tried to save. A real deal around town. She's breaking it down, spinning the wheel, exposing the sound. They despise her, they praise her, but she won't slow down. Real deal around town. The truth's her cry. Shadows, they curse her name. Afraid of the spotlight she brings to the game. But the grateful ones, they cheer in the dark for the spark she ignites in their weary hearts. Some call her danger, some call her hope. She's the thin line on the tightrope. The sound. They despise her, they praise her, but she won't slow down. Real deal around town. The truth's her crown, yeah. The sound. They despise her, they praise her, but she won't slow down. Real deal around town. The truth's her crown, yeah. The truth's her crown, yeah.
Too much light, too much light. Okay, let's see. Everything's working, I think. Good morning, everybody. I think we're going to have a record showing for who's going to be watching this video today. This is news that people all over Townsend and beyond have been waiting for, and probably pretty doubtful that it was going to happen. I had my doubts that today would happen. I thought that, hi, John. I was expecting another continuation. I really was. I thought that they would need a little bit more time to negotiate a settlement. And I thought that a settlement was a possibility. But I guess Gary and his attorney have decided to put it all out there and take a chance. And I think we're all going to be in for some surprises and some not so surprising occurrences, especially once the defense witnesses take their seats and support their buddy Gary. I think I'm gonna go over the witness list, I think, here in a moment, and you can get some ideas on what's going to happen. But before we get started, what time is it? We got about 15 minutes before kickoff. And if you have not heard already, there are 3 candidates for the select board seats. We have a special election on October 6th, I think it is, to fill 2 select board seats. We've gone from a 3-member board to a 5, and the special election has been scheduled for October 6th. Nomination papers are open, so there are 3 candidates that have taken out papers, there's still room for more if you want to get in, join the party. I kind of wish you wouldn't, but I mean, I sincerely think that the more the merrier. And if somebody wants to get on the select board, this is not a bad time to do it. With a 5-member board, I think it'll be a little less intense for the more people. Not, it's pretty intense with 3, and I think it'll be an improvement. I've felt that way from the beginning. And we're going to be going to a 5-member board effective the evening of October 6th. We will have 5 people on the select board, unless somebody resigns between now and then, which could always happen. We know it does. That's why we're going to a 5-member board. But let me introduce you to the 3 people who have taken out papers. Hi! I have taken out papers to be on the select board. I have even returned my papers. I got my minimum. I got more than the minimum, but it took 50 signatures to get nominated to be a candidate for the select board, and I have returned my papers. I did that yesterday, so I'm officially going to be on the ballot unless I withdraw, which I'm not planning on withdrawing. The other candidates are Jess Funioli. She's currently, I forgot what her job title actually is, and I'm sorry, Jess, if I screw it up, but she's one of the clerks over in the water department. So she's right in the thick of things in the water department. I'm not going to go too far with that, but that's why we're here today, is because of things that happened over at the water department. But she has nothing to do with it, okay? I'm not implying just, I'm not attacking just one bit yet. No. But anyway, she also, the first time I met her, I believe she was working in the town clerk's office. She had Jack's job, if you follow what's going on. But she worked in the town clerk's office. I'm going to refer to that as a bit of a fishbowl. And now she's working over by the koi pond at the water department. The water department has a koi pond, so I refer to that as the koi pond and the town clerk's office because it's a fishbowl. So she's moved over there, but she's running for select board. I think she's pretty active in the unions too, so that would explain her. I'm interested in doing things, so she's up there, and we have a new applicant. A new person has taken out nomination papers, and that's Jim Gates. He's the chair of the Conservation Commission, and he is also in the thick of what's happening today. And who knows, maybe his name will come up between the next 2 days. I don't know. But, yep. So that's the 3 of us so far are running for select board, and there are 2 seats, and I ask for your support as we're going into the home stretch, and I'm sure the other 2 candidates are looking for your support as well. So I'm going to get back to the reason that we're here today. Oops, I got to put my little logo up there. Jeez, almost forgot. Okay, so I got to pull up. Let's see what I can do. I got to share the screen. Got to do all my duties here. State Ethics Commission, that's not it. Is that it? Hey, there it is. Okay. I'm ready. I think that's it. Is that it? I am in the matter of Gary Shepherd. See, we're waiting on Zoom to start their process. What time is it? Oh boy, I got 10 minutes. So I'm going to go back to what I was talking about. Let's see. I'm going to read down the witness list. I'm not going to pull it up because it's a pain in the neck. Maybe I will. Hold on. Where's my preview? There it is. Okay. Up at bat today is going to be the petitioner, as we call it. This is not a criminal trial. This one isn't. There might be one in the future, but this one is not it. But the petitioner is considered the Ethics Commission, or I'm going to call it the prosecution. And that, so we're going to have they have 8 witnesses plus a free-for-all at the end. A number of witnesses. One has already been canceled, from what I understand. But let me go through them. The first witness on the list. It doesn't mean they'll be called in order. I don't think. I think this is just a list. But these are the names of the people. You know, I got time. Hold on a second. I'm going to take that down. Stop that screen. Can I pull up? Oh, where are we? No, window. I'll find it. Bear with me. You got to usually bear with me when I'm looking for something, because I have way too many windows open on my screen. Let's try this one. Add to stage. There it is. Hopefully you can see that. I gotta find it on my screen again. Let's see. And zoom in a little bit. There we go. Okay, I think you can see that better now. Hopefully. So we have, gosh, everything's in, I don't have two screens. I should get two screens. I don't, but here we are. I gotta move this over so I can see. Keep checking, make sure I don't mess up for you. Okay, here's our witness list for today. Oh, this is gonna drive me. Okay. This is today's witness list. Candice Pruitt, I believe, will be the attorney. I call her the prosecutor. She's a seasoned prosecutor. She is incredible. And you will know exactly what I'm talking about when you hear her present her case. And when she starts in on the witnesses. She is an incredible, I'm the president of her fan club, because she's just incredible. Anyway, you'll see, you'll get it when you see her in action. You'll know what I'm talking about. But we have here, the first person on this list is Scott Cole. He's a special investigator with the Ethics Commission. If you've dealt with the Ethics Commission, some people may have spoken to him. He helps out with people calling in, but he also does a lot of investigating. He follows up on complaints. So he'll be testifying to his investigation of this whole matter. Monica Brookman is the Enforcement Division Chief. What she's going to be testifying about is her engagements with Gary a few years ago, when she was the one who was trying to help him do the right thing, and he chose to ignore her. And that is doing his disclosures and giving him an understanding of what he could or could not do as a fire chief or as an employee of the town in connection with his business. And she will testify to the correspondence, which is also in the exhibits, that she had with Gary a few years back, before or at the beginning of all the contracting. And he did not follow through, and you will hear that testimony today. Harrison Mayotte is also going to be called. I believe he's only going to be called regarding records. Like, did you receive these, or what is in the records of Town Hall? The town of Townsend has records of disclosures filed, and who's a special municipal employee, and all those kind of things. What are the official records in the town of Townsend? I believe that that's pretty much the limit to what he's going to be called for. We have item number 4 is former Townsend Town Clerk Kathy Spofford. It's my understanding that she has been pulled from the list because there's nothing she needs to testify to, because Harrison can testify to whatever the records are. Even though he was not the town clerk at the time all this happened, the records are what the records are, and there's no reason for Kathy to drag herself into Boston. All these people are in Boston. They're not going to be testifying on Zoom, as far as I know. These are all in-person people. We're doing old school here today. All right, then we have Teresa Morse, our former select board member. I don't know what she's going to say, but she's going to be, because it's interesting that she's the only select board member testifying for the Commonwealth. So I'm really interested in what Teresa has to say, but I'm sure she's going to be talking about conversations that she knows of, that she might recall, that were happening at the time. I don't know if she has any documentation. If there's documents, it would be official record documents. I don't know. It's going to be interesting. I think this will be an interesting, whatever she has to say. Eric Slagle is also called for this state. Somewhere in the records, I don't know if he's going to show up, because I think somewhere in the records, I think, hold on. Jeez. I can't. Somebody sent me a text and it's funny. Anyway, I'm getting intelligence coming out of Boston already. Okay. So, I hope they're not watching. That's all I can say. So Eric Slagle, I heard that Eric Slagle may not be available today. Well, I don't know if these people are subpoenaed or what, but I don't know. I'm sure that he doesn't want to testify, but I don't know. I don't know how that's going to go. Thomas Bigelow, I have no idea who this guy is. Green International Affiliates. I have no idea. He's in, I think I've seen him his name on something, but I don't remember what he did. I don't know. Jim Smith is going to be testifying regarding, he's going to be testifying regarding the Greenville Road Bridge. I believe that's his primary purpose. And then the prosecution, or Candice Pruitt, is going to be calling any and all witnesses to be called by the respondent. In other words, they're going to berate any of Gary's witnesses. And he's got another interesting list. Okay? So I'm going to go back to the thing here. I'm going to remove that one. Let's see. What time is it? I got 3 minutes. I want to get Gary's list up. Let me see. I'll try to get it. Hurry, 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 Cindy, hurry. Window down here. That's not it. Respondents? Is that it? Let me see if that's it. No, I don't want that one. There it is. Add to stage. That's it. Okay. Oh, I'm getting comments. Wait a minute. Thomas was the engineer company. Oh, okay. I wasn't looking at the comments. Sorry. I've got to catch up. So Thomas was the engineer with the engineer company for the Greenville Road Bridge. So I guess he's not there anymore. Okay. So let me see if I can find. I just lost my place. All right, I'm going to try to make this a little bit bigger so everybody can see it. Zoom in a little bit. There. Hopefully that works. Okay, so Gary's witness list includes Gary. Gary plans on testifying on his own behalf. Then he's also dragged Andrew in. I'm sure he's thrilled. I don't know what he's going to say. Very interesting reading the preliminary, all the documents that come with this case and how Andrew is dragged into it. It will be, it'll be interesting. Then we have Veronica Cal, who has been absolutely advocating that the town needs to support Gary, and she did everything she could to get the town to fund his defense, and violate every law possible in order to defend Gary Shepherd. And this should be very interesting. I suspect she'll be a little bit combative until Candice Pruitt starts to rip her apart. And that will be very interesting. Joe Shank is there. I've already received a message that he is there, and he ain't happy. Can you imagine Joe Shank not happy? He is not happy. He's in Boston against his own will, even though he's there as a voluntary witness. He is there, Gary's witness. He is not forced to be there. Gary, he's there supporting his buddy. So, I don't know. But I already know some of the questions going after him. He's quite comical. Then we have Callie Huff, our former human resources person. There's some surprise questions coming for Callie. I don't think she's ready for some of the questions coming at her. unless I'm wrong, but I'm not gonna reveal what I think I suspect. I'm just not doing it. Then James Smith, he is also he's also a witness for the defense. David Vigeant is coming, and he's going to be testifying on behalf of Gary. And David lost his ethics case, and he's appealing in the courts. So I don't know what, he's not too bright to be here today to just answer more questions that will be used against him in his appeal. So I don't get it. And then Eric Slagle's listed, and I think the little number 1 there means that he might not be coming. Paul Murray, I don't remember who he is. I'm trying to talk fast because we're going to get started here. And I don't remember what his claim to fame is, but he's got a little footnote there too, so I don't know. Okay, and then everybody's going to harass each other's witnesses. So we shall see. All right, let me get this out of here. And I'm going to try to bring up the Zoom again, because I know they're going to start anytime now. Nope, not yet. They're not there yet. We're still waiting, but it is 9:31. You know, nope. Thinking that maybe I messed up, but it's not. It is the right one. It says, in the matter of Gary Shepard, they're probably dealing with the witnesses. I bet that's fun. I wish I could say what this text is that I got. I wish I could say. It's hilarious. But anyway. I want to give a little shout out to people who are sitting, if you're sitting at the, if you're sitting in the hallway or in a waiting room at the Ethics Commission, I just want to give you a warning that these people aren't stupid. I'm saying the commission, the Ethics Commission, is not stupid. I'm pretty sure they know that I'm live streaming, and they're recording it too. There isn't this whole legal thing. You know, there's always a potential that they could announce at the beginning that I can't record. They could do that. I almost was not going to record today or live stream because I don't want to be part of the corruption. And I just want to give a warning to those of you, if you're in Boston in the Ethics Commission and you're watching my live stream, get it out of your friggin' head that you're going to watch the live stream in order to violate the law. You're going to be sequestered while other witnesses are testifying.
Remote access to this hearing is available through Zoom, and you can see that we're on Zoom on the screen in the back of the room. Members of the public who wish to view this hearing may do so by using the information posted on the Commission's calendar of events. Sitting with me is Attorney T. Michael McDonald, who is an attorney with the Commission's legal division, is serving as my legal advisor for this proceeding. Mr. McDonald has not been involved in any way in the investigation or prosecution of this matter. Also present with me is, there he is, Arthur Shah, who is a member of the Commission's Public Education and Communications Division. He is the technical assistant for this hearing. This is an adjudicatory hearing. The docket number is 25-0008, entitled In the Matter of Gary Shepard. Counsel for the petitioner is Candice Pruitt. Would you mind introducing yourself and anyone who may be assisting you in this matter?
Sure. My name is Candice Pruitt, attorney for the petitioner, and with me is Scott Cole, special investigator.
Thank you. Good morning. Sir.
Good morning, Commissioner. I'm Thomas Kiley. I represent the respondent, Gary Shepard, who will be assisted today by perhaps alternately Andrew Shepard, who is in the audience, and my son, depending upon whether we're sequestering.
Okay. And we'll get to sequestration in a minute, but thank you very much.
One other question, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Is the Zoom available to witnesses within the building? They can, we know that they can watch from, and would that affect the sequestration question?
Well, why don't we get to the sequestration? I bet the answer is yes, but the practical answer may be different. And so we'll get to sequestration in a second, if that's okay. I just want to sort of finish the opening remarks that are prepared here. The procedure will be as follows. The party shall have the right to call and examine witnesses, introduce exhibits, cross-examine witnesses, submit evidence, make objections, bring motions, make oral arguments, and be represented by counsel. Cross-examination shall occur immediately after any witness testimony has been received, and any redirect or recross examination will be at my discretion and limited to the scope of the issues that are narrowed. Petitioner shall present the case first. The petitioner may, if desired, make a brief opening statement. The respondent may follow with an opening statement or may defer opening statement until the presentation of the respondent's case. My function as the presiding officer is to preside over the taking of evidence, to rule on objections to the evidence and any non-dispositive motions. The parties may make closing statement or argument at the close of the evidence, or with permission, may make closing argument before the entire commission at a later scheduled meeting. The parties may submit written briefs to the full commission. We'll discuss and set a briefing schedule at the conclusion of the proceedings. A recording of the proceedings, including a copy of the transcript, the exhibits and briefs, will be forwarded to the full commission for its consideration, and I'll participate in those deliberations whenever they occur. I remind the parties that the formal rules of evidence do not apply to the proceedings. Evidence will be admitted if it is relevant and not privileged, and is the kind of evidence which reasonable persons are accustomed to relying on in the conduct of serious affairs. Also, I remind the parties that it is not necessary to make formal exceptions to rulings that I make concerning the admission of evidence. I have two things I want to flag in addition to this. Earlier in this matter, and I flagged it in a pre-hearing conference, I filed a disclosure with the Ethics Commission in approximately May of 2026 relative to my joint representation of someone else with Mr. Kiley. And so I just want to flag that is in the record and has been filed. The second thing is I want to address is whether anyone orally moves for sequestration of witnesses, which is often done in these proceedings. Either side.
Yes, yes.
Not.
The petitioner looks for sequestration of witnesses, and then they be ordered not to watch the matter live stream, sort of defeats the purpose.
Okay, and so I'd be inclined to allow a motion for sequestration. I mean, it's common in many proceedings, and so here's what it means. So from the time the first witness is called until the end of the testimony, all witnesses called by either petitioner or respondent shall be sequestered, with the exception of Mr. Gary Shepard, who is a party to the action. The witnesses shall not be present in the room where the adjudicatory hearing is going forward and may not hear the testimony of other witnesses either in the hallway or via Zoom. The witnesses also may not consult with each other about their testimony with respect to this matter, and may not consult with witnesses who have already left the witness stand, as there is a possibility that any witness may be called back as a rebuttal witness. Each witness will be provided with lists of the petitioner's witnesses and respondents' witnesses before leaving the stand. I'd ask the parties to handle that. The parties' counsel may communicate with witnesses as necessary to prepare their case. So that'll be the sequestration order in this matter. Are there any other preliminary matters to go over before opening statements?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
And just with respect to the sequestration order, we would ask for an exception for Mr. Cole in the event that he testifies. As he is essential to the management of the case, and there's case law on that, as my brother counsel knows.
Mr. Kai.
No problem.
All right, no problem.
All right, as to the other matters,
Any way you want. The room is yours.
Great. So we ask that the stipulated exhibits be moved into the administrative record.
Agreed. Admitted exhibits 1 through, I think, 22.
And will they be marked as such?
Yes. Yes. Oh, I see. This is in a separate folder. Got it.
And we ask that the commission take judicial notice of the town of Townsend charter, bylaws, and appendices.
Any objection to that?
Do you need a copy of it?
Not right now, but at some point, yes.
Petitioner asks that the order to show cause and the amended answer be part of the administrative record.
Any objection to that?
Oh, wonder about the filings. Wonder about the filings made with respect to the 3D proceeding. So I made a filing. If that's going in, filing that I made may be appropriate
Which file are you talking about?
at the 3D level before there was a decision to move forward.
Okay,
So I believe he's referring to a submission that he made at the preliminary inquiry stage.
okay.
I believe that those are among his disputed exhibits. I am merely asking that the pleadings in the case, the order to show cause and the amended answer that you file be made part of the administrative record.
I understand what you'd like, and I would like, in respect to the request for vote that is being made, that document in my disputed exhibits be admitted as well.
I'm not, I'm familiar with the order to show cause and the amended answer to the order to show cause. The disputed exhibit that you've identified, I'm just not familiar enough to rule on it now. And so so I'm not saying no, I'm not prepared to say yes or no at the moment. Do you have an objection to the amended answer and the order to show cause being part of the administrative record?
No.
Okay. So those may be part of the administrative record. Okay.
Petitioner requests the admissions deemed established post the commission's ruling on respondents' motion to strike, that they be admitted to the administrative record.
Is subject. So there was a motion to deem certain responses admitted, and there was an objection to certain or a motion to strike as to a certain limited number of them, which I believe I allowed that motion. And so subject to that, so I think you're saying subject to that ruling,
Correct.
you'd like those admitted.
Without the,
Yes.
yes.
Without the admissions that you objected to.
Yes.
Um,
Allowed subject to that, to the order from last week.
and the petitioner would like to read those admissions into the record after opening statements.
You can read them into the record or offer them in a document if you'd like at another time. You can do whatever you want.
Okay, I'd like
But-
to read them into the
sure.
record if that'd be okay.
Okay.
Thank you. In addition, petitioner's excerpts that petitioner filed with the commission 21 days before this hearing, I think it was July 17th, perhaps. We'd like those moved into the record.
Say that again? So-
Petitioner's excerpts from his client's sworn in.
Oh, okay.
And I have objected on the basis of completeness. And I maintain that objection. If excerpts are going in, I would like the whole document going in.
So the whole document going in doesn't address the rule regarding excerpts. It is if the statement is incomplete, what information would you need to put in to complete it either before or after? That's not the entire transcript.
But in order to avoid a lot of administrative work to figure out what we completed, is it at all prejudicial to have the whole transcript or audio of the interview?
Only if the respondent does not testify. The respondent testifies, fine. If the respondent does not testify, then yes, that would be prejudicial.
It is anticipated that the respondent will testify.
So couldn't, I'm gonna try to review my options here. So couldn't this be admitted to bene subject to the petitioner testifying? Excuse me, the respondent testifying?
Sure.
Would that be acceptable to either side?
If I understood it correctly, would not be objection.
Okay, and Do you, if I can ask you, do you plan to call the respondent or no?
I do not.
Okay. Okay, I understand.
So petition would like to put our excerpts in,
Okay,
and I would like to read them into the record as well.
okay. What do you say to that, Mr. Kiley?
We'll be finishing in a day.
That's okay. That's okay. That would, I mean, that's fine if, and my, just to make that clear. Yes, the exceptions can be entered and, subject to Mr. Shepherd, testifying, but his whole interview maybe, okay, thank you. What else do you have?
Nothing else preliminary.
Mr. Kiley?
Talk about document.
Which time?
Document. Doing this now.
I was gonna do it through witness.
Okay. I'm gonna defer an opening.
Okay, okay. And are you ready to open now?
I am.
Wonderful. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Should I have the witnesses step out according to the sequence?
So the sequestration was from the beginning of witness testimony. If you'd like me to begin it now, I can. What do the parties want?
Just assume they've been in the opening.
Any issue with that?
No.
Okay.
No issue with that.
Okay. So anybody presently in the hearing room may stay. Once the first witness is called, which will be pretty soon, the sequestration order that I issued earlier will go into effect. I hope that makes sense. All right.
So one of the witnesses is not in the room. So I'm gonna ask. Wait a moment.
Yeah, you can just remind me when that witness comes in and testifies, or if there's some, I'll read the sequestration order now. Somebody would need to communicate with that person about its existence beforehand. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is a case about entitlement. Townsend Fire Chief Gary Shepherd thinks that his good works and his generations-long ties to the town of Townsend entitles him to nearly $5.5 million in public contracts. He will say that he saved the town money. He will say that he only had the town's interests at heart. But in this case, his love for the town was not free. And the conflict of interest law does not concern itself with public employees' good works beyond their public duties. In particular, Section 20 of the Conflict of Interest Law prohibits a public employee from having a financial interest in a contract other than his original appointment. I'll talk about the contracts in a moment. The purpose for that section is to avoid public employees having an inside track to public contracts. The Enforcement Division Chief of the Massachusetts State Ethics Commission informed Gary Shepherd of this in writing. He ignored the advice. He entered into contract with the town anyway. Section 17C of the Conflict of Interest Law prohibits a municipal employee from acting as agent for anyone other than the town in a particular matter in which the town has a substantial interest. Again, the Enforcement Division Chief of the State Ethics Commission advised Mr. Shepherd of this in writing, and again, he disregarded the advice and he represented his private company before the town. Anyway, Gary Shepherd also received compensation in relation to his contracts with the town. This violates section 17A. The evidence will show that Gary Shepherd signed a bid, a contract, and payment requisitions for the Townsend Water Main project. That project was worth $4.7 million. The evidence will also show that Gary Shepherd signed bids and a contract for the Greenville Road Bridge replacement contract. And that contract was for $754,000. And at the close of the evidence, we respectfully request that the commission find that Mr. Shepherd violated section 17A, 17C, section 20, and that he did so to his economic advantage in violation of section 20.
Thank you. Mr. Kelly, do you want to go now or do you want to defer?
I will reverse myself and I'll make a very brief.
Thank you.
The Ethics Commission came into existence. The conflict of interest law had been in effect for a decade, roughly a decade. The responsibilities for designation of employees as special was specifically left to the select boards in the towns and the city councils in the cities of Boston, in the cities of the state. There was special interest with respect to the small towns. There was a point in time that the commission, when it had a bigger room and could accommodate more people from the towns, held a hearing with respect to the town of Akina. And Akina is the smallest town in the Commonwealth. It's part of the islands off of the Cape. And every individual within the room, every individual in the town had a public position. And it became in that hearing that was held in that room across the hall, the commissioners were intrigued, laughing at the situation, and left the matter with respect to Akina with all of the individuals who had to fill these multiple positions in a position to run their town. The decision that was made back in the 60s to leave it to the select boards to designate positions, and positions, not individuals, existed throughout time. It still does. In the 1960s, when the law that you are now enforcing was being considered, 268A, a parallel was adopted. It was adopted by the federal government. At the time that occurred, no other city and no other state in the United States applied their conflict of interest laws made for a particular set of systems, had provisions dealing with cities and towns. Municipal was not a part of the equation. President Kennedy, a higher office than the chief of the enforcement division of the executive commission of the State Ethics Commission, made a speech. It's in my disputed exhibits, in which he indicated that formal regulation is required. Regulation which can lay down clear guidelines of policy, punish reality and double dealing, and set a general ethical tone for the conduct of public business. This is not a case where venality applies. This is not a case. The idea that good works don't matter is certainly not a part of the legacy with respect to conflict of interest laws. This is a matter that does not cry out for punishment or venality. It bespeaks this case, the evidence in this case, will bespeak a good faith effort on the part of the select board in the town of Townsend and the current boards to make use of what was the law for 100 years, specifically authorizing businessmen to enter into contracts with respect to the municipalities that they represent. This case does turn on, this particular case does turn on the application of sections 17A, 17C, and section 20. You will hear evidence with respect to the status of the office as it was understood by the respondent and by the selectmen of the board. And at the end of the day, the Commonwealth will not be able, the commission will not be able to prove that there was a violation of section 17A or 17C. And with respect to section 20, the question as to whether the failure to file something may be a failure to file something in a proper form somehow turns the perfectly valid into something that is venal is simply wrong. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you very much, sir. So just to the sequestration, at this point, anybody who is on the witness list and has been notified by a party that they may be witnessing this case, I'd ask you to step in the hallway, or if you're watching online, to turn off your computer and wait till you're called in this matter, okay? All the witnesses out, other than perhaps whoever's testifying first?
That's correct.
Okay,
Oh, well, yeah, my witness is out.
sure.
Okay, so I am reading the admissions deemed established into the record. And these are admissions by the respondent. Admission 1, during the period of October 1st, 2022 through January 31st, 2024, SHEPCO was a corporation. Response, admitted. Number 2, during the period of October 1st, 2022 through January 31st, 2024, you were president of SHEPCO. Response, admitted. During the period of October 1st, 2022 through January 31st, 2024, you were treasurer of SHEPCO. Response, admitted. During the period of October 1st, 2022 through January 31st, 2024, you were secretary of SHEPCO. Response, admitted. During the period of October 1st, 2022 through January 31st, 2024, you were a director of SHEPCO. Response, admitted. During the period of October 1st, 2022 through January 31st, 2024, you were an employee of SHEPCO. Response, admitted. During the period of October 1st, 2022 through January 31st, 2024, your SHEPCO, quote, officer's draw, end quote, was dispersed from SHEPCO's operating account. Response, admitted. Number 9, your fire chief employment contract with the town signed by you on May 19, 2022 makes no reference to the term, quote, special municipal employee, end quote. Response, admitted. Number 13, the document titled, quote, conflict of interest disclosure, end quote, dated November 3rd, 2022, and signed by you reads, quote, I, Gary Shepherd, president/owner of SHEPCO, Inc., I declare that I am a paid employee of the town of Townsend as the fire chief of the town of Townsend Fire EMS Department, end quote. Response, admitted. Number 14, the document titled, quote, conflict of interest disclosure, end quote, dated November 3rd, 2022, and signed by you, makes no reference to the term, quote, special municipal employee, end quote. Response, admitted. Number 15, the document titled, quote, conflict of interest disclosure dated November 3rd, 2022, and signed by you, makes no reference to the Greenville Road Bridge Replacement Project. Response, admitted. Number 16, the bids for the Greenville Road Bridge Replacement Project were opened on November 3rd, 2022. Response, admitted. 21, you delivered one or more invoices to the Townsend Highway Department for services rendered by SHEPCO under the Greenville Road Bridge Replacement Contract. Response, admitted. Number 23, the document titled, quote, conflict of interest disclosure, end quote, dated November 3rd, 2022, and signed by you, makes no reference to the water main improvement project. Response, admitted. Number 24, on March 30th, 2023, you signed a bid of $4,756,421.71 on behalf of SHEPCO for the water main improvement project. Response, admitted. Number 26, you signed a bid of $4,756,421.71 on behalf of SHEPCO for the water main improvement project after receiving a letter dated November 30th, 2022 from the Chief of the Enforcement Division of the State Ethics Commission. Response, admitted. Number 27, you submitted a bid of $4,756,421.71 on behalf of SHEPCO for the water main improvement project after receiving a letter dated November 30th, 2022 from the Chief of the Enforcement Division of the State Ethics Commission. Admitted. Response, admitted. Number 28, on May 24th, 2023, you signed the water main improvement contract. Response, admitted. On number 29, on May 24th, 2023, you signed the water main improvement contract on behalf of SHEPCO. Response, admitted. Number 30, you signed the water main improvement contract on behalf of SHEPCO after receiving a letter dated November 30th, 2022 from the Chief of the Enforcement Division of the State Ethics Commission. Response, admitted. Number 32, you signed payment requisitions on SHEPCO's behalf dated June 29, 2023, July 28, 2023, September 1st, 2023, October 6, 2023, October 31st, 2023, December 8th, 2023, and January 22nd, 2024. Response, admitted. Number 33, you signed payment requisitions on SHEPCO's behalf dated June 29, 2023, July 28, 2023, September 1st, 2023, October 6th, 2023, October 31st, 2023, December 8th, 2023, and January 22nd, 2024 for services rendered by SHEPCO under the water main improvement contract. Response, admitted. Thank you. Well, that's just the admissions.
I know we have a long way to go. That's why we have 2 days.
We're still hoping to do one.
I'll be quick.
Whatever happens, happens. We have the time. This is important. I get it.
These are excerpts from a sworn interview of Gary Shepard that occurred on December 17th, 2024. I was present as counsel for enforcement, and Mr. Kiley was present as Mr. Shepard's counsel, and Special Investigator Hall was there as well.
What was the date of the interview again? Just
December 17th, 2024.
thank you.
Okay, so on page 8, starting at line 17, question. In the time that you've been a public employee and you're currently fire chief, right? I am. Answer, I am. Question. Okay, in the time you've been a public employee in the town of Townsend, have you taken the Ethics Commission online training? Answer, the online training? Question. Yes. Answer, yes. Question. How many times? Answer, a lot. I don't know if it's annually or it was a lot. Starting on page 13 at line 10. Can you identify Exhibit 2 for the record, please? Answer. It is a confidential correspondence dated November 30th, 2022, relative to a conversation with Special Investigator Paul Murray of the State Ethics Commission relative to my son being a paid call firefighter with the town of Townsend, and signed by stamped Monica Brookman Chief Enforcement Counsel. Question, okay, did you receive this letter? Answer, I did. Question, what did you do once you received this letter? Answer, I read it. Question, what else did you do? Answer, I went and gave notice to as many organizations within the town to publicly state that I was the fire chief as well as a business person in the town. I don't have the letter in front of me, but I wrote up a letter as I interpreted it to say to make public notification or disclosure that I was the fire chief in the town of Townsend. Question, did you request that the Board of Selectmen designate you or designate the fire chief position as a special municipal employee position when you receive what's been marked as Exhibit 2? Answer, I did not. Question, did you seek advice from the commission, State Ethics Commission's legal division regarding what next steps you would take? Answer, I did not. Question, okay, did you file a disclosure with the town clerk of any sort, any disclosure of any sort with the town clerk prior to entering into a contract with the town of Townsend? Answer, I did not. Question, may I have Exhibit 2 back? I'm going to show your counsel what's been marked as Exhibit 3. Go off the record while you review it. We're back on the record after break. Question, can you identify what's been marked as Exhibit 3? Answer, Exhibit 3, front page, is a conflict of interest disclosure that I created dated November the 3rd, 2022. And behind it, I don't know exactly what this is. It's some sort of printout. It looks like my secretary's on vacation request form. Question, who is Lisa? Answer, Lisa is my controller secretary. Question, okay. And highlighted on the second page, it says Townsend conflict of interest disclosure. Do you see that? Answer, I do. Question, and do you see where it says date modified November 22nd, 2022? Answer, I do. Question, okay, in the next page, answer. It's a Townsend conflict of interest disclosure. Question, and it says no previous versions available. Do you see that? Answer, yeah, I don't know what that means, but yes. Question, okay, the next page, answer. Townsend conflict of interest disclosure. Question, and it says created November 22nd, 2022. Is that right? Answer, it does, yeah. Question, we got this pursuant to a document request. Answer, from me or from Townsend? And then counsel comment. Next question. Okay, so let's look at what's been marked as Exhibit 3. You said it's a conflict of interest disclosure. What is it disclosing? Answer, it states, I, Gary Shepard, president and owner of Shepco, I declare I am a paid employee of the town of Townsend as chief of the Townsend Fire EMS department. Question, what conflict is it disclosing? Answer, that's a good question. For what I interpreted from the letter I received from the State Ethics Commission and the vague information I was able to ascertain on the conflict of interest law that I went through on the town, that I needed to disclose that I own a business in town and I'm also a public employee. Question, that's the conflict that you were disclosing? Answer, I would guess, yes. Question, did you call the Enforcement Division Chief Brookman about this disclosure? Answer, I did not. Question, did you call the legal division of the State Ethics Commission about this disclosure? Answer, I did not. Starting on page 26, line 14. Are you an employee? Question, are you an employee of Shepco? Answer, I am. Question, how are you compensated? Answer, $1,200 a week salary. Question, to do what? Answer, damage control, I say. Question, what else? Answer, and I don't say that with intended tongue in cheek, but my day is consumed by analyzing problems and trying to find our way out of them. Question, like what? Give me an example. Answer, you hit a gas line. Somebody is digging. They hit an unmarked gas line. All of a sudden, my day is shifted and now I'm dealing with that. Question, what's a typical day? Answer, typical day is 7 o'clock. We see where everyone is, try to understand what they're doing, adjust whatever flow of traffic needs to be so that trucks are moving in the right direction, labor is going in the right direction, and make sure that we attempt to maximize the amount of production that we can get out of whatever resources, whatever weather is going on. Question, and when you say, see where everyone is, understand what they're doing. Do you mean for all the employees who work for SHEPCO? Answer, everything. Starting on page 29 at line 5. Who determines your compensation? Question, who determines your compensation? Answer, it would be me. Question, who decides when you're compensated? Answer, I'm in with everyone else. And for my salary, I was until 2 years ago a subchapter S. So all the taxes went against me personally. So there would have to be adjustments that way. And there were times that I would take an officer's draw if I needed to resolve something that wasn't necessarily part of SHEPCO. Question, what's an officer's draw? Answer, an officer's draw would be to pay my taxes or other obligations. Question, officer as in president, treasurer, et cetera, of the company? Answer, correct. Page 33, starting at line 3. Does SHEPCO have shareholders? Question, does SHEPCO have shareholders? Answer, no, it's basically myself, right? I'm 100% shareholder. I'm 100% shareholder. Question, you have a financial interest in SHEPCO Inc.? Answer, sure. Page 56, line 5. Did you receive compensation from SHEPCO in relation to your work on the project? Answer, only my weekly salary. Page 67, starting at line 19. Okay, thank you. Did you attend any project meetings? Answer, 1, the very first one. Question, you attended the pre-construction meeting? Answer, yeah. Question, you have to speak up. Answer, yes. Question, in what capacity did you attend the pre-construction meeting? Answer, as contract signer, where they outlined how the contract would be executed and how the project would be executed, which they failed miserably on. Then line 23 on page 68. Okay, exhibit 12, is that the meeting minutes of the pre-construction meeting? Answer, I did not read it that far. It is labeled as pre-construction conference meeting minutes, yes. Question, all right, and is that the meeting that you attended? Answer, yes. Question, that's the meeting where they explained everything that was happening? Answer, yes. Question, okay, if you attended as the contractor, who attended on behalf of the fire department? Answer, oh, that would have been fire prevention, right? And
It's a moment for me to object to all of that and say, completeness.
Go ahead.
Again, I think the excerpts are prejudicial. I'll use one example. One of the things that was read, one of the things that was emphasized was not going back, dealing with Monica Brookman's memo. I'm going to read to you from page 17 of the transcript that we're excerpting. And this is a question. Is this document that's been marked as Exhibit 3, is that what you were advised to do in the letter that you received dated November 22nd, 2023? The record is full of materials that show that the document was not received dated November 22nd, 2023. It was mailed from this building on November 30th and received thereafter, some point in time. The excerpts do not do justice to the transcript. I object to consideration of the excerpts, as I think I have preserved at the beginning, on the basis of the doctrine of completeness.
If you want to respond.
Yeah, the letter is the letter. The letter is in the record as a stipulated document so that the presiding officer can look at it. And it has the postmark on the letter.
What number is it?
Maybe. It's 7.
And it is dated November 30th. Oh, smart.
Yeah,
I see it,
yeah,
and I see the postmark,
Mhm.
I don't know, the last page. Okay,
yeah, I'm not entirely sure what point my brother counsel is trying to make. His client doesn't dispute that he entered into the water main contract after having received the letter. That's one of the excerpts.
well, at this point, the expectation is that the respondent is gonna testify, right? And
Yes.
subject to that, the whole transcript will come in. If for some reason he doesn't testify, we can address that at that time. But right now, it doesn't seem. Do I need to do anything?
No,
Okay.
no,
Okay.
no. The last bit of excerpts are from the answer.
Okay.
The amended answer, I apologize.
Sure.
In its private capacity, Shepherd owns and operates, this is paragraph 4. In its private capacity, Shepherd owns and operates Townsend-based company, Shepco Inc., a heavy equipment operations, landscaping and site services company. Response admitted. Number 8, Shepherd is also a Shepco employee and receives a weekly salary of approximately $990 to $1,200. Number, counsel.
Yeah, I'm not sure that we haven't already gone over all of this.
No, this is the answer to the complaint. We have not gone over this. Thank you. I was on paragraph 8.
Okay.
Shepherd is also a Shepco employee and receives a weekly salary of approximately $900 to $1,200. Response admitted. Number 23, as fire chief, Shepherd is a municipal employee of the town. Response admitted. Number 24, the Greenville Road Bridge contract was a particular matter in which the town was a party and had a direct and substantial interest. Response admitted. Shepco received town payments for work performed under the Greenville Road Bridge contract, which were deposited into Shepco's operating account. Response admitted. As a Shepco employee, Shepco received his salary, and as president, treasurer, secretary, and director of Shepco, Shepherd received his officer draw, all from Shepco's operating account. Response admitted. The Greenville Road Bridge contract was a contract between the town through the highway department and Shepco. Response admitted.
That's 37.
37.
Okay.
Number 53, Shepco received town payments for work performed under the water main contract, which were deposited into Shepco's operating account. Response admitted. Shepherd received his salary as a Shepco employee and his officer's draw as Shepco president, treasurer, secretary, and director from Shepco's operating account. Response admitted. Number 64, the water main contract was a contract between the town through the water department and Shepco. Response admitted. As the sole shareholder, officer, director, and employee of Shepco, Shepherd had a direct and indirect financial interest in the water main contract of which he had knowledge. Response admitted. That's it for my excerpts.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're gonna call him personally.
That's great. Thank you. Um, So while we're getting the witness, my thing would be to take a break at 11:15, whenever it sort of makes sense to break with the witnesses. But if anybody at any time wants an earlier break or another break later, just say something. Okay? Thank you.
And you'll give him advisory about the sequestration.
Yes, this witness wasn't in the room.
He was not,
Okay, thank you.
It's in protective custody.
pretty much.
as a reporter, when I consult with my client, does it get picked up?
Not if you whisper.
Do you want to move it to a different place on your table?
Well,
Or probably take your client
no,
outside.
Or cover it with your hand while you talk, then put it back in front of you.
no, that's not really, but I'll put it far away. I object to this system.
Sir, could you raise your right hand?
Yes.
What's your name?
Harrison Mayotte.
Harrison Mayotte. Do you, Harrison Mayotte, solemnly promise and affirm under the pains and penalties of perjury to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings before the State Ethics Commission?
I do.
Great. Could you say and spell your first and last name for the court reporter?
Sure. Harrison Mayotte, spelled HARRISON
And I understand that you weren't in the room during an earlier component of this hearing, but I issued what's called a sequestration order, okay? And so I'm going to read it to you. And what it means is from the first witness, and you're the first witness, until the end of the testimony, all witnesses called by either the petitioner or the respondent shall be sequestered with the exception of Mr. Gary Shepherd, who is a party to the action and may be in here the entire time. The witnesses shall not be present in the room where the adjudicatory hearing is going forward and may not hear the testimony of other witnesses. They also, after you're done testifying, you can't, so that means you can't talk to other witnesses who testified, but you can see that there's a screen in the back. This is being broadcast on Zoom and you can't watch this on Zoom, okay? The witnesses may not consult with each other about their testimony with respect to the matter. They may not consult with witnesses who have already left the stand, as there is a possibility that you, as a witness who will leave the stand first, may be called back as a rebuttal witness. Okay. Each witness will be provided with a list of each side's witnesses, so you know who the witnesses are before leaving the stand. The parties will take care of that. The parties' counsel may communicate with witnesses as necessary to prepare the case. Before Attorney Pruitt begins asking questions, there's a court reporter to your right who will be taking everything down. And I'm the hearing officer. So although we're on either side of you, we both need to hear. So that's just an encouragement to keep your voice nice and loud. Okay.
Understood.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Attorney Pruitt.
All right, could you please restate your name for the record, sir?
Yes, Harrison Mayotte,
Where do you work?
the town of Townsend,
What position do you hold in the town of Townsend?
town clerk,
Is your position elected or appointed?
elected,
Who are you elected by?
the voters of Townsend,
How long have you served as town clerk?
about a year and a half.
Describe your duties as town clerk.
Sure, I serve as the chief election official. I'm the registrar of vital records and maintain a variety of records for the town.
Okay, and just so we can dispense with this quickly, you have a couple of lawsuits pending against the town?
I do,
What is the nature of those lawsuits?
generally regarding my records access officer role.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Can you speak up, please?
Yes, generally regarding my records access officer role.
What are your duties as they relate to maintaining town records?
Sure, so as it relates to records that I'm the direct custodian of, we maintain them in a climate controlled vault, we keep them organized. And I aid departments in maintaining their records, departmental custodians.
Were you subpoenaed to bring certain records to this adjudicatory hearing?
I was,
Were you subpoenaed to bring the employment contracts for former fire chief Mark Boynton?
I was,
Did you bring them?
yes.
Could you please state the dates of those contracts, please?
One is for 2014. One is for 2017. One is for 2020. And there's a amended an adjustment for fiscal year 2022.
The contracts that you brought to this hearing, are they attested as true and accurate, correct copies of originals?
They are,
The contracts maintained by the town in the course of regular business?
they are,
Are the contracts official records kept by the town of Townsend?
they are.
Are the records open to public inspection?
There.
May the witness be shown petitioner stipulated exhibits 1 through 4 marked for identification?
Stipulated.
No. You
I think you said
disputed them.
stipulated.
I meant disputed. My bad. Pardon me. Thank you, Council.
When you get the exhibits, what was the spelling of the former fire chief's name?
Boynton.
Thanks.
Could you take a look at stipulated, strike that. Could you take a look at disputed exhibits 1 through 4?
See them here?
Right. Are those the petitioner's disputed exhibits 1 through 4? Are those, did you bring the attested copies of those documents to this hearing?
That's correct.
The petitioner respectfully moves that petitioner's disputed exhibits 1 through 4 be moved into the administrative record.
Got it.
This evidence.
The objection was to the dispute was that these are irrelevant. I want to repeat the Indian argument. It's your decision, of course.
What's the relevance of the exhibits of the contracts for this other former fire chief?
Sure.
The presiding officer and in fact petitioner expect to draw some inferences from those contracts regarding Mr. Boynton's full-time position and how the full-time position as fire chief was not eligible for special municipal employee designation. Yeah.
We have, I'm guessing, but maybe, is Mr. Shepherd's contract one of the exhibits?
It is exhibit number
I see it, 12.
12,
Right.
and it's in the
All right. Why isn't this contract the relevant evidence? What will I learn from these contracts for this other former fire chief that I won't learn from this document?
that there is some evidence from these contracts that the fire chief position was not eligible to be designated as a special municipal employee position, certainly not back in 1963.
Is there any reason to think, or will there be any evidence that Mr. Shepherd knew of these other contracts, the disputed exhibits?
Mr. Shepherd became the interim fire chief while Fire Chief Boynton went on leave. So they actually worked together.
But as to the contracts, the language in the contracts themselves, is there any evidence that he knew of the language in the contracts?
I don't know if he knew the language of contracts.
At the moment, I don't see the relevance. I could be convinced later, but I just don't see it at the moment. I
mean, I think it goes to the weight of the evidence. If Mr. Boynton was in a full-time position, then it is unlikely that the position was a special municipal employee position in 2017 through 2022. And Mr. Shepherd, I anticipate, will try to argue that it's been a special municipal employee position since 1963.
Right.
And that is the relevance of contracts.
Any response to anything I said or Attorney Pruitt said, Mr. Cavs, to eventually object?
Oh, it will be our position that the position has been a special since 1963. That will be the case. That is what she said.
Okay,
The position itself, we believe, and will be submitting evidence to try to establish that the classification has existed since 1963. That was part of the submission at the what I call the 3D level.
Yeah.
That is the position we are taking today. You will see other documents, I think, from another witness that would reference statutory provisions as this one does, chapter 48. But I still don't think that the appointed contract without knowledge, establishing a connection, a direct connection, I don't think they belong in evidence.
here's what I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna admit them in evidence, but it's gonna matter to me in the consideration of this, whether or not Mr. Shepherd knew about the contents, of those contracts. And so I think what I'm telling you is that I'm gonna be interested in evidence that that connects the dot or gives some, weight to them, beyond what I'm hearing now. But I recognize it's an administrative proceeding and they are records of the town as he's testified to. And so I'm going to admit them. You've heard words.
And give them whatever.
Whatever weight I deem appropriate at the end.
I have another document that I'd like to try to get admitted. This is a bills payable detail that I'd like to ask the witness about, if I may. And counsel, this is what I gave you.
This is the thing.
This is the thing I gave you, yes. If I, may I,
Yes.
I'm going to.
he's, yes.
Going one step at a time. Do we want to admit the 4 documents that are before the witness?
That was my
So those would
request.
be, as I understand it, admitted as exhibits 23, 24, 25, and 26. Like,
Yes. I think that's right.
right? These end at 22.
Mr. Mayor. Actually, may I approach?
Sure. Everybody's welcome to approach witnesses. This is, as I said,
We'll ask
your room.
permission.
I mean, you, Mr. Kiley, as well.
Mr. Kylie already has a copy of this document.
Okay.
May I,
Yes.
thank you.
And it was provided to
Yeah.
me the day before the hearing.
Okay.
I've had this,
You said you had.
yeah, no, I've said you provided this to me.
Thanks.
And if I might, I'm just, can you identify the document that I just provided to you?
Yes, this appears to be a bills payable detail report from the accounting department, so council.
And, bills payable to whom?
2 vendors or agents, employees of the town. In this case, it appears to be a vendor,
What vendor?
check code.
And so this is the detail of the payments that the town made to Shedco, is that correct?
That's what it appears to be, yes.
All right, well, I'm sorry, did you have this document?
That's correct. That's what these are paid to the order of Shepco Inc.
Did you send these documents to me a couple
That's
days ago? So,
I'll ask you. I'll ask you.
Are these bill payable details, are they maintained by the town in the regular course of business?
That's correct.
Objection. Well, the basis for knowledge for the question.
Yeah, can you just lay a little bit more foundation of what these are
Sure.
and how he knows what they are?
Sure. How do you know what this document is?
Sure. So the town clerk's office both in the course of administering the office and in response to requests for records, frequently interacts with the accounting department. And so I have become aware of these records. This is a familiar type of record that I encounter in my position as town clerk.
I served you with a subpoena, did I not?
That's correct.
Okay, and that subpoena requested certain records, including records involving the Greenville Road Bridge Replacement Project. Is that right?
That's correct.
And these records, you obtained these records as part of your search for records relating to that project. Is that
That's
right?
correct.
Okay. Are these records maintained by the town in the regular course of business?
They are.
Are they official records kept by the town?
They are.
Are they open to public inspection?
They are.
I move that this record be moved to tax.
And can I ask a couple more questions just so I understand this? So I see that it says account name, there's an entry that says account names. And in one, I'm just looking at the first page. The first four entries say water, ENT, and then main line, and then there's some differences. Are these different projects? In other words, what are those? In the account name, what does that mean?
Is that a question?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
My understanding is that refers to a budgetary account, an appropriation of some kind, whether it be the annual budget or some other appropriation. And so they may be named as it relates to the account itself, or you may see, on the first page, landfill professional services may be more than just this type of service, whatever the $1,500 of services was.
And there are two projects that are at issue in this hearing, bridge project and a water main project. Do these records relate just to those two projects?
There
If you know.
may be other payments in this one. This was just for the search done was for the vendor Shepco Inc. for the period of time. And this is in the top right of all of the pages, July 1st, 2020 to the present. And so beginning on page 3, it looks like there was a public works into the bridge, but this was for the whole time period.
Okay. Attorney Pruitt, do you have any follow-up just based on, I was just trying to orient myself to what I'm looking at, but you may have follow-up from what I just asked.
Sure.
So starting on page 6. Do you see where it says, stop, strike that, I'll go back pages. For example, on page 4, do you see where it says Shepco Inc.? The second entry, total invoice payment requisition number 2?
I do see that, yes.
Okay,
I'm
and
sorry, can we stop with that? Thank you.
got it?
Yes, thank you.
Right. And it says there's a payment of $263,198.75. Is that right?
I do see that, yes.
And it says that check cleared on November 19th, 2023. Is that right?
That's what's on the page, yes.
Commissioner, I will just represent to you that the requisitions which the parties have stipulated to are simulated exhibit 21. And I will only be referencing the requisitions related to the projects at issue in this case,
Okay.
not any others.
And am I hearing you that you're about to move this as an exhibit with some limitation on how you're going to use it?
Correct.
Okay, Mr. Kiley?
No, I'm going to examine with respect to the document. There's no problem. And these requisitions, so to speak, they're going to be hearing about them.
So is there any objection to admitting this?
No, but I'll examine it. I might move to strike after I can.
No, once.
Mike, you might deny it, but I might.
Right now, what's your position?
No, let's move forward.
Okay, so, all right, so this is,
That'll be admitted as.
27?
27.
Thank you.
okay.
done with my direct.
Okay. Sally, go ahead.
Mr. Mayon, pronouncing it right, sir.
That's correct.
So you mentioned you have lawsuits against Al, correct?
That's correct.
And do any of the lawsuits that you filed relate to activities of Mr. Shepherd?
No.
When were the lawsuits filed?
One was at the end of April, and one was at the beginning of July.
You have been the clerk for how long?
About a year and a half.
During that year and a half, Mr. Shepherd has been the chief of the fire and EMS department.
I believe so.
Have you interacted at all with him on any matters?
In brief occasions.
The document that you brought with you is a document that was prepared in the treasurer's office.
Which document are you referring to?
Did you come with more than one?
Yes.
The document that has been entered as exhibit 27.
Is that the bills payable report?
Who prepared the document?
That was prepared by the accounting department.
And is the accounting department a part of the clerk's office?
No, it is not. It's a department of the town.
And who is the town administrator?
The town administrator is presently Kieran Meehan.
And does the accounting department report up through Kieran Meehan?
It does.
And does it also report to the select board?
By way of the chain of command, yes.
So in terms of the preparation of this document was not prepared by you.
That's correct.
It was prepared at your request
That's correct.
for the purposes of this hearing, correct?
That's correct.
So with respect to the particular accounts here, the materials that you have on this document reflective of payments made by another office other than the clerk's office? They're paid by the treasurer.
I believe the treasurer's department issues the checks.
Okay, and with respect to these items that are on here, these come from the treasurer's office. And what is it that you requested when you requested this document for purposes of this hearing?
I don't recall the exact words.
Do you recall the idea you had in your head?
Yes, a expense report for this project in particular. And what I was given by the accounting department was for a time range from when those payments may have taken
And
place
why were you doing that?
in response to the subpoena by the State Ethics Commission.
When were you subpoenaed?
I don't have the subpoena in front of me. I don't recall the exact date.
Was it before August 3rd, 2026?
It was before August 3rd of 2026.
Was this produced on August 3rd, 2026?
It appears that it was.
How did you select the date 7/1? Did you select the date?
I did not select the date.
What did you ask for?
I asked for the payments pertaining to the Greenville Road project, and this is what I was provided by the accounting department.
And how many of the materials on here relate to the Greenville Road Bridge replacement?
I don't know the exact number.
Have you reviewed the document that's just been admitted?
I reviewed it generally.
Did you request anything else in preparation in response to the subpoena that you received?
Not from the accounting department.
Oh, I'm sorry. You received a summons for documents.
That's correct.
What did the summons call for?
It's called for contracts, procurement related records, financial related records such as this.
Have they all been provided to the Ethics Commission?
Correct.
Right, and this one came today, correct?
This document was provided to the commission a few days ago in advance of today's hearing.
The document was produced, I see, in 8/3/2026. And I see 8/3/2026 at 8:59 in the morning, the bottom left.
That appears correct.
So your involvement in preparing this document is zero, correct?
That's correct.
And with respect to payments get made, your office plays no role in the payment process, correct?
Not precisely.
Well, tell me, be precise.
Well, there are vendor bills that come into the town clerk's office for payments that are for expenses the town clerk's office has incurred. And so to the extent that the bills payable are from my department's line items, I prepare the cover sheets and those bills to the accounting department.
And they take care of it from there.
Correct.
And then the checks are cut by the treasurer's department.
As far as I understand.
Has any vendor ever told you otherwise?
No, I'm just not sure precisely whether the treasurer's department cuts the checks or the accounting department cuts the checks. But someone in the financial apparatus of the town cuts the checks.
So again, would you describe in your own words, I think I heard you describing your role as clerk. How do you perceive your role?
I am the registrar of vital records. I'm the chief election official of the town. We maintain a variety of records.
May I stop you there for a second?
Sure,
That last piece, supervising elections, has nothing to do with this case, right?
sure,
Okay. Can you continue with what you do?
sure. We issue dog licenses, business certificates, raffle permits, burial permits, a wide variety of statutorily assigned functions.
Are you the recipient of select board minutes?
That's correct. Minutes are filed with the town clerk's office.
Do you maintain copies of the minutes?
That's correct.
And how long have you been maintaining records? Just a year and a half?
For the town of Townsend, a year and a half.
What did you do? What have you done to go back and try to collect old minutes?
There's not been a significant effort undertaken to go and collect old minutes. Departments, boards, and commissions routinely file back minutes if they realize that some are late.
Are records of select board meetings maintained in the office space that you as clerk occupy?
That's correct.
All of the minutes are there from decades past?
The historical minutes are maintained in our vault, and then more recent minutes are maintained in our filing cabinet. So all the historical stuff, and then there may be overlap. Working minutes may also be duplicated in the select board's office.
And were you asked to look for minutes that go back into the 60s? Was there a summons
By
for that?
subpoena, I don't believe so for minutes into the 60s. By subpoena, there was one set of minutes that I was asked.
Can you just again describe what you were asked for?
I believe it was for January of 2024 for select board minutes.
And did you provide select board minutes of January
I did.
2024? Are you aware of a YouTube session that occurred at that time?
I believe the town's cable access media recorded that video.
And who were the select board members at that time?
I don't recall precisely.
Do you recall what was discussed?
I don't recall.
Have you been involved in seeking to put together a list of, strike that. Was there a consideration at that time of trying to line up all of the positions in town government and characterize them one way or another?
I can't speak to that. I wasn't an officer at the town at that time.
Were you an officer of the town at the time of the meeting on, I think you said, the Sorry.
January of 2024.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was not the town clerk of the town at that time.
What were you?
I don't recall precisely.
Did you have an official position?
I may have at that time. In the past, I have. I don't recall precisely based on that date.
Clerk Mayor, would you please cite for me you're a young lawyer. Can you recite for me the public positions you've held within the town of Townsend?
I'm gonna object to this.
What, what's the basis?
We are far afield from anything that he's here to testify about, namely the records. So
So record,
I mean, I think it's cross-examination. I think this witness is here. You can cross-examine him. You know. Go ahead.
if I may, his questions aren't relevant to anything that we do.
Well,
See,
I'm still learning the case, as you might imagine, but I heard something about there being a meeting in January of 2024, and I think he indicated he wasn't with the town at the time, but he is the record keeper for the town now. And you know, I'm still learning the case. It hasn't struck me yet that this doesn't make sense. I would let him, if he wants to explain his resume. If Mr. Kiley wants to ask him to explain his resume, I think that's from his.
I would like you to.
Sure, and I'll clarify, I was not the town clerk for the town in January of 2024. I don't recall the exact dates. In the past, I have served as webmaster of the town of Townsend and an intern to the town administrator for the town of Townsend.
And who was the town administrator at the time?
It began with interim town administrator Ross Perry and then Eric Slagle.
And with respect to the Greenville Road Bridge replacement, did you have access to Eric Slagle's materials?
Only the materials he provided me. I don't recall being provided materials related to this project.
Are you, with respect to this project, are you aware that there were multiple bids?
I have recently become aware of that
How did you become aware of that?
in preparation responding to the subpoena for the State Ethics Commission.
Were there requests that were made with respect to that?
Correct. They asked for the entire Greenville Road Bridge file.
And the entire Greenville Road Bridge file did it include Eric Siegel's correspondence on the subject?
I believe there was email correspondence. I don't recall the exact contents thereof.
Did you review any of the material in response to the summons pertaining to the Greenville Road Bridge replacement?
Briefly to determine relevance.
And the relevance from your perspective was what?
Did it say Greenville Road Bridge project, or did it appear in an email chain relevant thereto?
Were bid documents included?
Correct.
And were there three different sets of summaries of what had been bid?
I don't recall the exact number. I do recall there being more than one.
And was Shepco Inc. the low bidder on each one of those, of the ones you reviewed?
I do not recall.
Do you recall otherwise?
No, I do not recall otherwise.
Do you have any role in dealing with files, personnel files, in your role as clerk?
Not the personnel files themselves. Certain resignations are filed with the office of the town clerk by statute.
So with respect to the employment records, so to speak, files maintained in the town of Townsend with respect to personnel.
Some types of files are, and often the clerk's office has provided copies of different files, such as contracts.
Was there a period that personal files on individuals were missing within the town?
Not as far as I'm aware.
You have an assistant in your role as treasurer,
In my role as town clerk,
as town clerk, I'm sorry.
I
I wanted to make you treasurer.
There is an assistant town clerk.
Was that?
Presently, it is John Crory.
And on the tape, did you watch the video that you were referencing?
In 2024?
Yeah.
No, I have not watched that video. Certainly not recently. I don't recall if I've watched it in the past.
You discussed with Mr. Crory composition of a list of specials.
I don't recall discussing that with him.
Have you discussed it with anybody?
I believe I have. Nothing in particular is coming to mind. I don't recall. I mean, it's a statutory obligation that I compile it and provide it to the State Ethics Commission.
Are you aware that the files that were missing included a file with respect? I haven't finished yet.
I didn't hear the rest of the question.
Hang on one second. Can you finish the question and then we'll pause before you answer, okay? Go ahead, Mr.
Are
Kylie.
you aware of the files that were missing, personnel files, including Gary Shepherd's?
I will object. There's been no establishment that there were any personnel files missing that certainly not to this witness.
I mean, I think maybe a version of this question can be asked as to whether or not he's aware of files being missing, and then a second question as to whether or not he's aware of file of Mr. Shepherd being missing. I think it's two questions, but
If I may,
Go
he
ahead.
asked that question already, and the witness said he wasn't aware of any files being missing. And so Attorney Kylie asked a few more questions, and then he assumed a fact was not evidence.
well,
The matter that
can you ask can you establish what his foundation is, if any, and then ask a follow-up question if there's any foundations.
you should know better. So in terms of personnel files, was there we're going to rephrase, was there a personnel, do you know who Callie Huff is?
I am aware of him. Callie.
And Callie Huff have a responsibility with respect to personnel, HR.
That's my understanding.
And in terms of materials that would relate to individuals, would the files be in the possession, would files be in the possession of the HR department?
That's my understanding.
And did you do any search of materials? Did you participate in any search of materials relating to the status of Mr. Shepherd's position?
I don't recall.
Is there a personnel file that you went to with respect to Mr. Shepherd?
Not to my knowledge.
I have one. I'm sorry. Who classified, is it the case that the select board is in the process of trying to identify positions special and not?
I can't speak to what the select board
Have
does.
you been involved in the process or the proper classification of positions in towns?
What would you define as the process?
And a process involving the select board?
I don't understand the question. I receive minutes of when they vote on those activities and every other activity they do. That's the extent of my involvement in the process.
Are you providing any information to the select board with respect to positions and classification of positions?
We routinely respond to requests for information from the select board, but I can't speak to any particular regarding that.
Who were the board members when you became clerk?
When I became clerk, the three members of the board were Valerie Goodrich, Laura Shepard, and Veronica Kell.
And that lineup has changed?
That's correct.
Have you been requested to provide information to them to assist them in providing a document, clarify for everybody in the town who's special and who isn't?
I don't recall.
You don't recall having been one way or the other?
That's correct.
Extent to get tested, you've had your direct. That's all I have.
Thank you. Any redirect?
I'm all set. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Should I leave the certified copies here?
I think you can give them to Attorney Pruitt. Okay.
Mr. Cole is gonna escort you out.
Okay.
Would you like to call your next witness now, or we can take a break now?
We can take a break.
Okay, great. Why don't we come back at 11:15, if that's okay with everybody? Thank you. Off the record.
Okay, so we're back without the Ethics Commission. They're on a brief bathroom break, it appears, for 15 minutes. They'll be back at about 11:15. We just heard Harrison Mayotte, our town clerk, was the first witness. I'm a little confused about his testimony. I don't think he was deliberately, I don't know. I'm a little confused. I mean, my memory is different than what he testified to. Nothing, well, maybe, I don't know. Harrison's going to yell at me when he sees this video when I say these things. One of the questions that he was asked, I think by Gary's lawyer, was, I think it was, yeah, about had he seen the documents regarding the Greenville Road Bridge prior to being subpoenaed or to produce these documents, and he said no. And I have to disagree, because prior to being subpoenaed by the Ethics Commission, or maybe not, maybe I do have my dates off, I could be wrong, because, or he just doesn't, I don't know, either I'm wrong or I'm probably wrong, because he said he hadn't seen the documents prior to being subpoenaed, but I'm mixing apples and oranges possibly, because I know all the public records requests are posted on the town clerk's website. He has his own website, if you didn't know, and he's got all the public records requests there and the documents included in the request. And there were a number of requests for those records by different people. One was the lawyers representing RFS, who is suing the town. That $1 million lawsuit? Yeah. So they had asked for a number of documents. There were also a couple of citizens, Townsend citizens, who had asked for some of the documents. I think one of those people might even be in this chat or in this video. watching. I think. I'm losing track of who requested what when, so I have to, if I'm going to be specific, I'd have to go back and look, and I'm not going to do that. So I'm a little concerned about that answer. But he also just said, what did he just say that really threw me? And I think it threw Gary and it threw his lawyer, because I know, I mean, I'm pretty confident that Harrison was involved with a search through the records of the town clerk's office, which is critical. And in fact, that's even in evidence, I think, and as part of exhibits to who did the town clerk's office have as a list of who the special municipal employees are. And he just said no. He said, nope, I don't recall that. And I recall that. Unless he's splitting hairs, which Harrison can do, and I don't think it was too wise if that's what he did. But I know that Veronica Kell was running around town hall, driving everybody nuts, looking for any records she could find. She drove the library nuts too, to find historical records on when, who, what, when, where, on who the special municipal employees have been since going back into the early 60s. And those records that Veronica dug up are in evidence, because she's, even though she was a select board member, she was part of Gary's defense team, and still is, as she'll be testifying. She was in the audience this morning, and we'll hear her testimony probably tomorrow. I don't think she's going to testify today. The day's half over. We're not going to get to the defense witnesses till tomorrow, I don't think. So they're going to drive into Boston again. Oh, you poor things. But anyway, it's not clicking right. I'm going to ask him later what the hell he was talking about. That I'm sure that he presented a list. But, if he's splitting hairs, he could be saying that he wasn't asked, he just did it because he knew that the select board were being stupid. But, which is possible. I just don't remember. But they might not have asked him, because Veronica wants to do things her way, and she might not have even thought that the town clerk would have such records, even though the town clerk is the records officer. So, I don't know. We'll have to find out. I'll ask him later. I don't want him to, but I think Gary and his lawyer were perplexed by his answer to that. Because he said he didn't recall. I think he said he didn't recall. I don't think he said a flat no. I think he said he didn't recall that. We shall see. While we're on this break, I need to tell you, I'm trying to make a decision on what to do. I have one of those force quit applications popped up on my screen. It's been there for about half an hour. And if I don't do anything, I'm afraid that my computer's just going to shut down. I know I have a computer whiz. Oh, I don't know that she's on here. Anyway, I know anybody that knows anything would tell me you're going to have to shut it down. Or it'll shut down on me. But I don't want to leave this. If I shut this down, people are going to be coming and going and wondering what I did. What's happening. Because the video will shut down when I shut down the computer. But I'm over my application memory. Got a Mac. I never shut anything down unless I'm told. And it usually tells me when there's a disaster pending. Now it's got 2 operating systems on pause that I didn't pause. My computer did it on its own. I operate with multiple operating systems. 2 of them are, Firefox is now paused, and so is Safari. I'm on Chrome. If Chrome shuts down, we're dead. I'm gonna have to reboot the computer. I should just reboot, huh? What should I do? We're on a break, so I should really reboot, huh? Let me get that out of there. What kind of memory is happening here? I only have 5 minutes. It'll take longer than 5 minutes. All right, we're gonna wing it because they're not going until like 5 o'clock. I've been shutting down things I don't need. Let me see something. I'm looking through my application stuff. I don't know. What should I do? I'm going to regret, no matter what I do, I'm going to regret whatever it is. I know it. All right, I'm going to shut that down. I'm going to regret that, I know it. I just have to hope and pray that it doesn't decide to shut down Chrome. Uh-oh. Oh. I'm sending a text, sorry. Okay, so I really don't have much. I mean, if you weren't here following this whole couple hours, we've only been here for a couple hours. If you are just popping in, I really can't give much of a review of what happened. They just did a lot of preliminaries. Candice Pruitt, the attorney for the Ethics Commission, read some of the exhibits, the evidence against Gary, the interviews actually, the things that Gary actually said. It was recorded, a matter of record, so she did that, and then they just administrative requirements, and then Harrison was the first witness, and they finished with him, and he was just presenting the records that he was subpoenaed to produce because he's the records access officer. That's the only reason. I mean, he didn't have evidence regarding any of the stuff, and he wasn't asked his opinion. I don't think that would be appropriate anyway. Gary's lawyer was a bit persistent trying to get to things that might be questionable about how we got those records, but I don't think he really got very far. He tried. But that's all there is. But I want to talk about sequestration a little bit. I just want to hope and pray that, which I think there's enough witnesses in the witness box, that the witnesses are sequestered from the happenings in this, I'm gonna call it a courtroom, hearing room. It's a hearing room. We're not in court. It's not a criminal thing as of now. It's not a criminal trial, so, you know, we're all used to watching too many court shows, and it's hard to use the right terminology, but this is a hearing room, and the witnesses are held sequestered outside of that hearing room until after they testify, and they can't communicate about what anybody testified to. They can't zoom in to the hearing. They can't watch and hear what other witnesses are saying, so that their testimony is not impacted by what other people say. And at the very beginning of this video, I mean, I have concerns about this, but I guess everybody's probably, well, some people are watching each other. I don't know. I'm not quite sure who's in what room, but if somebody's watching my video here live, who's a witness, don't even. These people, the Ethics Commission is not stupid, and neither am I. That watching my live stream is just as illegal as watching it on Zoom if you're a witness. If you're in a room someplace and you go, oh, they didn't say we couldn't watch Cindy's channel. They said we can't watch on Zoom. No, you can't watch. So, you know, I know how many people are in this room. On my stream, you can look yourself. It should be, I think it's on the bottom of your screen. You can see how many people are watching this video live. At this moment, there's 12. That does not count me. I am not counted on the 12. Hopefully no one is watching that's participating in this hearing. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody from the Ethics Commission isn't watching, somebody that's not in the hearing room, which they can. They're allowed. They can do whatever they want. But any of the witnesses, hopefully they're not trying to be cute and watching this live stream. I am not doing this in order to, and it will really piss me off if I would be inappropriately used to go around the legal system in this. It'll be obvious when somebody testifies. A few things will be obvious, whether how well the coaching was of the witnesses, I'm sure the witnesses have spoken to each other. They've been speaking to each other since this all started. So I'm sure that some of the statements that some of these witnesses are going to say are going to be quite the same. You're going to use some of the same terminology. We're going to hear tomorrow.
Petitioner's going to rest. However, we understand that there are witnesses that are sitting in the lobby.
The inner lobby?
The inner lobby.
Okay.
They were in during the prior testimony, and we'd like for them to either be in the hall or downstairs in the cafeteria or somewhere outside the office. This door can't be closed because this is a public hearing.
Okay.
But they can't be in the lobby because right in the same lobby because you can hear.
Because of the situation. What do you think, Scott? Is there a way to arrange that?
I just want to comment on the fact that the witness was treated very specially, that I'm not waiting in the car. And that's not.
So do you want to explain to the hearing officer why our witness had to be put in the room?
I don't need to know. But is there some, okay, so, maybe just, okay.
Swim out there, one thing first.
Okay, so if that,
Are both of them going to testify?
Yes.
Then both of them need to be outside of the hearing of this hearing.
right, I think what he's saying is next, one of them is coming next.
Oh, I
Yeah.
see.
If you're resting, somebody's gonna go pick up somebody at the airport. He will go first.
Okay. Okay, perfect. Then just the door is open.
Okay, all right.
Well, they have sequestration problems already. And I wouldn't
So
be,
Attorney Pruitt, did you rest or you anticipated resting? So I just want to make sure, I don't remember. And so I just want to make sure we have a clear record.
I rested, however, I may have one rebuttal witness depending on certain testimony.
Okay,
that's it?
Kylie,
Well,
you're up.
I call David Vigilant.
Okay.
Jim is wrong. David,
A seat right here, okay?
May I read
Yes.
renew my objection to this witness's testimony? I'll motion, it was denied. Responded to interrogatories. He provided the individuals who would be testifying. Mr. Michon was not on that list. I do have no idea what Mr. Michon will be testifying to today. Respondent has had ample opportunity to provide me with that information. He has not, and I object to this witness.
What do you say, Mr. Kylie?
First, we are not going to be going over Townsend First policy. We're not going to be rehashing any of what has occurred in the past. Mr. Vigilant is going to talk about the billing process, payment process, with respect to one of the two matters that's here. You already have taken from somebody who has no real role in the process of billing and payment from the witness that has been presented. You have a document that Exhibit 27 that's been admitted. It goes to those things, and that's what David's going to testify to.
What I'm inclined to do is hear the testimony, and obviously I made a ruling already, but I admit the testimony if you're able to make objections, relevant-based objections to report at any time that you think it's appropriate. But I'm going to admit the witness testimony, and I know your objection.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
May I?
Yes, and but I actually no. Mr. Vision, do you solemnly promise and affirm under the pains and penalties of perjury to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings before the State Ethics Commission?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you very much. Keep your voice nice and loud, and keep in mind that the court reporter is taking down what you say, and I'm also trying to hear what you say too. So just keep your voice nice and loud, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, go ahead, Mr. Kiley.
Mr. Vigilant, are you currently employed by this town of Townsend?
Yes, sir.
What is the position that you hold?
I am the water superintendent of the town of Townsend
How long have you been the water superintendent?
since November 2020.
Please let me finish the question before you start. Are you familiar with the provisions dealing with construction of water main loops and a water treatment plant earlier in this decade?
Yes, I had a major role in it.
What was your role?
I was the project manager, and I also designed the plant and the water lines.
Did you prepare bid documents?
I did not.
Who prepared bid documents?
That would be the engineer.
Okay, object to this line of questioning. Bid documents are not relevant to this case. There is no question that there was a contract. There is no question that bid documents were signed. There is no question that work positions were signed. This is a relevant testimony.
I'm going to permit him to continue to answer. This is relating to the water main project.
We're only going to be talking about the water main project.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear. Okay, I know your objection.
I have the question read back.
Question, who prepared the bid documents?
I'm asking about,
And the answer is the engineering firm of Ty and Bond.
and what role did Ty and Bond play in the process?
They are the engineering firm that was existing, that hired by the water commissioners before I got there.
And did they prepare the materials dealing with the payment process?
Yes,
May I have, Article six, I think it is now, no, Article, I'm sorry. Can I have it Exhibit 21?
Stipulated or disputed?
This is from the exhibits that are in evidence?
Stipulated at
Okay.
Exhibit 21.
Okay. Does the witness have a set of exhibits? Should we?
I'll bring it over.
Okay, all right, great, thanks.
What do you want?
Yes,
Is it a document prepared form-wise by Ty and Bond?
that would be one of many in a package that would have been submitted to me.
Okay, and it calls for a contractor's application for payment, correct?
Correct. That's the cover sheet.
And we have in evidence 7 such documents. Are they all on same form?
Yes,
And does the form indicate down at the bottom?
Might I interrupt, Judge?
Go ahead.
My counsel asked, non-leading questions of his own witness.
Probably not.
Yeah, do your best,
For a
Mr.
moment-
Kyle.
For a moment or two.
Sure, Mr. Kyle, do your best to, do a direct.
Sure. Sure. Did you create the form?
I did not.
Did you receive the form from somebody?
I received that from the engineering firm of Ty and Bond.
Did you receive other documents from Ty and Bond?
Yes, and some of them as many as 40, 50 pages on any given month.
With respect to applications for payment, right, were all payments requested by a contractor put on forms such as this?
Yes,
What was the process of dealing with applications once submitted?
the whole process all the way to,
Let's stick first with you upon the receipt of a document such as you have before you. What was the process in handling?
it would start with the engine, the contractor would contact the engineering firm. The engineering firm would check over the work. And with there was an on-site engineer, a third-party on-site engineer that they would check with to make sure the work was actually done and verified. And has been one time that it wasn't sent back for payment, for adjustment. And then it would go back to the contractor, then back to the engineering firm, then it would go to me. I've kicked it back 3 times myself. And then when I signed off on the payment, it would go to the OPM. The OPM would check to see everything is done. And then it would go to the Mass DEP. And they would do the same thing. They would check all the paperwork to make sure everything was done. But there's a lot of other things besides the payment that had to be checked. And they would also check, did you buy American Steel? Did you use a woman-owned business? Did you use a minority-owned business? And did you use prevailing wages? So there was much more involved. And then only after that, it would get sent to the Clean Water Trust. And then it would come back to the town after that.
And with respect to this particular form that you have before you, is that your signature approved by? On the doc? And when in the process do you affix your signature to a request?
After comes from the engineer with what they think is the correct information.
And is the engineer's representative on this page before you?
Yes,
Who was that?
that was time bomb.
And was it an individual? Is there an individual signed there?
And this one, it was Lou Sirocco.
Who was he?
He is the lead engineer for the project
And
that works for time bomb.
and you just skimmed through those documents. They all bear your signature.
Oh, yes, they all bear my signature. I already looked through.
Do they all bear Mr. Sirocco's signature?
Yes,
And down in the box, the far left, there is another signature. Do you see that on? It's the same signature on each of the 7.
I'm not sure who that signature is, but that's the contractor, but I believe that's Andrew. Andrew Shepherd.
Do you have a reason that's your belief?
Right, because he's the only one I ever dealt with on the project.
As it runs through this process, what's the end result?
That the town would pay the contractor,
Who from the town pays the contract?
the treasurer's office.
And whatever payment, in terms of payments, does anybody, any other entity pay things directly to the contract?
No,
You have nothing further for this witness.
Can I just ask a clarifying question? I'm looking at the first page of exhibit 21. The line that has Lou Sirocco, is that the line that says is recommended by?
yes,
Okay, and if I'm putting you on the spot, but do you know how to spell Sirocco? Because I can't read it from.
I can look it up real quick if you mind.
Maybe just give it to council after the hearing, and we'll make sure, I just want to make sure it's correct in the record, okay?
Otherwise, I think just yes.
Okay, no problem. All right,
I believe for the scheduled benefit, it's 2 R's, 2 C's.
okay. Attorney Pruitt, cross-examination.
Hello, Mr. Michelle. Can the witness be shown stipulated exhibit 19, please?
You figured it out.
This is the notice to proceed. You have the document in front of you?
Yes,
And your signature is on the notice to proceed for the water main project,
yes,
and this is for SHEPCO to proceed with the construction of the water main, is that
Yes.
right? On the next page, it says, signed by the town administrator, do you see that?
yes.
Who was the town administrator at that time?
Eric Siegel.
And the next page is signed by the owner, is that you?
Right,
And next to it is signed by the contractor. You see that?
correct.
And under the contract, it has a title. Do you see that?
Yes,
And what's the title of the
President.
person? Let me just finish my question because I want to make sure the record's clear. What is the title of the person listed?
Sorry,
It's
I
okay.
thought you know.
I'm a slow talker. What's the title?
President,
President. And that's president of SHEPCO, correct?
correct,
And the president's signature is above that, correct?
correct,
And the president was Gary Shepherd, right?
correct.
And that's the same signature that's on exhibit 21 that Mr. Kylie was showing you. Why don't you turn
It
it?
looks like it may, yeah, I'm not an expert at it, but it could very well be.
Okay, great, thank you.
Danny's stipulate that's Gary's. That's what you.
And not Andrews.
And not it. I'm,
Okay.
I'm meaning to, I think that's what you're going at. We'll stipulate.
Well, I just want to make sure that the record's clear. When you were shown exhibit 21, and I want you to go back to exhibit 21.
Okay.
All of the signatures on 21, where his contractor's signature is by, that's Gary Shepherd's signature, right?
Not, like I said, like I said a few minutes ago, I don't know. But I assumed it was Andrew because he's the only one I dealt with.
Okay.
That's what I said.
Oh, so you don't know whose signature that is?
No. And that's what I did say.
I see. Okay, I have no further questions for this witness.
Any,
I'll refresh him on spelling.
okay,
I'm gonna show you a document.
Nope, nope.
No, I'm
No.
not showing the cover. Just wanted to correct the spelling.
Oh, sure, thanks.
go ahead.
Fight about everything. What's
Luceraccio.
Go ahead.
Spell it.
Just the last name, right?
Yes.
Okay. Soracco.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
No further questions.
All right. Any recross on that?
No, I'm all set.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Sir, you're all set. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, anything I want you.
We need a minute. We need a minute.
Well, maybe a minute, who knows?
Okay.
The next one else will be Jim Smith.
What's the name again?
James Smith.
Thank you. Come on up and have a seat right here, Mr. Smith, okay? Could you raise your right hand? Do you, James Smith, solemnly promise and affirm under the pains and penalties of perjury to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings before the State Ethics Commission?
I do.
Great. In a nice loud voice, would you mind just stating your and spelling your first and last name for the court reporter?
James Smith, JamesSmith.
And as you can tell, the court reporter is right there and she's taking down everything you say. And I'm over here and I'm trying to, listen to everything you say and take some notes. So in further to that, just keep your voice nice and loud, okay? Sure. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Kiley.
Good morning, Mr. Smith. Are you currently employed?
I am.
Where are you employed?
Townsend Highway Department,
How long have you been employed by the Townsend Highway Department?
20 years.
Is the highway department part of town government?
Yes.
Um, What was your original position within the highway department?
Truck driver.
And had you been operating,
Okay.
Hold on.
can we take a break?
Yeah, sure.
There's something going
We
on.
need to.
Okay, let's go off the record. Thank you. Oh, okay, yeah, sure.
I understand this. What with respect to my witness,
No, I don't want to interrupt. Just gonna say. Okay. Sir.
Let me grab,
Oh,
our executive.
yeah,
all right, well. No problem.
Okay, we've got an issue at the Ethics Commission hearing today. There's a commotion in the hallway. A few important people have left the room. They paused the hearing. The both attorneys have gone out in the room. Gary went out in the room, and I don't know who else went out in the room. I mean, out of the into the hallway because there's some kind of commotion going on. I don't know if there's. I don't know if there's an altercation. I don't know what's going on. Knowing who the witnesses are, I have my thoughts, but I'm withholding judgment right now. I know some people are not in the right mind today. They're pretty upset about everything. And there are some people that are witnesses who have a temper. Yes, Dawn, yeah. You can guess. I'm guessing what's happening, but they had to go off camera. Whatever, it's not gonna, I think, I just can't wait for these people to testify. Because if they can't control themselves in the hallway, I don't know that they're going to be able to control themselves at the table. I mean, we got Joe Shank in the hallway. We got Veronica Kell in the hallway. I don't know if Eric Slagle is there or not. I know he didn't testify for Candy, so I don't know if he's there or not. I think he might not be there. All right, Jim Smith is trying to testify. No, actually, I gotta send you a text. Somebody sent me a text with a suggestion of what might have happened, and I have to say that I know something, and that didn't happen. I know that didn't happen. I do know something. I can't tell you right now. Actually, I can. I can tell you. No, I can't. I can't tell you. They've separated some of the witnesses already because of dangerous situations and potential threats. So some of the witnesses are separated from each other already. They're sequestered from each other. Gary's attorney referred to one of the witnesses as being in protective custody as a joke, because one witness is separated from the rest of them for his safety. So, that's really happening. This is really happening at the Ethics Commission hearing, okay? And we're on an unscheduled pause because of a commotion in the hallway. And the only people in the hallway are witnesses. So something's not going well with the witnesses. I'm having computer memory problems. So I'm sweating it right now that my computer isn't going to crash. If my computer crashes, I may lose the whole recording and everything. So please pray for me that this doesn't happen. So I cannot pull up my documents. I cannot pull back up and see who I said the witnesses were. Who's in the hallway. It's all Gary's friends. Oh, Andrew should be there. Joe Shank is there. Veronica Kell is there. Oh, Teresa Morse. There you have it. Now I know. Two people who hate each other's guts. Joe Shank and Teresa Morse. I don't know what she's there to testify to, but I don't think she's in protective custody. But I think she's going to be. And if they're on this kind of a commotion and break, I wouldn't be surprised if criminal charges aren't coming out of this. And I don't know what's going on, but you know what? This is a friggin' hearing. This is serious business, and these people, Townsend, you want to talk about people making Townsend look bad? We look like a bunch of rednecks in this hearing. This is in Boston, in the state capitol, and this is a very serious hearing, and you got people dressed like they're going to the band concert. This is serious. Did anybody ever wear a suit to court? Come on. Look like you know that you're respecting something. I guess there's I know. This whole defense team has total disrespect for the process. I'm getting wound up now. Because, we look stupid. We look like a bunch of redneck farmers coming into Boston for this is a serious hearing. Gary's life is on the line. His whole family is on the line. Right? Do you get it?
Yes.
Okay, great.
They're back.
Go ahead, Mr. Kiley.
Mr. Smith, what kind of work did you perform prior to becoming a city employee?
I did construction, site work, family-owned business for some years, and did some landscaping.
Over a period of time, did you handle heavy equipment in those capacities? And when did you become, when did you receive promotions, if you will, within the highway department?
2018 is when I
became the superintendent.
superintendent.
Was there, at the time you took over in 2017, a matter being considered with respect to the Greenville Road Bridge replacement?
Say that again?
What is your earliest contact with considerations of a project to replace the Greenville Road Bridge?
I believe it was 2018.
And how did that come about?
I was approached by a man by the name of Bill Scully from Green International.
Green International Affiliates.
Yep. I had gotten a bridge inspection report telling me, explaining some of the deficiencies in the bridge. And Bill Scully had approached me about getting a grant and seeing if we can't get it squared away, I guess, you know.
And did you do something as a result?
I did, yeah. I followed his lead. He applied for the grant and received a grant.
And was there a bidding process?
There was a bidding process, yeah.
And and who provided the documentation with respect to the bidding process?
Green International was helped through the bidding phase
And
as part of their contract.
and preparing bid proposals was part of their contract.
Yes, they did the bid analysis once the bids came in.
And was the form also provided by Green International affiliates?
Form,
Was there a bidding form used?
yes,
Did you prepare it? You know who did prepare it?
Green International.
With respect to the project, how many times was it bid?
I believe 3.
Did Shepco submit bids on each occasion?
No,
Is the contract ultimately awarded to Shepco?
with the recommendation of Green.
And what process did you go through in terms of evaluating the bids?
Well, they conducted the bid analysis. So they looked at each of the bids that came in.
Were you present at the time of the bid openings?
I was present, yes.
Where were the bids opened?
The bids were open, yes.
Where? What physical?
Town hall.
Town hall,
Selectmen's chambers.
the selectmen's chambers. And at that time, was Mr. Shepherd present? Gary Shepherd.
I don't believe so.
Did you at some point receive a conflict of interest disclosure form from Gary Shepherd?
I did.
Is that exhibit 21? Is one by 6. This disclosure form that you received,
Yes,
and you received it in town hall.
I believe it was in the bid package.
Um, now in terms of payments, do you know how payments were made? Who made the payments?
Well, the accounting department actually made the payments. I don't handle payments.
So may I have the exhibit that we just submitted to Mr. Mayon? I believe it to be 27.
You have my copy.
I'd like you to take a look at it and identify for me any payments that were made on Greenville Road Bridge placement.
If my memory serves me correct, there was 5 payments.
So let's look at the bottom of page 4. You see an entry down at the bottom, Greenville Road Bridge improvements.
On page 4,
Well, I think it says 4. Last item on the page.
Yes.
That'd be the project that we're talking about.
Yes.
Go continue down further. There, see a small bridge grant reference on page 8 of 9.
Yes.
Does that refer to those payments align with your memory of payments made to Shepco?
To be honest.
I want you to be honest, and if you don't know the answer, please don't offer it. Waiting for you to look up. So in terms of the approval of payments, did you play any role in the approval of payments?
No.
I have no further questions, Ms. Witness.
Cross examination?
Sure, I just have just a couple questions. Mr. Smith, did I understand you to testify that the Greenville Road Bridge replacement contract went out to bid 3 times? Is that right? The Shepco didn't bid the first time, is that right?
Correct.
Shepco bid the second time, is that right?
Correct.
That bid was rejected by the town, is that right?
Correct.
And it was rejected because the second bid was improperly calculated. Shepco's bid, while the lowest, was improperly calculated based on whatever.
It was, yes, it was, there was some discrepancy in the itemized portion of the bid document. I believe the quantity, so the they were supposed to be written as unit prices and lump sum prices. I believe that all the prices were written in a lump sum, and they had to be written in Word and written in numbers. And with any discrepancies or whatever, I guess the words would govern the numbers. So when you added them up, like the construction materials and such, they read astronomically high.
And that was Shepco's bid, that was wrong, okay. The third, let me take a step back. There was a bid protest at some point with the Greenville Road Bridge project, isn't that right?
There was.
The losing bidder filed a bid protest with the AG's office.
Yes.
The losing bidder was concerned about the conflict of interest with the town fire chief having a contract with the town. Is that right?
Say that again?
The concern of the losing bidder was that the fire chief had a contract with the town. There was a conflict of interest concern. Isn't that right?
I thought it was more of the discrepancy with the town rejecting all bids, which they had the right to do. I think that's what they were concerned about, and they were asking questions on. They were questioning that part of it. If I remember correctly, it's quite a while ago.
Sure. If I could just have.
Sure.
So it was the Kodiak Corporation that filed the bid protest, am I right?
I believe so, yeah.
Um. Did you see the emails between the Kodiak Corporation and Eric Slagle?
Yes.
I'm gonna show you. This is the, this is the records request that you made. I'm gonna show you a document, just read it to yourself. That email in particular. When you're done reading, look up, please. So is your recollection refreshed that there was concern by the losing bidder that there was a conflict of interest in the fire chief?
Objection.
Once you finish your question,
Fire chief having a contract with the town?
what's your objection?
No basis to, for that question of the document to go in without the whole document. It's a doctrine of completeness again. We're using a material document.
You don't understand. I think you can ask, the question and I think you can cross-examine on it. So I think he can,
For the record, I'm not attempting to put this document into evidence. I'm cross-examining the witness on a statement that he made.
and you can.
So is your recollection refreshed?
It is.
That the concern of the losing bidder, one of the concerns, if you,
Yeah, I thought,
that was the conflict of interest.
I apologize. I thought you were asking about the initial concern. That seemed to be an afterthought, I guess, the way the email reads. That's the way I interpret it. I'm sorry.
That the conflict of interest concern between Mr. Shepherd having being the fire chief, having a contract with the town and having.
Yeah, the original complaint though. I thought that's.
One last question. You said that, you said we received a grant that was applied for by Glean International,
Yes,
and who was we? The town received the grant.
yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Document you with Ms. Pruitt. Did you have a chance to look all the way through the document?
I read that one email.
Is it, what was Eric Slagle?
Eric Slagle was our town administrator at the time.
And did Eric Slagle deal with the matter raised with respect to the bid protest?
He did.
And was the bid protest withdrawn?
It was.
No further questions.
Okay. Sir, you're all set. Thank you very much. Also, have a nice day. Yes. Yes, thanks. Mr. Kiley,
Is it 12?
12:30 we'll stop. So we have 26 precious minutes. Come in and have a seat right there, okay? Yes.
Yes. Okay.
It's up to you.
He's not a question.
Oh, okay, all right.
Go ahead, have a seat. Your name's Veronica Kell?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Would you mind, raise your right hand? Do you, Veronica Kell, solemnly promise and affirm under the pains and penalties of perjury to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings for the State Ethics Commission?
I do.
Thank you. And in a nice loud voice, so that both I can hear you and everybody in the room, and especially the court reporter can hear you. Please spell your name, okay?
Veronica.
Yep,
Kell.
great. Mr. Kiley.
Afternoon, Ms. Cal. Where do you reside?
68 Meadow Road, Townsend, Massachusetts.
How long have you lived in Townsend?
41 years.
Have you ever been employed by the town of Townsend?
Yes, actually.
In what capacity?
Website updates.
Have you ever held elected position in Townsend?
Yeah.
What positions, what elective positions have you held?
Do you want dates too?
Sure.
Planning board from April 2018 to August 2020, roughly. And select board from June 2020 through April 2023. And again, select board from November 2024 through April 2026.
And in capacity, either capacity, have you dealt with questions concerning the status either as specialist municipal employees or regular municipal employees?
In those elected positions,
At any time, certainly within those elected positions.
prior to that, I was on the Conservation Commission, which is not an elected position. And there was a matter before the select board at that time. And a conservation commissioner was stated in that meeting to be a special municipal employee. And I didn't really know what that was. And so I inquired afterwards. And the statement was that the commissioner was a special municipal employee. And I asked about it and they said, everybody that is a municipal employee paid or on a board or committee is a special municipal employee in Townsend.
And did you subsequently question that response?
No. It was a select board member who told me that. I had no reason to question.
And did you at some point subsequently within your role as a select board person deal with questions concerning special municipal employee status?
Not that I remember.
So what was, have you been engaged in an effort to identify positions that are special as opposed to regular?
I guess in the most recent term, yes.
Tell me, please explain what you have been doing.
The question came up about the fire chief, whether he was a special municipal employee or not. And so the question that you have to ask, or at least I had to ask as a select board member, is, well, then who are the special municipal employees in town? Because I was under the impression that all were. And so I started looking back through minutes to find
What did you find?
a lot of positions appointed special municipal employee, a lot not. I can tell you that from about 2018 through 2024, at least, when I was not on the board, there were no positions. We appointed a lot of people. We never called out this position as a special municipal employee during that time when we made the appointments. And I was chair during 20 to 23, well, maybe January of 21 when I became the chair. And had I thought that needed to be done, I would have when we appointed positions.
Has there been an effort now to clarify? Is there an effort to put together a comprehensive list?
Yes.
And what is the status of that effort?
There is, if you look on the town website, under town, it's either select board or town administrator. On the left sidebar, there's the list that we were able to compile from what was given to us by the assistant town clerk during a meeting,
Was that assistant?
Jack Crory. What he had for that was certified by the town clerk's office in 2025 when Kathy was still our town clerk.
Kathy's offered.
Correct. And other positions that I had found in my review of the minutes that were available online.
Were there any particular minutes relevant to the fire department?
Yes.
Please describe.
There was the one in January of 2024 where the fire chief was part-time, was clarified, where the fire chief was named special municipal employee.
Did that coincide with the timing of Mr. Shepherd's contract?
Second contract, not the first one.
Not the first one.
The first one was done when I was on the board and I was the chair of the board.
Was that a part-time position as well?
I don't know if it's actually declared as that in the contract. I'd have to look at it now. But the fire chief is the fire chief. You do the hours that you need to do. The pay is half pay. So it depends on how you look at it.
Have you attempted to do a historical review of the status of the fire chief in Townsend?
Yes.
Would you please describe it?
So the meeting where Jack brought up the list of special municipal employees. 1963, there was a board of fire engineers. And so the 1963 list says something like Board of Fire Engineers and Police Departments. So that brings a lot. The question that gets begged from that is, so what is the Board of Fire Engineers? So I went to the library because the library has a trustees room. And in that trustees room, there's a little closet where all the annual reports are. So my goal was to look at all the annual reports to find out what is the Board of Fire Engineers. But they also had a book on firehouse history that that was in the reference section at the library. The librarian knew what I was looking for. And also in the children's room, because it used to be in Townsend that when you were in 3rd or 4th grade, you did a Townsend history project. And you had to go to all the Cooperage You had to go to the old cemetery. You had to find these names. You had to look at all the history of Townsend, which included the town departments. They had that book in the box that a kid could go and check out when they were doing that project.
That kid that you,
I went and checked out the book from the kids' room, and I read about the Board of Fire Engineers,
what did you learn?
that it includes the fire chief.
And is that a subject that has been brought up within the town since?
There was a meeting before I got off the board, probably in March, where we discussed that.
And who was present at that meeting?
The select board. So it would have been me, Laura Schifrin. Kieran was our interim town administrator at that, Kieran Meehan. Valerie Goodrich was there. She left the room during the discussion.
Assistant clerk present.
At the meeting in March, no. At the meeting in January, yes.
And what occurred at the meeting in January?
He brought us the list of who the town clerk thought were the special municipal employees.
And has that list been finalized?
No, the request from the select board through Mr. Meehan was for the town clerk to go through and verify the additional, there were 3 additional appointments as special municipal employee that were not on the list that they had. One of those was the moderator, who was declared in 1963, but in 2016, 2017 timeframe, when John Barrett became our moderator, he requested that the moderator be named a special town employee, and so it was, but it already was a 63 list counts.
And was it, and is, like that? Is that the conclusion that was reached? Is that the result that was reached?
We asked that it be stamped, that the 3 additional appointments that were identified from minutes be added to the list and stamped in. That hasn't happened yet.
Why?
I don't know that I'm the person that can answer that question. I don't know why.
Are you waiting for something?
We would have liked to have had it stamped, but we, the select board, are the designator of special municipal employee. And so we felt that we could put the letter that identifies those 3 positions and the list that we have on the website. So that's what we did.
Where were you expecting to get the final material from?
It would come if in fact it needs to be stamped by the town clerk, who the town clerk is the keeper of records, so there's no time limit. We asked that it be done, and it hasn't happened yet. And I don't know the status. I'm not on board.
When did you ask? When did
The
the board
request
ask?
was made at least twice in March and April.
Can I ask a question? Is it a request or what is it specifically that you requested or ordered as a board? Just so I understand this.
That a stamp be put on the list of municipal employees saying that it was received.
All municipal employees or special municipal employees?
All special municipal employees.
Okay. And does the list exist or does whoever needs to stamp it also need to make the list?
No, the list exists. It was
Okay.
provided to us by Jack Rory, the
Assistant
assistant clerk.
Okay.
It was provided to us. We were discussing it in the meeting, and he was apparently watching on Zoom downstairs. And he came up with it and handed it to us
Okay.
and said, "We do have a list. Here it is. It had been verified by the former town clerk in February of 2025, if I have the date right, but you can look online. see it there. So we posted it.
Thank you. Okay.
In 2024, when you designated the fire chief position as a special, did you understand that you were doing something new?
I was not on the board when that happened.
Were you on the board when you were considering it?
I was on the board when the first fire chief's contract was written. That was March, April, May of 2022. When the first contract, the contract was redone in 2024, early, before I was again on the select board. In that gap, it was redone after the assistant fire chief was hired.
Oh, at the time of the first contract, it was in 2022.
Correct.
Do you know when?
I believe we hired Mr. Shepherd as he was the acting fire chief. He became the permanent fire chief it was late March, early April of 2022. And the contract was done right after that. It might have been, I'd have to look at the date on the contract, probably May or June of that year.
May and June came before November in 2022.
Correct, yes.
No further questions.
Go ahead, Attorney Pruitt.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I believe you testified that Gary Shepherd as the fire chief was part-time and he was receiving half the salary of fire chief. Is that right? Did I understand your testimony?
He
correctly?
was the fire chief and his salary was half the salary that we would have paid for a fire chief.
Okay, so his salary was half the salary of Mark Boynton. Is that right?
Roughly, yes.
And you participated in increasing Mark Boynton's base salary in 2022. Is that right?
Mark Boynton's?
Yes.
No, the year is off on that. Mark Boynton we did a new contract for him. Actually, it had already been negotiated in 2020 after I got on the board. We probably signed it in late 2020 or early 2021. I don't have the date exact. But it was not 2022 because he was no longer fire chief when that was done. Mr. Shepherd became acting fire chief either late August or September of 2021.
Okay. When Mark Boynton was the fire chief, his base salary at the time was $125,000. Is that right?
I do not remember the exact amount. I would have put it at around 120 to 122. But I don't know.
He had vacation time.
Yes,
He had sick time.
I would imagine, yes. I don't have the contract in front of me.
We like to see the time shows. Exhibit 27.
If 27's the list of payments.
Oh, there's 26.
23 to 26, the city contracts.
Contracts. I can share my copies if that be helpful.
Whatever Mr. McDonald decides.
26.
So I'm looking at his 2017 contract. You see it? Oh, you're looking at the addendum that you signed? Is that what you're looking at? You can go back to that. When did you complete that addendum? For,
Okay, this is a little disjoint, so you have to give me a minute. I have one sheet here that just says fire chief. It doesn't name a person. Mark Boyne, okay. This was done July 1st, 2020. Do you have the date when this was done? I think it was done in an executive session around March of 2021. That's when this amendment was done. It was when we were working on the budget for FY 2022. And there were we were negotiating with the AFSCME unions at the same time. And we also you have an MOU for Jim Kreidler that was done on this same town administrator that was done at the same meeting.
Okay, so what you're referring to is the Town of Townsend Contract of Employment Fire Chief Amendment FY 22
That's what you.
salary adjustment. That's what
Yeah.
you're referring to?
Yeah,
And that was something that you signed off on?
yes,
That was to increase Mr. Willoughby's salary.
that is correct.
There are some additional contracts there. You don't have them in front of you?
I think they're ahead.
I think I need help.
Yeah. You can first
May I-
point them out.
This is the first time I'm seeing this notebook, so. Let me look at these. To see what you're referring to. This is 2014.
Yes, I'd like to refer to 2017, if that'd be okay.
I wasn't on the board in 2017.
Okay.
You have one that's 2020?
Yes.
Is that
That should be the
after?
next one.
Okay, this one I think is signed by me and Wayne. And yes, and this was negotiated. Okay, so 22nd day of June 2020. I was not on board. It was COVID time. The elections normally would have happened in April 2020. It didn't. It didn't happen until the very end of June that year. This contract, I was not on the negotiating team for. This was negotiated by Wayne Miller and Don Klein. And then it was given to me to sign. Do you have a date when it was signed? Because I didn't sign it on the 22nd of June because I was not a select board member.
Did you sign it at all?
I did sign it, yeah.
Okay.
It came in to us. This was revised 07/08/2020. So I was on the board at that point. And so it was handed to me to sign. I was a brand new select board member, and I was told this was already negotiated.
Thank you. You mentioned a children's book.
It's not a children's book. It was
What
a
was it?
book. It's called Firehouse History.
Okay.
And it's a red book, and it was in the children's room. It's also in the reference section at the Townsend Public.
Did you produce a copy of it?
I can if you want.
Oh, I'm asking if you did.
Did I produce a copy of it?
That is correct. Did you produce a
Define
copy of it?
produce.
Did you take the book, make a copy, provide a copy to counsel for Mr. Shepherd?
He may have a copy. What I did was I checked it out of the library. I copied pages that I shared with the select board as appendices. So if you watch the relevant meetings, you'll see me refer to appendices. And those appendices are copies from pages of the book. I also got on Amazon and was able to order the book secondhand online. So I have a copy of the book,
Have you had,
but I didn't give it to Mr. Kai.
did you have occasion, excuse me? Did you have occasion to see the list of special municipal employees that the town of Townsend sent to the Attorney General's office?
I have seen it.
You have, okay. So I'm gonna direct,
And that was in 1963, I assume.
yes, you've seen
Okay.
it,
The one from 1963, I don't know if there's a more recent. one.
okay. Have you, you've seen it? The
Yeah,
1963 list of special municipal employees that was sent to the Attorney General.
yes.
See, okay. I'd like the witness to be shown stipulated exhibit.
Yes.
Have you looked through the list?
Yes,
Do you, do you see the fire chief on this list that was provided to the Attorney General of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, received September 16th, 1963?
what I see on this list is the Board of Fire Engineers.
Did you, my question was, did you see the fire chief listed on the list that was sent by the Townsend Board of Selectmen to the Attorney General's office, received by the Attorney General's office on September 16th, 1963?
No, the fire chief is not on this list.
Thank you.
Neither
You've
are
answered my
any
question.
firefighters.
Thank you. You answered my question. Now you said you looked at the 1963 annual report.
No, I didn't go there. I talked to the librarians and the librarian pointed me to the Firehouse History book.
So you didn't look at the 1963 annual report?
I didn't because I got the answer to my question from the book.
I see. I'd like the witness to be shown stipulated exhibit number 2.
You can go to the two, yeah.
This is-
Do you have it in front of you?
Yes,
I would like to direct your attention to page 8 of this annual.
After this question, maybe we'll take a break.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Do you have page 8?
I do.
Do you, can I ask two questions?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
Um,
yes, of course.
Thank you. Do you see listed the Board of Fire Engineers?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And I'm sorry, just make sure this is clear. This is the Town of Townsend Annual Report of 1963 for the year ending December 31st, 1963. Is that correct?
I have to
Find that on the
title
second page. Let's look at the second page. We're one page before, please. The next page before. Right-hand side, bottom of the page, for the year ending December 31st, 1963. You see that?
I do.
Okay, great. So we're gonna turn back to page 8, and it lists the Board of Fire Engineers. Do you see that?
I do.
And the individuals listed are Everett L. Lehman, Harold C. Adams, Thomas A. Pine, Walter F. Leonard, and they said he resigned. Albert Dusso and Walter E. Wilson. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
The chief of the fire department at that time was a gentleman by the name of Daniel Ormsby. Isn't that right?
I do not know.
Okay. So I'm going to direct your attention to page 48. You have it in front of you?
I do.
All right. And do you see where it says report of the fire department? Do you see that?
I do.
It says, to the Honorable Board of Selectmen, the following is my 3rd annual report as chief of the Townsend Fire Department. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Okay. I want you to skip down to page 52.
Before we go there, can we go to page 50?
Sure.
Where it says department roster,
Mm-hmm.
Board of Engineers,
Mm-hmm.
Chief of Department, Daniel B. Ormsby.
What's
I'm
your
just
point?
pointing it out.
And I appreciate you pointing that out. And so the first 5 individuals that are listed, Thomas Fine, Robert Dusso, Harold Adams, Walter E. Wilson, and Everett L. Lehman. Those are the same members of the Board of Fire Engineers that were listed previously, whose names we just read. Is that right?
Yeah, but there's a discrepancy between what is on page 8 for Board of Fire Engineers and what is on page 50 under Department roster for Board of Engineers.
Why don't we keep going? So we were on page, oh, I'm sorry,
Is it all right to take a break here? Or if you have a,
almost done,
okay, go ahead.
almost done. So we'll go back to page 52. Do you see that?
Report of Inspector.
No, just above it,
Okay.
because I believe you testified you didn't know that Mr. Ormsby was the chief of the department. Is that right?
I did not live in Townsend in 1960.
Sure. So on page 52, he's respectfully submitted Daniel Ormsby, chief of the department.
Correct.
Very quick. Okay. Now I want you to take a leap to base stamp page 201. Oh, it's in exhibit 2. It's the full annual.
I don't know if this said she has his bait stamp, kind of.
There's a page number on it.
Oh, it has, okay, you said baits, so that's why.
Oh.
It's okay.
So this is the budget.
Correct. Correct. It's the report of the Finance Committee on page 201. Under the fire department. It's on the right-hand side at the top.
Yeah, I see that.
You see that? It says fire department. You see that?
I do. I'm looking for the headings for the columns. I do see where it says fire department. Yes. But this looks like a budget to me. This is
Sure.
this is what would be voted on. So, what was it? Go ahead. So I'm looking at expended, department request, finance committee recommendation, and first column appropriation. from the prior fiscal year.
Sure, so the appropriation from the prior fiscal year is 1963. In 1963, this was the amount expended, 1964, what they're asking for, 1964 recommendation. All right, so on the next page, on page 2001, where it says fire department,
201, where?
200 in here, let me help you. You see it?
I know, I'm good.
Are you good? Oh, great.
Yes.
So, the heading is fire department. Do you see that?
I did,
There's a listing for the fire chief. Do you see that?
yes,
And a salary for the fire chief.
yes.
There's a listing for the deputy fire chief. You see that?
Yeah.
And a salary for the fire chief. You see that?
Yes,
And then there's all other salaries.
yes.
Okay. I have no further questions. Do you want to take a break from?
Yes. Why don't we take our break now? And do you think you want the witness back after lunch? Okay. So why don't we suspend until, how about 1:20? Is that okay? 1:25. Off the record. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Do I keep this or do you?
Just leave it there and just come back at, about 1:25, okay? Thank.
Well, it's just us again. I was just eating something, sorry. So we just heard the last witness was Veronica Kell, and going a couple of rounds with Candice Pruitt there. And we're going to be on lunch break until about 20 past. I might actually take a break and not just talk for the next 30, 40 minutes. They're on break until 1:25. I'm just hoping my computer continues to survive. I almost can't wait for this to be over so I can reboot my computer. We have a select board meeting at 5 p.m. tonight, and that's loaded with stuff. So I'm going to be having to reboot my computer when this is over and get set up for the select board meeting. Let me tell you what a busy day I have on YouTube. So what just happened with Veronica Kell? Well, I think Candice Pruitt won the debate with Veronica, although Veronica would probably tell a different story. But we have the proof right here that I don't know how honest people are really being today. But Veronica was avoiding answering questions on a couple of them. She was being a little bit evasive on how she came about all these reports and numbers and how she found her information about the special municipal employees. We all watched, or I did anyway, watched how Veronica was just fighting the fight to support Gary and to prove that he was a special municipal employee. And at least Veronica even said that Valerie walked out of the room in some of the select board meetings as part of her testimony. But Valerie walked out of the room because Veronica was completely unethical in her insistence to fight in support of Gary in proving he's a special municipal employee. And what's really funny, excuse me, I can't clear my voice here. I'm tempted to restart my computer. I probably should, but I suppose I don't want people to think that it's over or something. I want people to be able to come back. I'm trying to think of how many gigabytes are tied up here. I got that force quit applications thing. Will not go away. I quit a few things. But anyway, let me talk about Veronica. If I decide to reboot now, I will, but I think I'm going to wing it. They're not going all the way to like 4 or 5 o'clock. I think they're going to be quitting like at 3. So I just got to make it 2 more hours. But anyway, so back a year ago, or it just seems like how much time has gone by that we've been dealing with this case. But she was really doing her research, and she testified that she had gone to the library. She was much more animated in select board meetings, as she described it, than she was today. But she just devoured the library looking for information. And I thought it was really funny. I mean, it's just like Veronica. She doesn't look things up thoroughly. She finds her answers and I've got my evidence and that's it. There's nothing else that could possibly exist to discredit me. I'm not going to look any further. And that's what happened to her today. Candice did more research than Veronica did. And Veronica testified that she went to the library and she was seeking the town report from 1963. And then she testified that she never did she never accessed the town report from 1963. She got sidetracked. She didn't say it that way, but that's what happened. She got this book, The History of the Townsend Fire Department or something. And she was happy with her information that was in there. This is a book, not a town history. I mean, like a town official document. It was somebody wrote a book about the fire department, which people write books about fire departments all the time, but they're not official documents. They're very interesting, and sometimes there's history in them that you might not find in official documents for all kinds of reasons, but it's not official. So she went with this book as opposed to seeking out official documents when she went to the library to get the official documents. I mean, we all can get distracted. You know, you're going into another room to go get your keys and you forgot what you went into that other room for. That sounds like what happened to Veronica. I don't know. She got lost. It's easy to get distracted in the library. There's a lot of interesting books and you could easily go down the wrong path. And she apparently did that. Or she doesn't understand the difference between an official document and a novel. Or whether it's fiction or nonfiction. I mean, really? So she just testified that she never went to get the town report for 1963. She never did get it. She never looked in it. Well, Candice Pruitt did. So Veronica had this evidence, supposedly, from this book. And apparently Gary's lawyer got a hold of the book too. And Candice was inquiring from Veronica how that happened. Did she give the book to Gary? And Veronica had to really insist that she had not. But I'm sure she made sure that Gary got it, but not directly from her. That's how I see it. Because she did, I made copies and I attached it as an appendix to this, and somebody else must have given it to him because it wasn't me. She didn't say that exactly, but she was vehemently denying that she gave it to Gary or his lawyer. And Candy was like, oh, okay. So it's out there. So, because it's evidence for Gary, it's evidence from Gary, not just Veronica. So that's interesting. But what's interesting is the history book gave generic information about the Board of Fire Engineers and who, what, when, and where. But the official town records are a little bit different or more specific about positions. Specifically, whether or not the fire chief was on the Board of Fire Engineers and whether or not the fire chief was a special municipal employee. That information is not the same in the official document, the town report. The town report is an official document. This book that Veronica found at the library was just a reference book that somebody wrote, not an official record of the Townsend Fire Department. In the town report from 1963, it lists the fire chief as being a separate entity from the Board of Fire Engineers. The fire engineers were appointed on one page, which I don't have the book myself, but based on what I could gather, particularly with the page numbers, it was testified to that this list of who was on the Board of Fire Engineers was on page 8. And there was the actual report of the fire department was on a higher number page. So okay, that's pretty much what our annual report would look like. The appointments are front loaded. So the Board of Fire Engineers had 5 names, none of which were this guy Ormsby, who was the fire chief. So the fire chief was not appointed as a fire engineer. He was appointed as a fire chief. So on the documents that Veronica did find, she found on a separate document that the Board of Fire Engineers were appointed as special municipal employees. Well, the fire chief is not appointed as a fire engineer, even though there's even in the report of 63, everybody that was part of the department was just, here's everybody's name. But just because your name is listed on the same page with the fire engineers doesn't mean you are a fire engineer. The fire chief is not usually, I wouldn't think, on the Board of Fire Engineers. I think that's kind of a separate, because the fire chief is an employee, where the Board of Fire Engineers is a board. Like the town administrator is not on the Board of Selectmen or the Select Board, whatever we're calling it today. Okay, but you put them together on getting, doing the work of the Select Board. Town administrator and Select Board are closely related, but the town administrator is an appointed employee of the Board of Selectmen. Some towns still have a Board of Fire Engineers, and they're providing the oversight. It's like the water department. You have the water department, you have the Board of Water Commissioners, and you have the water superintendent. Water superintendent is not on the Board of Water. Okay, and that's the same with the fire departments. You don't have one of your employees on the board. If you're in corporate America, the CEO is not on the board. They're not. They're an employee. They're hired to do the work, and the board directs the mission of the corporation. Now, this is the same with the Board of Fire Engineers. The fire chief reports to the board. They're not part of the board normally. And if you see, we're going to hear a report from the fire department, we're including the fire chief and the Board of Fire Engineers. So that's how I perceive that this book looks like, the town report. And the town report came from the fire chief on the fire department. It didn't come from the Board of Fire Engineers. It came from the fire chief. And I think that's what Candice Pruitt was demonstrating here, because Gary's big thing is the research that Veronica did. That's his big defense, is that this position has been a special municipal employee since 1963. And but they just skipped. They didn't look at official documents from 1963. That is, they went by some novel that somebody wrote. I don't know. I guess you concoct things the way that work for you, and you just skip over the things that don't. And well, Candice Pruitt wasn't born yesterday. She's been doing this job a long time, and this isn't the first case that is similar. Other cases of employees violating the conflicts of interest law that Gary is accused of violating is unfortunately a common occurrence. And I think Candice Pruitt got Veronica on this one. I don't based on how Veronica was responding, I don't think Veronica understood that. I think Veronica thinks she won. She didn't prove a thing. I bet. I can just imagine what it's like in the hallway. I didn't catch if Veronica's coming back. I'm not sure. I missed that part. The microphone in the back here of the room, it skips out a little bit, so I'm not quite sure what Candy's said about whether Veronica needs to come back or not. She probably should, because they kind of broke suddenly. Candy's might have a couple more questions, or she'll come up with some at lunch. And Attorney Kylie might have a redirect. So I think that Veronica will probably come back and sit there and answer more questions that will completely decimate what she's trying to say. I wonder who's going to be next. Maybe Gary or Andrew. I can't remember. I can't pull up. I cannot pull up the list because I had to close down a lot of stuff. And I'm not trying. I had to pull up a memo. I had to write a memorandum to somebody. So I had to pull up my Word again. And I got that done. Emailed it. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm getting, what am I getting? All right, I got, let's see, hold on. What in the world? Okay. I got a lot of people, I got people emailing me too. I didn't open this because wow. Just jumping back. Let's see. Oh, I see what you're doing. I see. I see what you're doing there. I know that, yeah, I'm not calling your name out. But I see what I'm glad to know that I was going to ask you if you were watching. I'm not saying your name. There's a lot of people watching. So, and nobody knows what person I'm talking about. I'm talking to the person who sent me an email that says, I realize that you are busy with the Boston Fun today. All right. But I do see what, okay. Cool. All right. Good news. Thank you. I'm not gonna try to download all these things that you sent me because I gotta wait until I can reboot my computer. But, all right. I think we got another good story coming on that one. That's nice to know. Great. Always working on. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Cool. I guess you're watching my live stream, which is good. And yep, I can't, whatever the testimony is, it is what it is. And I get your point, but, and I think the point was made, but it's not, I don't think it has, it just shows Townsend's lack of coordination and lack of cooperation, both of them, and how they overlap and sometimes make everybody look stupid. But I don't think it has any impact on the outcome of today's hearing. I think the outcome is, we're not going to hear the outcome probably for weeks or a week. I mean, David's took a while, although that was a different type of hearing. That was, I keep forgetting what they call that. Summary judgment, summary disposition, summary something. This is the full hearing. I don't think they're not going to make their decision tomorrow. In fact, I think it has to go back to the full ethics commission. Maybe not. I don't know. I can't, this is different than court, so it's not like we have a judge that can just make a decision in 20 seconds, even though everybody's struggling. But, yeah, everything that people are thinking, regardless of what side you're on, some of the things that are, some of the issues coming up with the witnesses and some of the gotchas have nothing to do with actual evidence. Who dropped a ball isn't relevant. Who was supposed to do something isn't relevant. What is relevant is whether or not Gary was a special municipal employee at the time all this was going on. And we're talking about if Gary was appointed as a special municipal employee in 2024, it is of no relevance to whether he was a special municipal employee when he bid on contracts in 2022 and 3. Right? He had to be a special municipal employee when he was having these conversations with the Ethics Commission, and they were giving him detailed instructions, which he's not a stupid man, although he plays one quite well. That I in the exhibits that I have copies of, because of public records requests, I have the exhibits that are presented and the documents that were sent to Gary from the Ethics Commission, giving him very detailed instructions on what he needed to do to properly cover his ass and have really the select board approve a disclosures, because he's an appointed official and his appointing authority would review the disclosures, the financial disclosure forms, specifically documenting, gee, I'm bidding, I want to, my company, Shepco, I want to bid on this contract, and I'm also the fire chief, and there is money involved, and blah, 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 in which, because of the scope, he would need to speak to ethics about how do I, what is, can I do it at all, number one. Two, if my appointing authority wants to say I can, what do I have to put in my disclosure? And that's what ethics was trying to tell him. And it's in very detailed, a lengthy, detailed letter, step by step, which form you need to fill out, and basically what you're disclosing, what you're asking your appointing authority to do. And he did none of it. He did a disclosure. I'm the fire chief. That's his disclosure. Like, we already know that. You don't have to do a disclosure that says I'm the fire chief. You have to say I'm a fire chief and I'm bidding on a contract to do work for the town. And you're going to get a little bit more detail than that, but you can't say, you just do, I'm on the fire department. What kind of, that's not a disclosure. That's not a disclosure. It's just not. And he's claiming that, well, that's what, he referred to the conflict of interest. He saw the video, the conflict of interest lesson. He testified to that not today. He hasn't testified yet, but he gave a recorded interview, an affidavit, that he referred to the conflict of interest law training as vague, which I'm telling you, I've taken it. It's not vague. Nothing vague about it. It even gives examples that would cover his behavior. And the letters, plural, given to Gary regarding what he needed to do in order to stay up within the law, not above, I was going to say above the law, but he already thinks he's above the law, but to stay within the law was not vague either. They were step by step. I've got them. I'm not pulling them up because my computer's already running on overdrive on memory. I have to start rebooting my computer more often. But, yeah. he was very clear about what he needed to do and what a real disclosure looks like and why we do them. It's just a stupid form that somebody makes you fill out for no reason. No, it's not. It's so the public can see, even if you want to refer to it as historically, 50 years from now, we can see what kind of garbage was going on here. These proceedings are going to look really nice 50 years from now. Especially when I suspect Gary's going to lose this case. In this whole history, hopefully this really reboots. I doubt it. Especially we have scuffles in the hallway of the Ethics Commission hearing between witnesses. This is Townsend. Yeah, in case you missed it, people are coming and going, but there was a scuffle in the hallway. They had to stop the hearing because there was a scuffle in the hallway. The only people in the hallway were witnesses. Yes, indeed. So, and they're all Townsend people. But I understand state troopers. There's state troopers there all the time because this is some of the things the Ethics Commission does is very, it really, people have a lot at stake. And I want to tell you that there's more cases over the next couple of months that are much bigger than Gary's. There's a couple that are like $40-something million. His is only 5 to 7. There's some that are over 40 million that are, there's a couple of them. If you look on the calendar at the Ethics Commission, you go and you follow the case load back. I've been following minimally some of these other cases. I mean, Gary's is actually small, but it is big. It's bigger than David's. So, but when you're talking about people's life being so disrupted, you need to understand, hopefully Gary understands. I hope he does. I hope he does not looking at this as, oh, it's just a witch hunt. Screw them. This is nothing. Oh, this isn't going to go anywhere. This is just wasting my time and everybody else's. If that's how he still feels, he's going to get quite a wake-up call, I'm afraid. But anyway, when somebody's sitting in that hot seat and they're not, negotiating a settlement, or, they're fighting this, they're fighting for their life. And there's a lot involved in Gary's case. And it's going to affect him and his family, his legacy. When I refer to his legacy, I'm referring to his children and grandchildren. And whoever in the Shepherd family is impacted by, if Gary has to pay millions of dollars in restitution. His Shepherdsville might look a lot differently when this is over, because it's at risk. His livelihood, his family's livelihood, and not just his. Other people, there are a lot of people in Townsend whose livelihood, whose families' lives are dependent on Gary Shepherd because he pays their salary. A lot of people are under the they're under the employ of Gary Shepherd and Shepco in one way or another. And when I hear people being exceptionally defensive of Gary, and I hear them use the term witch hunt, and you can see the anger. Anger, there used to be sayings that anger and fear is the same emotion. And sometimes it is. Depends on the situation. I don't really go along with that completely. But when I see certain people impacted by the decisions that they make, and they sometimes can't keep their mouth shut. I'm going to bring up, I don't want to, but I'm going to bring up Jim Gates. he's the chair of the Conservation Commission. And he's wrapped up with some things with the Townsend Historical Society, and, you know, we talk about the trees. Well, there's a lot more than the trees. This is a very environmentally sensitive area that there's a lot going on there. And Jim is doing everything. You could tell that the Conservation Commission is doing everything they can is to protect Gary Shepherd, because he's doing the work back there, and his employees. And it's all this, I call it money laundering. We'll see if it is. But Jim has had trouble keeping his temper lately. I think that's part of why he's running for select board. But he's really lashing out even at one of the other commissioners. I think Sandra Lord is getting the really short end of the stick. I know sometimes she's a little slow catching on to things, but she does catch on, and she has her opinion, and she has a right to it. And they're treating her like dog shit, and it really pisses me off. But and I know she's not. I don't agree. And we talk every now and then, and we don't always agree on the things that she believes in for Townsend. We're not on the same page with that. But I support Sandra because she has the right to speak. She has the right to get involved in town government, and she's been doing that. And now her sister, the other Cindy King, is also getting appointed to some boards. You know, and it's like we can't treat these people like shit. We treat people like shit, and we're not going to have anybody volunteering for anything. And everybody has to work with people they don't like. And especially if you're on a board, don't think that you're entitled to a unanimous votes all the time. It gets on, you know, when you're sitting there and everybody's voting, everybody's in agreement with whatever you say, things can go horribly wrong. And we're seeing that today. Really? But anyway, Jim has been freaking out, and he lost it several meetings ago when he accused Sandra Lord of being part of a witch hunt and part of a conspiracy against something. And it was really against THS and the involvement with Gary Shepherd. And the thing with Jim, and when I talk to people about Jim Gates, it's like he's in a bad spot. But I don't agree with him, and I don't support his attitude. But he's a full-time employee of Shepco. And if things go bad for Gary, things go bad for Jim and his family. And his family, his wife is a Rossback. So, but yet, I do not know the history between Shepherds and Rossbacks. I don't know. They're all farmers, I guess. But, I mean, I don't even know the connection, but I'm just describing that. But Jim Gates, he's of an age. I don't know how old he is. He's younger than me. But he doesn't probably want to go find a job somewhere else. And this is Townsend, this is the small town stuff, this is multi-generational Townsend that we're dealing with. Jim is not originally from Townsend, but his wife is a Rossback, so she's multi-generational. And he's under a lot of pressure. This is my opinion. I have not talked to Jim. This is just my observation. And that Jim is his livelihood, his family's livelihood, he feels like he has to defend his family. I'm sure that he's all in on Gary Shepherd too. But a lot of it but he can't afford not to be. What the F is he gonna do? He can't say a bad word. And I'm not suggesting that Jim wants to say a bad word. I think that he is strongly supporting Gary in every way, shape, or form. But Jim is one that stands out to me because he's the chair of a board that is involved with Gary Shepherd stuff. And he's damned if he does, damned if he doesn't. And even people on Jim DeRoyan is an abutter to Gary Shepherd's properties. And he's another farmer. And I think multi-generational Townsend also. And everybody's got an in, not an in, but there's many more people, a lot of people are financially dependent on Gary Shepherd. If Gary goes down, he's not going down alone. And I'm not suggesting in any way, shape, or form that Gary's going to name names and take people with him. No, he's just, the money's going to get, if he loses part of his business, if he has to pay substantial fines, he may have to lay people off. He may end some of his work. His company may shrink drastically. I mean, I don't know. But everybody involved with Gary is scared for themselves because their lives depend on Gary's writing the checks. And I'm not accusing people receiving checks as being part of corruption. They're just getting their damn paycheck. And it's legitimate. Their job is legit. Their work is legit. But if Gary goes down, they may go down too, depending on how hard Gary falls. So, and a lot of people will be harmed. And I can see why this has got people really on edge. And their defense of Gary is their own lives on the line. Even though they're not, I won't call everybody doing it, say people are doing a lot of things that are unlawful, or I'm saying they're scared. And they're defending their benefactor, who is Gary, to the end to try to, you know, what can we do to save Gary? Because I'm getting something. And I think Gary's, I mean, it's a separate line, but I think Gary knows a lot. He's been here generations, and he knows people's secrets. I believe people have gone to him and he's helped them out. He's helped some people out financially. He's loaned them money. I don't have anything to substantiate that really, but I think he has. And so people feel obligated. And I think that's also by design. It's by design. Gary's made quite a bit of his money based on people having a bad day and losing things, and Gary gaining them. And I've talked about this a little bit. He really made out during the housing crash in 2007. You can look that up yourself in the Registry of Deeds. He made out like a fat bandit. While everybody lost their homes, he got them. So a lot of people, if Gary goes down, a lot of people are going to be harmed. And I'm pretty sure, I don't know, I've not talked to Jim Gates, but I see Jim Gates as somebody who's really scared. He's got his family. If Gary goes down, his full-time employment, I have no idea what he makes. I think he's a project manager of some kind, or a foreman, I don't know. And they're dependent on, I mean, what's he going to do? And I don't know. I haven't looked up to see who holds this mortgage. That would suck. If somebody if Gary Shepherd holds your mortgage, look for anybody, you look at refinancing. I don't know. Yeah, I think some people have, I think some people are renting from him, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong about that, but I think he does have some rental properties. I think I saw that at one time. I don't know if he's still doing that, but he did have some, I think, if my memory's, I'm starting to just dead filler. They're going to be coming back shortly. But, yeah, so people are really defensive. And it's not just because, hey, Gary's a nice guy, I think I'll just support him. Sounds like a good thing. No, there's a history. And some people, not all financial deals are on the surface. There might not be paper trails for some financial things, that are, especially when you got multi-generational small town. That there's probably a lot of stuff. I'm not saying this thing's illegal either. I'm just saying everybody knows each other, multi-generations. There could be a number of crossovers between families, between people marrying and kissing cousins. No, not that bad. But, well, maybe that bad. I don't know. But there's multi-generational, you know, that people are intertwined between marriages and things. I'm not making sick jokes, okay? I'm just saying that you've got a town like Townsend, and there's a lot of relatively large families that have been here also for multi-generations. And the connections, you know, if your family's somewhat close, and close proximity-wise too, there's a lot of money gets loaned. How many? I'm sure there's 13 people watching it right at this moment. Some of you have loaned money between family members, and there isn't a loan document. And some of you, it might be 10 or 20,000, and you didn't do any kind of contract. You just said, "Pay me when you can," or you do have an agreement, but you know, you got to pay me back in 2 years. Yeah, okay. And then sometimes that money just gets, I'm never going to get my money back. But that's the family stuff. And there could be a lot of that going on in Townsend, and I bet there is. That people help each other with projects. And I think that's where some of these ideas come from, and why some of these contracting things are not done legally. And they think that everything's fine because we've always done it this way. That's how we do things in Townsend. And sometimes out of pure ignorance, and sometimes out of, don't worry about ethics. Don't worry about them. This is Townsend. We're just going to get the job done. Screw them. I think that's been going on a long time too. And in this case, somebody finally said, I'm done. Somebody said they were done. I don't want any more of this. And they called Boston and took it outside. Because there's been a lot of, I'm going to, go ahead and sue me, but there's been a lot of corruption things going on for a number of years. And I think many people weren't clear, what do I do? What can we do? Who do you call? And somebody finally called the right people and called the Ethics Commission. And this is where it goes. And we're here today. We're sitting home, wherever you are, or some people are in their offices. I don't know if is there anybody in Town Hall that's not watching? Hi, Town Hall. All of our employees are not getting any work done today because they're watching Real Deal. Real Deal Around Town has got Town Hall buzzing. I wasn't gonna live stream today because I was concerned of being part of. I didn't want the witnesses to go onto the live stream and watch my video. And I do want to say, don't do it. If you have been doing it, or if you are thinking about doing it, don't do it, because you'll be in contempt. You'll be in violation of the sequestration, even though they didn't say not to watch Real Deal. They meant it. You can't use my channel to usurp the sequestration requirement. They said no Zoom, and by default, I am Zooming. So you're getting this via Zoom, even though you're watching on YouTube. Okay? So people, more viewers coming in because they know we're coming back from lunch any moment. Of course, there's probably another ruckus in the hallway as everybody's coming back from lunch. or everybody walked down to Government Center. They didn't know it was going to take them so long to get there. Then the lines. And then what are some of the restaurants? Did they go all the way? And if they were stupid enough to walk all the way to Faneuil Hall, if you go to a hearing like this, you got to bring your lunch. Don't think that you have time to go get lunch when you have less than an hour. This doesn't happen. I think they closed the Starbucks in Government Center, didn't they? Or did they move it? I don't know. I haven't been to Government Center in a long time. Can I say since the recall? Since the party bus. I didn't go that day. I didn't go the day they took the party bus. That was at the SJC hearing. I stayed home for that. I did go in for one of the appeals. Yep. Went out to dinner after it was over. That was fun. Yeah, I'm not going to talk about that. Oh, they're back. They're coming back. Oh, boy. Let's see. The microphone's off. They're muted. They're unmuted.
Okay. I'm just going on the record real quick. I have one thing I want to flag. Okay. I noticed just when looking at the witness version of Exhibit 2, my version of Exhibit 2, and I think overhearing what Kylie indicated, I don't think they're all the same. And so maybe just after the hearing, mine don't have the same page numbers as they're cut off maybe. But after the hearing, maybe the parties can take another look at Exhibit 2, make sure that what we're using as Exhibit 2 in the next stages of the process is the right materials. Is that all right with everybody?
Well, yeah. Can we go off the record for a minute? Are we off the record?
We're on the record now. You're welcome to go off the record. I just wanted to put that part on the record so it's clear what I'm thinking right at this moment. But let's go off the record. Go ahead.
I might need a minute with Candace.
Okay, go ahead. You're right. I'll address it in a second. So we're on pause right now. Stipulated. Okay to go back on the record, everybody?
Yes.
Okay, back on the record. Thank you. I think we want to talk about Exhibit 2 anymore, or just go back into questioning?
I think we agreed that you would look at it later.
Sounds good. Yes, and if I need any clarification, if you happen to be asked about that exhibit, I'll ask a question. Okay, go ahead. Do you have any further questions? You're all set. Okay.
Still have the report Exhibit 2 open to you.
Yes.
Look through it. Find a reference to the tree watering warden and the fire warden.
See, true.
Search for Mr. Ormsby's name, please. When exhibit 4,
Which exhibit?
4,
4, not 2.
It's two.
I'm sorry, am I looking at exhibit?
go through exhibit 2 first, please, looking for Mr. Ormsby's name.
I see Forest Warden on page 8.
Is there a name?
Daniel B. Ormsby.
And do you know whether positions were subsequently connected? Do you still have such a warden in Townsend?
We don't, as far as I know, there's not a forest warden, but I do see underneath Deputy Forest Warden, and Bill Greeno is on that list.
And who
And
was Bill Greeno?
when we moved to town, he was the fire chief, so that was 1985.
And in the book that you purchased or looked at in the library, is there a picture of Mr. Greeno,
Yes, and he was the
Board of
fire.
Fire Engineers?
I'm gonna let him finish the question. It's gonna be an objection. So,
Yeah, go ahead, I'm sorry.
there was in the book,
Finished the question.
I followed it. Attorney Pruitt?
I'm gonna object to any reference to a book that's not for this hearing. I'm gonna object because this witness has no knowledge of what she's testifying to.
I'm gonna sustain the objection as to what's in the book.
In terms of preparing your lists, if you will, did you get cooperation from the town clerk in preparing the list of who's special and who's not?
From the town clerk or from the assistant?
I'm asking from the town.
From the town clerk, no.
You made requests to the town clerk for such information.
I have not, but the town administrator.
I'm gonna
has.
object.
Responsive answer.
So I would just ask you to, I'm gonna sustain the objection, but ask you to lay the foundation for her knowledge about that.
What is your knowledge about that?
As far as requesting the town clerk, the town, the select board is not to be involved in day-to-day operations. So the request from the select board was to the town administrator to request that the town clerk's office look at the list of special municipal employees and provide a town clerk stamp on it. All that really does is prove that it has been taken in by that office.
Did you make, I'm sorry. Are you involved in any litigation involving the town clerk?
Well, I have not been served, but if you look at the docket, somewhere around July 7th.
Well, I'm gonna ask you to stop there. Go ahead.
I believe she's answered the question.
Can you put another question to her?
I thought it called for a yes or no.
Right. So
Answer is yes.
Thank you. In terms of your interactions with the clerk, have you made requests for information?
Directly from me, no. Through the Board of Selectmen, through the town administrator, yes.
Ms. Kell, in terms of record keeping with respect to matters during your tenure on the select board? Is there a person who is responsible for keeping those records?
Not sure how to answer that question. I mean, sometimes it's the town clerk's office, sometimes it's the select board's office. In other words, we write our minutes, we accept the minutes. We keep a record of that in the office, but we also turn it into the town clerk's office. So I'm not exactly sure. So it would be both offices that are responsible.
In terms of human relations, is HR human relations?
Yes.
Is there a human relations department,
Resources.
human resources?
Yeah.
Boy, thank you. Was there a human resources office during your tenure as select board member?
Yes, from about 2022 till the end of my term. Yeah, for
What
sure.
was the,
If I may, this line of questioning far exceeds the scope of cross examination. This is like a brand new direct examination. I don't think it's appropriate.
What do you say, Mr. Kylie?
sounds true.
Okay.
And
And I guess you know what the answer is.
No, it does. Sorry. They say,
Sustained.
yeah, no, let me think about this for a minute. I don't think I can ask more. That's with respect to the cross.
I have a couple of questions, just that maybe they're clarifying, maybe they're new issues, and either one of you can follow up on them. But you indicated that you had Ms. Kell, that in the past, sounds like maybe prior to January 2020, that the Board of Selectmen would appoint employees. Is that a fair statement?
The Board of Selectmen is the appointing authority for employees in the town.
Okay, and prior to some point in time, you can help remind me when, but prior to some point in time, there was no designation on those appointments as to whether the person was designated special or regular. Is that true?
During my time as a selectman, that was true. Yes,
In your most recent stint as a select board member, did the select board begin designated special versus regular
they have now.
since you left the board, or what, or during the end of your most recent tenure on the board?
The two, after I left, the two most recent contracts that were written, I was not on the board for them. That would be the current town administrator and the current
Okay.
not fire, police chief.
Okay,
And they designated in the contract, they designate this position as a special municipal employee.
but while you were on the board, there was no designation one way or the other for any appointment. Is that a fair
Not at
statement?
all.
Okay.
Yes, that's a fair statement.
Okay, thank you. That helps me. Anybody have follow-up based on anything I asked?
Can I stretch that?
You can, if you have some follow-up based on anything I asked, you may ask questions, and so may you, but
We're asked to review cross-examination contracts and chief, correct?
They were in one of the books, I think, the other book, yes.
And
I'll provide a little bit of leeway here, but Mr. Kiley, you can understand why she's objecting.
I certainly understand. You were asked about the amount of money that was paid to Mr. Boynton, correct?
Yes.
And when you spoke to it, did you include benefits in your analysis?
Not that I remember.
Were there benefits provided in Gary Shepherd's contracts?
Not that I remember.
Thank you for the indulgence.
No problem. Thank you, Ms. Pruitt. Ms. Pruitt, do you have any questions? Any follow-up? You can have a minute if you'd like a minute.
Oh, thank you. I want to make sure that I understood your testimony. Were you testifying that after? This is just following up on your additional questions. Were you saying that after 2020, no employees were designated as special municipal employees?
I don't remember a vote from during my first term as select board.
Okay, all right, that's fine, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Welcome.
All right. We'll call you next week.
You know, she can stay if she wants. Can she not?
Um,
I don't think-
well, she could be, why don't you raise it with Attorney Pruitt, just because if, I have no idea if this person would be brought back as a rebuttal. So technically, she can't stay per the order. If you come up with an arrangement. Not gonna object.
So long as you raise questions, no, not discussing the case, not looking at the case online and live stream, I don't have a problem with her sitting out.
Sitting up there.
Yes, oh no, she can't
no,
sit
no,
in, no,
questions.
nope.
Joseph Shank?
Joseph Shank.
All right, I'm gonna swear you in. Give me a moment. So do you, Joseph Shank, solemnly promise and affirm under the pains and penalties of perjury to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings before the state ethics?
I do.
Thank you. And in a nice loud voice, please introduce yourself and spell your last name, and make sure you sort of sit in such a way that the court reporter can hear you and everybody else can hear you, including me. Thank you.
Joseph Shank. What else?
Spell your last name
Oh,
just so that you take it down.
S-H-A-N-K.
Thank you.
Afternoon, Mr. Shank.
Yeah.
Are you currently, where do you currently live?
5A Madison Ave, Townsend, Massachusetts.
How long have you lived in Townsend?
53 years.
Do you currently hold any positions in Townsend government?
No.
Have you previously held positions in Townsend government?
Yes.
What were those positions?
Select person.
When were you a select person?
2021
for approximately 18 months, finishing a term when somebody left and I was off for 1 year. And then I got back on and I took and stayed on for approximately 18 months and then I resigned my second term.
And when did you resign in your second term? How far into the second term?
Over halfway.
Have you previously held any positions or employment with the town?
I was a paid call firefighter.
And tell us about when you were a paid town call fire.
That goes back roughly 1970, 76, 77. I took and joined the harbor company, paid call department. And I also was employed, self-employed in town.
So how long did you remain in a paid call firefighter?
Approximately 15 years.
Did your rank change?
Yes.
Please tell us about the rank that you occupied at the time you left.
I was a lieutenant of Engine Company 3.
Did you have an understanding at the time as to whether you were a special municipal employee?
Yes.
And what was that view?
My view was that I was a special municipal employee because back in 76, I took and tried to get on the police towing in the town of Townsend. And Chief Irv Marshall and I had conversations that they were concerned that I owned a 24-hour police tow company that was towing for the the police department and still being a paid on call. And then the special municipal employee came up. That's how they allowed me to become.
And was there a classification as such?
I don't know what you mean by classification.
Did the Board of Selectmen make a specific decision designating your position at that time?
No, that was just because back in the 60s, the fire engineers, I believe, made everybody on the fire department special municipal employees.
And are you aware of any individual positions within the fire service that were not so designated back in 1960s? Now, with you moving forward as a select, let's not move forward. What was the business you were conducting at the time the question of conflict arose?
I was running I was running an auto body repair business and towing.
And were you engaged by the town to conduct towing?
I was engaged through the police department that was involved with the town, yes.
And were you paid by the town for those services? Who paid you for the towing services?
The customers, as we picked them up, whatever we had to do. We were deep Department of Public Utilities regulated.
And with respect to the auto body business that you did, that business have anything to do with the town?
I would repair vehicles, if they were involved in accidents and stuff like that,
And build a town
and build the town, yes.
and be paid by the town? And nobody ever questioned that in town? When you became a selectman, what's the year you became a selectman?
21, I believe.
Was Townsend had COVID? Did COVID influence your decision to seek position on the select board at all?
No.
Did it affect your actions on the select board?
Somewhat, yes.
In what way?
Well, once I got on, I felt that, you know, we were so taken apart from the everyday life of everybody. And, you know, it was tough getting supplies that the town needed. And so I decided we talked about, you know, trying to make it easier for anybody that was in town to take in, be able to supply to the town because we were struggling getting different products.
Did you make any kind of proposal with respect to that matter?
Yes,
What was it?
the Townsend First policy.
What was your role?
My role was just, I brought it up to the town administrator. Town administrator brought it in front of the board and we discussed it.
And was there legal advice given at the time?
Yes, and we had to rephrase a couple things to make sure that it was proper.
And who provided that service?
Town council,
Town council.
yes.
Want to move off of that particular subject and move forward in time. Were you involved in any way directly in the Greenville Road Bridge contract matter?
I was just getting off as that got brought up to us. It came in front of us and all we heard at that point, just before I left, is that it went out to bid. And when it came back in front of us, we were all saying, well, how is it going to be paid for? And then I was done, my term was done. So that was my limit of that.
And with respect to the water main project and the placement of and the construction of the building, do you have any role in that now?
It came in front of the Board of Selectmen and had public meetings and public hearings, and I would be involved and sit in and listen.
You recall that the decision in terms of, do you recall a discussion at town meeting about acceptance of an option with respect to the water main improvement project?
I don't remember as far as what do you mean by an option?
Well, if you don't remember, you don't remember.
Yeah,
You were a selectman at
yes,
the time.
yes.
There was we're at a town meeting where articles presented to the town for approval.
Oh, yes, yes. I actually read, I read one of those articles in to the meeting.
That related to the water main.
Yes.
And the decision to, and was that this, what was the outcome of the vote on that item?
Can I pause you? Are you objecting?
Just, I wondered, a couple questions. I would really appreciate it if council try to ask open-ended questions as opposed to leaving his witness to have a response.
Could you, or can I either hear the question back or can you ask the question again? Because I'm not sure what it was.
Don't know what are we going back to, or are we just sticking with the one?
Well, I'm gonna have some follow-up to the ones before, because I think I need some clarification, but maybe I ask a question. What are these articles? When you say articles, what are you talking about?
So at the Townsend town meeting, we have a warrant article that the townspeople vote on. Could be 1 to 30, 1 to 20. And the way it's set up is there's 3 selectmen and they're just randomly appointed to one of the selectmen would read whatever article that we would come up. And
Is each article, is it issue by issue, or is an article many issues on one document?
just one article, one issue.
Okay, that helps me clarify what the questions I had. Back to you.
Do you recall that there were 2 options presented with respect to the water main project?
New building. I do just remember the project building out the new building and extending the water line. That's all I really remember.
Thank you, thank you. With respect to your interactions with the town council at the time, were there any issues with the award of the contract to get to Shepco?
Not that I know of.
Now, when you were doing work prior to being on the select board, how long was it after you left the fire department that you went on the select board?
So I got on approximately 77. I was on for 15 years roughly. Got back in 20, got to selectman 21. Is that 30 something years, maybe? Without doing the math in front of me.
Without doing the math, I cannot do anything. With respect to the your involvement, re-employment by the, strike that. The businesses that you ran, were you an S corporation?
Yes.
Were you an S corporation throughout?
No.
Did you do business as a DBA prior to that time?
Yes, I did.
Were you the sole stockholder, shareholder in your S corporation?
Myself and my wife.
And with respect to interactions with the city, with the town, were you the person who submitted bills?
Sometimes either myself or
Could have
my
been
wife.
either one of you.
Yeah, either one of us.
And payment came from whom? From the town, did it come from the town?
Yeah.
I'd like to talk about what your time firefighting as a paid on-call firefighter and as a lieutenant. Did you interact with Gary Shepherd?
He was a firefighter at times, yes.
And with respect to matters dealing with firehouses, did you work ever with him in a firehouse?
I don't think he was in the harbor company, no.
So were there multiple companies within the firefighting force?
There's 3 companies.
And where were they located?
West Townsend, Central, and Harbor.
Are the facilities the same as when you were working as a part-time on-call firefighter?
Oh, no.
What has happened with the Harbor Trace facility, Harbor facility?
Well, the Harbor Hose Company, that building now has turned into a museum. And they built a new firehouse that was just down the street a little bit.
And were there any contributions to that made by Mr. Shepherd?
The property was donated by Mr. Shepherd, and that's how we could build the building.
Were any of the other stations rebuilt?
Yes. Our West Station was rebuilt and Central Station rebuilt completely.
Did Mr. Crossan, did Mr. Shepherd make contributions with respect to that?
The Central Station was he was involved with the building of it from a donation of a gentleman in our community. I know West Townsend, when that building was being built, that was being built by the town and they hired their own people to do it. And I know that building was kind of a problem when they built it or were starting to build it, that it needed additional work done on it because the building was about 2 feet too low. It would have flooded every time it rained in our town. And I do know for a fact that Mr. Shepherd took it and went to the fire chief and said, hey, look, you guys got a problem. And like they didn't have the money. And I know I heard, I can't prove it, but I heard that he paid whatever it took to get that fixed.
Objection.
Sustained as to heard that. I think, is that what your objection is to?
It is.
Okay, I'd strike that part portion of the answer, whatever, heard.
I think I have no further questions.
Can I ask a follow-up question just based on something you mentioned, West Station, something about a donation from a gentleman in town? Who's the gentleman in town?
Shepherd.
Okay. Oh, all right. And what's your basic knowledge for that?
I just, I've been in the community 50-something years, and I did hear that, he did say one day that he was helping out the West Townsend fire station because there was issues, and I didn't know exactly what the issues were.
But when you say you heard, who'd you hear this from?
I did hear it from him,
Uh,
and I heard it from different people in town.
do you know what the help was?
Well, I believe it was the building was too low.
Okay,
And it had to be whatever they needed to do, raise it up. I don't know, just foundations, footings, I don't know.
all right, thank you. Go ahead.
Questions? Mr. Shank,
Yes,
you participated in Mr. Shepherd's interim appointment as fire chief 2021. Isn't that right? And Gary Shepherd was there, Mr. Shepherd was there for that appointment, that interim appointment. Isn't that correct?
yes,
You were at the time the owner of the Harbor Auto Body Incorporated, correct? You got to speak up.
yes. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. Thank you. You at the time you were servicing town vehicles, is that right?
Yes,
You were also servicing fire department vehicles.
yes,
You were also servicing Shepco vehicles, is that right?
yes,
And you contacted the legal department of the State Ethics Commission to get advice about participating in Gary Shepherd's appointment.
yes,
You did. And you made an oral and written public disclosure at this September 2021 select board meeting. Is that right?
yes,
And Mr. Shepherd was sitting there and he heard you make your disclosure. Is that right? Is that?
yes,
Okay. And he was being appointed interim chief because Mr. Mark Boynton was going on leave. Is that right?
a little bit more to that than that. but
Okay,
In executive session, I can't talk about.
that's fine. What you said in public session and what the Board of Selectmen did in public session was to appoint Mr. Shepherd interim chief to fill the time that Mr. Boynton would be away. Isn't that right? Is that right? Okay, great. That's all I have. Thank you.
Any follow-up, based on the cross-examination?
No.
So you may step down. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Kelly Huff.
Hi, yes, please. Thank you. Kelly Huff?
Yes.
Okay. Do you, Kelly Huff, solemnly promise and affirm under the pains and penalties of perjury to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Excuse me, sir, nothing but the truth in these proceedings for the State Ethics Commission. Thank you. In a nice loud voice, would you mind introducing yourself to the court reporter so she can take your name down accurately? Please spell it for her.
Sure. Callie, Callie, Huff, Huff as in Frank, F as in Frank.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Kylie.
Good afternoon, Ms. Huff. Are you presently employed?
No.
Were you previously employed by the town of Townsend?
Yes.
When did you start working for the town of Townsend?
July 11th, 2022.
What position did you hold?
Human Resources Manager. Is the title.
To whom did you report?
The Town Administrator.
Did you interact with other departments as well?
Yes, my role was under the Office of the Board of Selectmen. I shared office space with the board's assistant, admin assistant, but who they shared also with the TA. That's his assistant. So I interacted primarily with that group. Well, not with the Board of Selectmen.
Do you have any interactions with Gary Shepherd?
On occasion, when it had to do with personnel matters, sure.
There was, at a time come when you were asked to submit, prepare material related to Mr. Shepherd's status as a regular or special municipal employee.
Yes.
Who asked you to perform that task?
I don't recall who asked me. I know that it was said Gary needed confirmation as to whether or not he was a special municipal employee or to confirm. I don't remember the exact verbiage, but I was asked to write a letter. And so I did.
And
Had I known then I'd be here, I would have paid more attention, but
is disputed Exhibit 2 in my submission. I'm going to go it to the witness.
Okay.
Is this the document you prepared?
yes.
Hold on 1 second. I just want to make, that's not the document, that's 2 in this binder. Hang on.
Oh,
It's, I think, number 1 in my binder. Can I look at that?
Yeah.
Thank you.
yeah.
Yep. All right. Number 1 in my binder. I have it. Go ahead.
Is that the document you prepared? What did you do to prepare it?
Well, I looked first at his employment contracts, of which in one of them, the latter of the 2 that I had on record since employed there, explicitly referred to him as a special municipal. That's not to say he wasn't within the first employment contract also. And so I then, by the process of researching the Mass General laws, conflict of interest and so forth, had determined that he was a special municipal employee. I didn't go back any further than what his employment span was with the town in order to verify that.
And could you just run through what the state laws were that you took a look at?
Yeah, one of them was MGL Part 4, Title I, 268A, 1N, and that was in regard to his schedule. So in his contract, he was anticipated to work somewhere between 10 and 20 hours a week, with the caveat that normal business hours, should he decide to work those, would be 20, but with the understanding that with the TA's permission, which he had, that he could put in as many hours as was necessary to run the department, which we anticipate would be 10 to 20 hours a week. And so that's applied to his schedule because he averaged less than the 800 hours per year that was referenced within that chapter, that law.
That law meaning what?
So that under 800 hours per year, he would be, in some references, it's stated as automatically designated as a special municipal employee,
But it's-
firefighters in particular.
And why firefighters in particular?
Um, are you asking why the law is written that way? I don't know. I didn't write the law. But there are some special exceptions for emergency services and fire department personnel. Another law reference within the letter was Part 1, Title 5, Chapter 48, Section 90. And that is in regard to a designation that, if you don't mind, may I just read it out loud? I'm sure you know what it is, but for the record, for the purposes of Chapter 268A, a fire district shall be considered a municipal agency, and each part-time firefighter of such fire district and any person who performs professional services for such fire district on a part-time, intermittent, or consultant basis shall be considered a special municipal employee.
Did you convey those conclusions to Mr. Shepherd directly?
Not outside of presenting the letter
And he presented you, to whom did you present the letter?
to Gary and to the town administrator, Nelson.
I'm going to offer the document in evidence. Right.
No objection.
Then it may be admitted as exhibit 28, right? Okay.
And I have no further questions.
Go ahead, Attorney Griffin.
Ms. Huff, when you were asked, who asked you to write the letter, you said you couldn't call, is that right?
That's right.
But you testified that when you completed the letter, you gave it to Gary Shepherd, or you gave it to the town administrator, is that right?
We gave to both of them.
Oh, you gave it to both of them.
Well, what's your objection?
Was to the use of the word or.
Okay.
It's a case, so I withdraw my objection.
Okay, all right. Continue.
You served as human resources manager for the town since 2022, correct? You need to say yes or no.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes,
It's okay. You were the human resources manager in 2024, is that right?
yes,
You were human resources manager in 2024 when the Board of Selectmen voted to designate the fire chief position as a special municipal employee position. Isn't that correct?
yes. That's not the first time I believe that they had done that, but yes, I was there in 2024
Okay, in fact, you were,
with the,
excuse me, there's no question before you. But just to make sure the record's clear, you were the human resources manager in 2024 when the Board of Selectmen voted to designate the fire chief position as a special municipal employee position. Yes or no?
yes,
You were in fact copied on the January 24, 2024 letter from the town administrator informing Mr. Shepherd of that designation. Yes or no?
I don't recall that letter. But this is a long time ago. Yeah.
Speech stipulated exhibit 9.
Don't recall receiving it, but I am copied on it, and it would be practice that I would receive a copy of a letter such as this one for the personnel folder.
So your answer is yes. That you were in fact copied on the
I
letter.
was, yes, I was
That's
copied on the letter.
I want to make sure the record's clear, so please let me finish my response. So you were in fact copied on the January 24th, 2024 letter from the town administrator informing Mr. Shepherd of the special municipal employee designation. Isn't that correct?
Yes,
And then you waited until January 13th, 2025, after the special municipal employee designation, to present your own analysis of Mr. Shepherd's status. Isn't that correct?
May I
Yes or no?
elaborate?
No, yes or no?
Waited? No.
Just so we're clear, is this exhibit 28 that's in the record?
Yes.
Exhibit 28, that's a letter from you dated January 13th, 2025, is that correct?
Can I put it in front of her?
Yes, please.
I took her copy.
Yes, thank you. The language in the italicized paragraph of Exhibit 28, where did that language come from?
From the MGL itself? Law?
Let's try this differently. Can the witness be shown stipulated Exhibit 12?
Because we go to 12, we go to 12 in that binder.
Exhibit 12, do you see it? You have it in front of you?
Is the employment agreement I am to be looking at?
Yes.
Yes.
Exhibit 12 is the employment agreement for Jerry Shepherd effective May 19th, 2022. Is that correct? Yeah, you have to say
Yes,
yes or
yes.
no. Thank you so much. And that agreement was in effect until April 30th, 2024. Isn't that correct?
May 19th, 2022, it says.
Until I'll direct you to the page 2, where it says term under section 2. It's until April 30th, 2024. Is that right?
Yes.
I think that's right. I think it's till June 30th.
Well, it says intent on or before. Yeah, you're right. That he's right. That's just if they were to make a change.
So looking at the italicized paragraph, and let me just want to approach the witness. This italicized paragraph here. Is that italicized paragraph is nowhere in Exhibit 12, is it?
No,
Thank you. And your analysis occurred after Mr. Shepherd entered into the bridge replacement contract in 2022, isn't that right?
yes,
It was after he entered the water main contract in 2023, isn't that right?
yes,
It was after the Board of Selectmen designated his position as a special municipal employee position, isn't that also right?
yes,
The town of Townsend is not a local fire district, is it?
it's under the purview of the select board. It's not an independent district.
So it is not a fire
It's
district,
municipal.
is it?
It's a municipal agency.
It is not a fire district, is
It
it?
is a district by the purpose of the state's District 6.
But it is not a local fire district, is it? It's a simple question. If you don't know the answer, I don't know it's okay as well.
Does she know?
I do.
Do you know do you know the definition of the term fire district?
As far as a conflict of interest, yes. Although I believe the conflict of interest law treats the fire districts by different definition, not the one I gave you, as a municipal agency, and our fire department is a municipal agency.
I see. Okay. You don't have any evidence that the Townsend Town Meeting petitioned to make Townsend a fire district, do you? No? You're not charged with interpreting the conflict of interest, are you?
Could you repeat the question?
Could you read the question back, please? Thank you.
Question, you're not charged with interpreting the conflict of interest law, are you?
Could you define what you mean by charged with? Do you mean in charge of interpreting?
Sure.
I'm not an attorney, but I am in the role of human resources manager, very often referring to laws and acts and things that have to do with making determinations regarding personnel matters.
You did not contact the Ethics Commission regarding your interpretation of the conflict of interest law, did you?
No.
I have no further questions.
No, we do.
Okay, further questions, thank you very much. You may sit down. Yes, Mr. Skyler?
May I give something to Mr. Kiley?
What do you have?
It's Mike.
Well,
Is it exhibit or something?
the paragraph you referenced, there was a italicized in a different contract.
You
It should
can,
be on record.
well,
I gave her my copy.
I understand.
So
No, please leave it open. Thank you.
no, no.
Right here.
You-
Thank you. Right there in that seat, okay? Sure. Okay. Would you? Up there. All right, do you raise your right hand? Sure. Do you, Andrew Shepherd, solemnly promise and affirm under the pains and penalties of perjury to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings before the State Ethics Commission? Thank you. And a nice, loud voice, would you mind introducing yourself and just keep your voice nice and loud for the benefit of the court reporter? Sure. Thank you. Andrew Shepherd. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Kiley.
Andrew Shepherd, do you know the respondent to this matter?
I do. He's my father
And
my employer.
in what capacity is he your employer?
I work for my father on family businesses, from farming to construction to all sorts of drilling and whatnot.
Have you held any municipal positions?
I have. I'm currently a firefighter within the town of Townsend and an elected chair of the Townsend Planning Board.
Have you run for political office?
I have.
When did you run for political office?
The election was 2022.
And what position did you run for?
Ran for state representative for the first Minnesota district.
Have you been employed within the firefighting service in town of Townsend?
I've been a firefighter since about 2015.
And have you served continuously throughout that time period?
I did take a leave of absence for the nature of the campaign.
Oh, and how long was that period of your leave?
I'd have to double check, but right after the time I organized the campaign, I submitted a letter to the Board of Selectmen. I think probably requesting a leave of absence, and it went to them and there was a meeting and they approved it. And then it lasted until campaign did not end in November. We had a recount. We had some testimony on Beacon Hill, and the following year is when it ended and when I returned to the fire service.
And when did you return to the fire service, if you know?
I believe it would have been sometime in 2023.
With respect to the status of you as a paid on-call firefighter, is there a classification of you either as a special or a municipal or a regular municipal employee?
I believe the firefighter position has and was a special municipal employee.
What's the basis for that understanding?
I think the basis is maybe not every firefighter, but the majority of firefighters, we're a call volunteer department. It's part-time. Most have other jobs. We've got a long family history of serving the town as firefighters, as far back as, well, even my grandfather, who had a number of roles, but he worked his own private business, had a variety of different contracts with the town and such.
What have you done on the private side of the Shepko family businesses?
But done a fair bit. I kind of go between all options and all things that we have going on. There's drilling, there's the water mains, there's certainly the bridge, which are both relevant for today. There's farming, there's haying, there's turkeys, there's chickens, there's beef, there's, I might be leaving something out, but we do, with a small crew, a wide variety of things.
Do you do business with the town have you done business with the town other than the water main project and the Greenville Road bridge replacement?
I'm gonna object. He didn't testify that he did work with Greenville Road Bridge.
Do you have any role? I'll ask another question. Have you had any involvement with respect to the Greenville Road bridge replacement contract?
Yes, I believe I did.
What was the role?
I was reading through my interview, and one thing I did talk about at the time was I kind of have a nebulous job position, and it really depended whether it was calling to organize the crane to come set the bridge pieces or doing potential paperwork in the office. It was wide ranging, but it depended on the need of the day.
Did you interact in any way with Mr. Smith at that time period?
I think so.
Did you prepare any paperwork with respect to requisitions or payments?
Yep. Yes.
With respect to that particular project?
Yes.
To whom did you prepare all of the requisition requests?
I'm not sure I prepared all of the requisition requests, but I was in preparation for this, looking through my files and found requisition 1 for the Greenville Road Bridge that I did prepare.
And did you submit those to Jim Smith?
I believe so.
And were payments received?
And say that again?
Were payments received?
Yes.
On those requisitions?
Yes.
And who did the payments come from?
The town of Townsend.
In what form?
Check.
Check for each of the requisitions?
Correct.
With respect to the water main project, was your role the same?
I would say it's probably a little more extensive, given the nature that the project was much more involved.
Did you, again, with respect to the applications for payment, were you involved in the preparation of those applications?
Yes.
Were any of those payments or applications rejected?
There's I think it's a longer answer in a way, in the sense that we submit a pencil rec, and in the pencil rec you say, I believe we've installed 500 feet of pipe. And then the engineer comes back and they check their notes and they say, we actually think you installed 499. So it's not rejected in that sense, but you have a back and forth, and then they ultimately were approved.
And with respect to the payments on all of them came from the town of Townsend?
Correct.
And were they made out to Shepco?
Yes.
Would like to ask, let me get my Disputed exhibits. Let's. Going to be examining with respect to disputed exhibits, which are 13 through 20.
These the items that look like they came from newspapers.
It's there.
Do you wanna, and is eight of them, maybe? Nine? They're disputed. Are there still objections?
Yes.
Do you want rather than want to deal with the objections now, given that there
Well,
are so many or not?
I'll do examination. Yeah, I'm
Okay.
Going to.
Okay, and then lay your foundation. Maybe that's a better move, but when it's a good time, let's address them as a group.
You have occasion in preparation for the matter before the commission. Undertake to investigate whether the 1963 designations applied to the chief position in Townsend.
I did some extensive research on that question.
Please describe the efforts that you went through.
Sure. So I did a number of different things. One being spending time in the town clerk's office, going through town meeting minutes, going through select board meeting minutes, but also going to the Town of Townsend Library, which has the archive, or the Townsend Times, which was a local newspaper in town that I believe it ran from sometime in the 1920s up through probably late 80s or 90s. And then subsequently with the consolidation of independent papers has been absorbed and whatnot. I think one of the documents that I believe is somewhat being referenced is a newspaper article from, I think it was May 2nd, 1963, where a local reporter spoke about the town making the determination in reference to the law that was passed and the relevant deadline. And in it, they list, I believe, about 53 different positions that had been assigned to be special municipal employees, one of which was the fire chief, as well as deputy fire chief, amongst other positions.
I'm going to have you look at the exhibit, disputed exhibit 20. Is that the article you just referenced?
Correct. The legibility is a little bit tough in the way it was printed, but this is the article, and I can see that where I highlighted the fire chief position.
And were there, have you subsequently reviewed other materials pertaining to the designations?
Yes.
I would have you look at the exhibit, which is the AG submission. It's an exhibit. It's a stipulated exhibit. Yeah. Four. Stipulated exhibit 4. You have that in front of you?
I do.
Have you examined it?
I have.
And are any of the positions that are identified, people that are identified in what you have before you, in the disputed exhibit referenced on the page that you are looking at now?
Yes, yeah, there are people, and then I think there's a number of interesting similarities between the two documents.
What are those interesting similarities?
I think,
I'm gonna check. I think that the witness can testify to what he did, what he sees, but he can't testify to what an interesting.
Yeah, I understand. I get it. Yeah, I think you can answer the question, but I take your point.
I'll try to be concise. I think, one, when I look at the document, it lists, regular and special, but of course, there's no
I'm gonna
mention.
check. The document speaks for itself. There's no question before him.
Well,
Was a question.
I'm not sure what the question was. This is exhibit 4 is this is not disputed. This is admitted in exhibit 4. So if you wanted to read the document, you can. But please put a question to it.
Are there positions that are referenced in the disputed exhibit that are excluded from the document, which is the document? It is in front of you in the notebook.
Yes, I counted about, I think, close to 19 positions that were listed in the Townsend Times article that were not listed in this.
The date on this document that you're referring to is the Office of Board of Selectmen document that is dated September of 1960.
Correct.
And what are those positions that are not listed?
I will say I don't have the 19 memorized, but I know, some were, of course, the fire chief, the deputy fire chief. There was a librarian, there was a janitor, there were a number of different committees. One that stuck out was the moth superintendent at the time. They're not a committee, but there are other committees as well.
And in terms of your research, did you look to other sources of information?
Yes, then after finding the Townsend Times article, I tried to check it against the Board of Selectmen meeting minutes from 1963.
And what did you find when you went to find those board minutes?
I found a record. It was relatively vague, which I think most meeting minutes are, but it said something to the effect of, discuss conflict of interest and made clarifications and classifications.
And that is, there are materials that are agreed exhibit substitute pages. Yes.
What do you mean by that?
What do I mean by that? I offered material, Candy substituted it in the exhibits, full of pages. Not ringing a bell?
Can we go off record just for a moment?
Yes.
Sure, just so you, sure. Off the record briefly. Thanks.
Substitutions, I mean.
Oh, wait, pages. Later pages.
Oh, yeah. Add pages.
Yep.
Add pages.
Yeah,
The ones that are clear?
what did you,
No, I think.
you substitute. Take a recess.
Just a brief recess.
Sure.
If you don't mind. Thank you.
Yeah, why don't we reconvene in 10 minutes?
Okay.
If you're good.
Okay, we're here for 10 minutes. I think they left their mic on. Uh-oh. Maybe we'll hear things that they don't want said. They turned the video off, but they didn't turn off the mic. So they're on a recess because the attorneys are discussing some of the exhibits. And I think they were in disagreement about something. I'm not quite sure I get that, but they got to do that. I don't know where this hearing is going. They're just, we have spent all day on Gary Shepherd's status as a special municipal employee. And they're doing deep dives right now. They're into Townsend Times articles from 1963, and then comparing it to minutes, which don't match. I see we've got a lot of people in here. I don't know where everybody's coming from. I guess people are getting out of work. I don't know. Or word is spreading. The live stream is on. Nothing exciting going on here, but everything is they're asking everything under the sun. They're just circling the drain here on every possible thing they can find on whether or not Gary Shepherd was a special municipal employee. I don't know which way this is going. It's hard to say. I'm surprised that there weren't more questions asked of some of the people that have testified, but I don't even know who's left. It's Gary almost is the last. Eric Slagle's on the list, but I don't think he's coming. I don't know if Gary's going to testify, and I don't know what they're going to do on the second day. Because they're zipping through witnesses. Joe Shank was not as combative as I expected him to be. I think he was doing his combat out in the hallway. I believe there was an incident that they had to stop the hearing for earlier, and speculation is that Joe Shank was out of control.
We've got disputed exhibit.
We're back.
In front of you. Did you attempt to get minutes of meetings from the selectmen, involving the selectmen, as part of your research?
I did.
And did you receive information pertaining to your request?
I did.
And did you receive multiple pages of a minute book from 1963?
I did.
Are the pages that you recovered, at least some of them, a part of what is now disputed exhibit 3?
I did.
Now, did you make observations with respect to it, with respect to activities by the board dealing with conflict of interest?
I did.
And what did you observe?
Don't object.
I want
Go ahead.
The document speaks.
I want to direct your attention to the second page, exhibit 62. Page 62.
Oh, sure. So just your objection is it to? He hasn't moved to omit the document, but I suspect he's going to. Will you object to omitting the document?
No.
Move to admit the document.
Okay. Perfect. So what is?
So this is disputed 3?
it is disputed free.
Responded disputed three.
And I want to make sure you have the right one. We made some exchanges so that this is corrected.
This one?
That one,
Okay. So this is exhibit 30,
29.
29. Okay. Do you have the same document in front of you, sir? Okay, great. Go ahead.
I want to direct your attention to page 62. Page up at the top. See it?
I do.
I want to direct your attention to the marginal note. At number 9. And I want, do you have any particular understanding as to what the discussion of the conflict of interest and special town and with town council meet with next Tuesday, 4/23? Have any insight on it?
Check.
I think you can answer yes and no, but then I don't, your objection might be to the next question. I guess,
His insight, I mean,
can you answer that question, yes or no?
Yes.
What's the answer?
Yes.
Yes? Can you lay some foundation, Mr. Kiley?
I'm just not going to move forward with the document.
Okay.
So was there also a follow-up entry to that approximately a week later on April 23rd?
I think it was April 30th, but yes.
So on April 30th, is there something that was noteworthy to you?
Yes.
What is it?
Was it around item 5? It says council, Rob J. Laskins discusses law on conflict of interest towards us. I think it's classifying and clarify and towards us classifying and clarifications made.
And what date is described to that?
That
What
was
is the April 30th notes?
April 30th, 1960.
Is there another entry following the April 23rd entry?
Yes.
Is it the May 7th entry?
Correct.
And what caught your eye with respect to conflict of interest there?
Certainly the notion in the margin, also where it says accepted resignations on conflict of interest and list positions and names.
And did you get to observe that when you were conducting your research?
It all lined up with the news article that I had found.
And when you say it all lined up with the news article, you're referring to an exhibit,
Correct. The disputed exhibit.
disputed exhibit, which is newspaper article. Were there any other records you found in the selectmen's minutes that reflected on classification of positions in 1963?
The select board had shortly after 1963, they had lost the rest of their records and they didn't pick back up, to my knowledge, until 1977. So I don't, after these.
What's the basis for that assertion?
When I was in the town clerk's office, been talking to the former town clerk at the time, we had a box of records and it listed, this was the only 1963 book, and then it showed that it ended at 63, and their box of records picked back up in 77 through 80 something.
So I'm gonna object and move to strike the answer that the boxes were, that they stopped taking it or whatever the statement was regarding the amendments.
Oh, okay. I mean, did you observe this yourself?
Yeah, I saw the box, and this, to clarify, I don't think they weren't taking minutes. It's just that the town seemingly did not have placed or did not have record of those going forward or couldn't place them at the time.
Did your objection stand?
Oh,
I'm not
It is-
trying to help anybody, but I
No,
do
sure.
want to understand.
if his testimony is that he didn't see the records, then that's one thing. If he's saying that the records didn't exist or that they were lost, I don't think he is in a position to make that statement.
If you can ask some follow-up questions on this, I would like to know what his basis of knowledge is about, sort of where the record's in term, including what he saw, how he saw it, or told him whatever they told him. What he asked.
And when did you observe these materials that are before you as disputed exhibit 3?
I observed them at two different times. One I thought was in the time frame of 2024, where the former clerk was Ms. Spofford. And I had gone into the clerk's office and met with her, and she gave me time to go through the boxes and search for myself. And we discussed, I expressed to her I was looking for documents regarding conflict of interest, particularly on these timeframes. I actually saw her when I went in earlier this week as well, just because I've got blurry photos. And she happened to be in there volunteering, and we talked about it again and discussed that she wasn't able to put her hands on the records beyond this book up till 77.
And with respect to the articles themselves, I'm sorry, strike that. So what did you do as a consequence of what you learned?
I guess what I did was I shared it with you as counsel.
That was a first mistake. Do you know in terms of the materials that are in disputed exhibit that I've moved for admission of exhibit 3?
They're now exhibit 29. Yeah.
Now 29. Were you provided any other records with respect to official records of the town with respect to the decisions in 1963 as to who would and would not be a special?
No other records. I looked at town meeting dockets and minutes, but I didn't find either of those conclusive to what I had found.
Is there any correlation between the items, the names and positions that are listed in the Townsend Times article and the list that you have from the Attorney General's office?
Yes.
What is the correlation?
Well, I think I had said earlier, I counted about 53 positions listed in the news article, and I counted, I think it was 18 or 19 on page 1, and then I think it was like 16 on the back. So I thought there were potentially 18 or 19 positions that weren't listed on this document.
In terms of the evidence that you have been able to locate, is there any other documentation that supports your, that deals with the events of 1963?
In the sense that the town meeting kind of affirmed that these were established positions. There was that record, but otherwise I don't believe, nothing comes to mind right now.
When you did your research, did you cite to other law reviews, other newspaper articles as well?
Yes, there were a number of newspaper articles from as early as 1962 with editorials about conflict of interest, select board races, and certainly there was one more article following the May 2nd Townsend Times article that talked about it as well.
Were all of those articles that we've just discussed presented as part of what I'm calling the 3D memo? He doesn't know what I'm calling the 3D memo. So
You'll rephrase, I take.
I may try. So is it your position? Well, it's like that. You provided information, did you not, to the Ethics Commission with respect to the newspaper articles that you recovered from the Townsend Times?
I believe so.
So, and did you do any? Did you look to the dates that were on those articles?
Yes.
And did you look to the dates that are in on the minutes?
Yes.
And in terms of your own, did you draw a conclusion as to what had occurred with respect to the designations in 1963?
I'm gonna object. This witness cannot draw a conclusion as to what occurred. This witness was not there.
You said, Mr. Kylie.
I think the question is proper, and I want to move the documents themselves in.
I think he can make observations as opposed to conclusions. So I think if you ask that question, I think it's a permissible question. Perhaps the problem that most council had was with conclusions. And I think, and that's from my perspective, I think where the problem is with the question.
But I do want to move the documents in.
Well, let's get to that second.
Did you make observations?
I did.
What were the observations?
In my observation, I thought that the position of fire chief, amongst other positions, given all that I had found, was classified as a special back in 1963 when the law came into effect.
I thank you for the observations. I want to move the admissions of the disputed exhibits.
I would object. First of all, articles from a defunct newspaper is not good evidence. It's not the best evidence. They're not official records. There are official records. In fact, one of the official records is the record that the town of Townsend submitted to the Office of the Attorney General that identifies specifically the town designated as special municipal employees. In addition, there is the annual town report that you heard testimony on as well. And so, no, I would object to the admission of those newspaper articles.
Go ahead.
Newspaper articles are the basis, are a significant part of the basis for the contention, which is not the sole contention, is going to be before us as to what occurred in 1963, as to which there's probably no newspaper or no accounts anywhere other than in the Townsend Times. In terms of correlations, the dates line up. So having this information before you and before the fellow commissioners is a very important part of the material that is to be presented. The documents belong entered because they do reflect a contemporaneous articulation of what occurred in the meetings of the select board. And as I say, the dates line up. April 30th is followed by May 2nd. These materials lay out the basis for a claim previously made and objected to.
So I've taken a look at as I've been sitting here and listening to the witness and observe the series of articles here. Some of them are difficult to read, but the ones that aren't, I can tell that there are references to conflict of interest. They're all clearly from 1962 and 1963. They all appear to be from the Townsend Times. The question is as to whether or not these are real newspapers. The question is whether or not they're reliable because they're not official records of the town. It seems to me, the substantial evidence standard, I may not articulate it exactly perfectly, but it's the kind of, it's what people rely on, I think, in connection with the conduct of serious affairs. It seems to me that the articles, particularly with the number of them, that there is some correlation between on the dates and the issues that are in the meeting minutes that there's, I'd suggest they have some, that provides me with some indicia of reliability. And so I'm gonna decide to admit them. And I think the only thing I would ask is that more the meeting minutes are pretty easy to read, but the newspaper articles, the way they were copied, parts of them are difficult to read. So I would just ask for more readable copies to be provided at some point in time, but I am going to omit the articles.
So I'll just read it.
I know your objection.
So I'll do the number. So respondents disputed exhibit 12 will be exhibit 30. 13 will be exhibit 31. 14 will be exhibit 32. 15 will be exhibit 33. 16 will be exhibit 34. 17 will be exhibit 35. 18 will be exhibit 36. 19 will be exhibit 37. 20 will be exhibit 38. And 21 will be exhibit 39.
All were undisputed exhibits. They have disputed exhibits. Gary Shepherd's dispute exhibit 10 presented to the witness. Have exhibit 10 in front of you, Mr. Shepherd.
I do.
What is it?
This is when I filed with the Office of Campaign and Political Finance to establish my campaign for state representative.
And is this the election that you ran for, subsequently challenged?
It is.
And in terms of the subsequent challenge, when did it occur?
It was very shortly after the election, which I think was either the 6th or 8th of November 2022, and we began recount proceedings, I'd say within the week.
I'm going to move the admission of disputed exhibit 10.
Very prudent.
Yes, I object.
Based on relevance.
Completely irrelevant.
I don't think it's relevant. I mean, I think he's testified to some of this information, but I don't see this document as relevant.
We're going to go to the next document.
Thank you.
Exhibit 11. What is it?
This was upon establishing the recount. The recount takes a lot of volunteers, a lot of time, and some funds. So we were allowed to create a separate fund within our campaign contribution account, which I believe has maybe some slightly different rules to it than the generic fund. And this was the creation of that account and used for the recount purposes.
The date on the document.
November 28th, 2022.
I'm going to move the admission of the document.
Same objection.
Now I'll address the relevance.
Please. And I should have let you do it on the last one, but.
Yeah, well, they're related.
Okay.
And I'm going to dance around an issue here because I know something has been provided to me. It's impounded.
Okay.
So, what is before you is a package of material, advice that's given to Gary Shepherd on November 3rd, and a postmarked document, November 30th of 2022.
Okay.
We have in materials, we have discussion with respect to what it is that Mr. Shepherd was responding to in November of 2022.
Mr. Gary Shepherd.
Yes,
Yes,
Mr.
got it.
Gary Shepherd.
Okay.
The timing of what it is that occurred in that time frame relates very directly to what it is that that Mr. Shepherd, the elder, will be talking to and really counter the suggestion that something, I will be arguing, that they really counter the suggestion somehow that the commission's advice was ignored.
Go ahead.
Still irrelevant.
It would. If to the I don't think relevance has been established yet, and I understand that you're being respectful to impounded documents, but it seems like maybe relevance may be demonstrated when Mr. Gary Shepherd testifies, but it seems like right now I don't have a basis in relevance, a basis to admit this evidence because I still don't see the relevance. The witness has testified that he ran for office. He provided a timeline relating to that. And maybe you can convince me later that these are relevant when Mr. Gary Shepherd testifies, presumably about the matter you're addressing. But right now, I don't think they should be admitted. Anybody? Okay.
Thank you.
Andrew, again, I want to make sure we've covered the projects in which you participated as a program manager, project manager. With respect to the requisitions themselves, the applications for payment that came from on the form from Ty and Bond. Are you the signator to those documents?
No.
Do you know whose signature it is?
I do.
And that is?
My father's.
Okay. And with respect to the preparation of the applications, do you participate in those?
I largely do all of them.
And with respect to communications, with respect to the program people, and by that I mean Ty and Bond, and with respect to the water main, David Vigilant, were you the person that was doing the dealings?
I would bet 99.9%. I feel like I was doing the communication.
And in terms of applications for payment and then the actual payments themselves, were there some funds withheld from your applications?
Oh, every application had a level of retainage funds that were withheld. And certainly, depending on how you look at it, if there were disputes on quantities or whatnot, that would technically be withheld.
Were any of those challenged in any way?
We challenged them a lot of. We felt nearly every payment was really late, which ranged from weeks to multitudes of months. So we had a hard time and would challenge.
On the basis of time?
Predominantly on the basis of timing. Normally, we would work out quantities.
And when you say we would to a challenge, what do you mean?
I mean, it would get to a point where we would have to reach out to, we would have to call Dave, we would have to call the OPM, we would have to call the engineer, we would have to call the town, we'd have to call the state at times, just say, hey, the contract says that we'll be paid within 10 days. It's been 20 business days. It's been 30 business days. We're holding the note here for an excessive and inconsistent amount of time. Can you please give us some clarity on when we'll have a payment to pay our bills?
And those matters were resolved?
Reluctantly.
Any lawsuits followed?
No, we didn't want to file any lawsuits. We had talked about it, but we didn't feel that we wanted to file any lawsuits against the town. It's a town we live in. We just didn't go down that avenue. We didn't think it would be best.
I'm going to ask the chair at some commission at some point to take administrative notice of a statute.
Okay.
That deals with the process.
Okay.
I don't think I have anything else for this purpose.
Attorney Pruitt.
Sure. You learned about the water main project from Gary Shepherd, isn't that right?
I believe that's possible. It looks like you may be referencing my interview. That's what I said.
Yeah, the question is yes or no, right?
Yeah.
So you learned about the water main project from Gary Shepherd?
Yes, I think so. At the time, I mean, there was a number of public
You can
meetings
answer
as
my
well.
question. Thank you.
Sure.
Gary Shepherd decided that Shepco would bid on the water main project, is that right?
That's correct.
On the water main project, Gary Shepherd was involved in operational movement of employees, is that right?
Yes,
He decided whether employees had time to work on the project, correct?
as needed, yes.
And you didn't perform these duties, even though you were the project manager for the water main project, isn't that right?
Yes, I think it depends how you look at it.
Excuse me.
Sure.
And that's because it just made sense for Gary Shepherd to do it, isn't that right?
Yes.
You were an employee of Shepco? You are an employee of Shepco.
Yes,
You're a salary employee of Shepco.
correct.
Shepco has a payroll account. As a salary employee, you receive a regular payroll check from the payroll account. Is that right?
Correct.
Gary Shepherd is also an employee of Shepco.
Correct.
He's also a salary employee of Shepco.
Correct.
He also receives a regular payroll check from the payroll account. Isn't that right?
Correct.
As a salary employee, Gary Shepherd is paid to manage Shepco. Is that right?
Oh, I can answer that.
You recall providing a statement under oath.
Yes.
You in fact,
Yes.
reviewed your statement,
Sure.
testified earlier,
Sure.
correct?
It was 100 pages, but I did. I don't have a photographic memory, is all I'm saying.
No, that's fine. And let's look at. At page 32. And if I may approach?
Yes.
So. Take a look at page 32, starting at. Number 5.
5.
Yes. So, as a salary employee, Gary Shepherd is paid to manage Shepco, is that right?
So the question is on 5. It says
I'm
what is
sorry.
Gary paid to do?
I'm sorry.
Okay, sure.
Here, let me read it to you.
That's fine.
So now you said that Gary Shepherd is a salary employee, correct?
Correct.
Correct. And what is he paid to do? And you said,
What is Gary paid to do? Yes.
and you said Gary would be paid to manage and run Shepco. Is that right?
Yes.
And who decides Gary Shepherd's salary?
I believe it would be Gary.
Awesome.
Thank you. Ms. Kylie, do you have any follow-up based on the cross examination?
Oh,
All right. So you're all set. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
right. Just look at a law book for a minute.
Sure.
He's still record.
We can, do you want to take a break for a couple of minutes?
I would like us to take a break.
All right, let's go off the record for 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you. I'm glad somebody's paying attention and keeping me under control here. Anyway, I started by saying, I don't have a lot to say, but I'll try to find something to say, that we seem to be regurgitating records that may or may not mean anything, and they are sometimes contradictory. And Dawn writes, it's frustrating. Anything could have happened between 1963 and now, including a change in the structure of a position that may have formerly qualified. Yes, I've been saying that all along, that, okay, even if this 1963 stuff has any merit, which there's still, I don't know how that's going to come out. I don't know that it matters, because the position has certainly changed structure repeatedly, and it's all in mostly budget reasons. That when I came to town in 1981, we had a part-time fire chief. Bill Garino was our part-time fire chief. And I'm going to assume I had no knowledge of what all the special municipal employee stuff meant. I must have been one. I had to have been one, because I did have money coming from everywhere. Well, not a lot of it. I had just gotten active duty with the Army. I was hired as a dispatcher. I also drove school bus. I was a dispatcher in Groton and Shirley. And then eventually I got on the ambulance. I was still, at that time, I was in the National Guard for about a year. Then I went into the reserves. But I had all kinds of different jobs. So, and I was a paid dispatcher and an EMT, that we must have been classified as special municipal employees. I remember at some point while I was an EMT, I think the whole special municipal employee thing got forgotten about. And this was probably in the 80s or 90s. Late 80s, early 90s, I remember something happened. I think somebody, I don't know if anybody got in trouble or something happened. Might have been just a statewide memo came out, reminder, or our town council brought something. I don't know. But it was a big deal. And where I was an EMT and we were on call just like the firefighters. We were separate. We weren't part of the fire department back then. But we had to sign a form acknowledging. There was an acknowledgement process. I can't picture the form, but I remember there was one. And we had to apply or agree to be a special municipal employee. And we just said, okay, whatever. And there was something about being able to make money, have more than, I think some of the concern was having more than one job within the town. I think that was the real issue. It wasn't, I don't know, because back then, we probably had just a few, 8,000 and something population, and now we have over 9. So I mean, our population hasn't shifted a whole bunch. But the, we had people, when there was an ambulance call or a fire call, Nebs used to empty, which is now Deluxe. Nebs was a local company only. It was not the factory was in Townsend. They ended up growing a little bit to Peterborough and all that stuff. But Townsend, whenever there was an accident or somebody needed an ambulance, half of Nebs was wearing a pager. And they would empty the building and go on the calls. And I think some of our...
I'm sorry,
Back in the record. I apologize. Back in the record.
I'd like to ask you to take administrative notice of General Laws, Chapter 30, Section 39G. It is captioned, payment of sums due contractors after completion of certain public works contracts regulated. And it deals with bridges and water mains explicitly in the body of the document.
Okay.
And I ask you to take administrative notice of the statutory provision.
Oh, no objection. It's a statute.
The law's the law. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kylie. Okay.
Mr. Shepherd.
All right, go ahead, sir.
The elder.
Yes. The elder with 4 minutes.
Must be the first time ever referred to as the elder.
Give me 1 second, get my oath. Okay. Mr. Shepherd, do you solemnly promise and affirm under the pains and penalties of perjury to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings before the State Ethics Commission?
I do.
Thank you very much. And could you just introduce yourself to the court?
Gary Shepherd, GaryShepHerd.
Go ahead.
Respondent in this action.
I am.
You
3 years,
And have you been interviewed by the commission before?
once.
And it's that the transcribed material from which excerpts were read earlier today.
Yes.
Have you had any previous interactions with the Ethics Commission?
I feel it's been an ongoing interaction for 4 years, but I believe we have 2. We have one from 2022 and this one from 2023.
And when you say this one from 2020, this 2023, what do you mean?
Relative to the concerns of the water main and the bridge
And,
and the fire chief.
and with respect to number 22, what do you refer to?
2022 in the summer of 2020, late summer, early fall. Can I ask a question?
Yeah, answer the question.
Can I ask a question? Just keep going. So 2022, I received a phone call from someone at the state ethics. They told me they were investigating me relative to my involvement with my son as a firefighter, myself as the fire chief, as he was running for a state representative's job here in Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
And what did you do as a result of that contact?
I had conversations with one of their enforcement or people that work here in the ethics department. And I believe I did what I was told to do in the very beginning. I was told that I could not campaign for my son while he was running. So I was effectively taken out of the ability to campaign for him, which was inaccurate. I should not have been able to campaign for him while acting as a fire chief, but I could have campaigned for him as an independent person in my personal life.
And what then followed?
There were a number of conversations. When I say a number, 3 or 4, the individual informed me, asked me a variety of questions. I felt they were pretty straightforward. We were engaged in conversation. Sometime late October, he informed me that I needed to disclose who I was and what I was, regardless of any involvement with the town, of which I did.
What did you do?
I wrote a simple disclosure on a letterhead with my name that stated that I, Gary Shepherd, was the president of SHEPCO and also a paid employee with the town of Townsend as the fire chief.
Is that the November 3rd, 22 that you've seen in evidence today?
It should be November 2nd and November 3rd.
Is it, all right, I'm looking at exhibit 6. Is this what you're talking about? Okay.
Right one as well for November 2nd.
I did.
What happened with it?
As I told the investigator on this, I spread those around everywhere in town, anyone that I would have had an involvement.
What does that mean?
That means that it went to the Board of Health, it went to the Highway Department, went to the Water Department, went to the Board of Selectmen, the town administrator, and I'm sure it went to the building inspector, anyone that I had any interactions with.
And do you have any memory of presenting it to the town clerk specifically?
So I was asked that question, but the question was different. The question was, did I submit it to the town clerk? I did not submit it to the town clerk. I do remember standing in the doorway of the clerk's office and asking them if it was relevant, and it's fuzzy. That was years ago, but my recollection was it's not necessary. You didn't need it, something to that effect. I'm paraphrasing. Therefore, I did not give it to the town clerk.
Who was the town clerk at the time?
Kathy Spofford.
Do you remember in particular talking to Kathy Spofford about it?
Fuzzy.
Fuzzy, you can't attest to it.
Excuse me?
You can't attest one way, you cannot attest to having communicated with the town clerk.
Correct.
And in terms of, you didn't get a receipt or any kind from the clerk's office.
I didn't get a receipt from anyone.
So in terms of preparing that document, those documents on November 2nd or November 3rd, had you submitted a bid on the Greenville Road Bridge replacement?
At the time I dispersed that disclosure, I had not.
And at the time that at the time you made your disclosures, had you provided it, had you submitted a bid with respect to the water main project?
No.
So at some point in time, you received a communication from the Monica Brookman, the chief of enforcement here, correct?
Correct.
Do you have a specific date in mind?
I do.
What is it?
The letter was written November the 30th, 2022.
And postmarked when?
It was postmarked internally by a Pitney Bowes machine at 3:14 in the afternoon on November 30th.
Did the receipt of that letter cause you to go back and do additional disclosures with respect to the Greenville Road Bridge?
No,
Did it cause you to go back and file anything further with, I'll strike that. When were the bids opened on the Greenville Road Bridge project?
November 3rd.
And is the November 3rd date have any reference to when it is your disclosures were prepared?
I submitted my homemade disclosure, as I've been told it's called, with each bid and everything that I've submitted to the town of Townsend. So in that packet for the Greenville Road Bridge and subsequently for the water main, that disclosure was included.
And have you subsequently submitted bids for work with the town of Townsend?
No,
Are those two projects, only two projects that have taken place since in which you sought to win a bid? Any of that, nothing after November 30th, 2022.
the water main didn't bid until the spring of 23.
And what happened with respect to that matter? Did you submit the same disclosure form?
I
to
did
a
submit the
previous
same
bid?
disclosure form for the spring water main bid.
And is it still the case that you don't have a memory of actually handing it to and filing it with the clerk?
I did.
I'm gonna pause you right there. I think there's an objection coming.
I only ask that council not be this is the responding.
I think it's a fair objection. Could you just ask it in a non-meeting way? Thank you.
Sure. Well, maybe not. What disclosure forms did you file at the time bid solicitations, the bid opening with respect to the water main projects?
I've been instructed by my counsel to only answer questions. I don't expect anyone will allow me to communicate the real genesis of this, which I think could be encapsulated in a ride from the first floor to the 12th floor, but I'm going to attempt to answer those questions to satisfy Ms. Pruitt, not thinking that I am being led. I will tell you, Mr. Kiley, that I had a conversation prior to the November 2nd, which led me to believe that I needed to disclose, of which I did. I also will tell you and everyone here that I have participated in the conflict of interest training every year since the 35, 36 years that I've been active on the fire department in a variety of other roles within the town, as well as generations ahead of me. At no place in the conflict of interest training does it state that I must use a 268A form. And at no place in the conflict of interest training does it say I need to have it stamped by the town clerk. It does say that I must submit the letter of disclosure to my employer or my employment advisor. That would be the selectman. The selectman did get that. Now, I could ask anyone in this room to be able to build a bridge or to put water line in the ground with all the challenges that come in, and I can assure you they may get the water line in, but they wouldn't get it in accurately. What the reference or metaphor to that is I understood what I understood to be the case here with the ethics request was I did what I was told to do from a phone conversation. And I did that. And at no place, unless you hire an attorney like yourself to navigate this process, you are done. You cannot navigate this process without legal counsel. I should have called on legal counsel to do this. The letter that I received on the 30th, which I tracked that, and I still have the envelope in my possession here with me today. I brought it to the Postal Service and asked them if they could tell me with the markings when I would have received it. The best of their knowledge is I would have received it sometime after the 7th of December. By the 7th of December, 2022, the contract had been perfected with both my signature and the signature of the town. I received a phone call, I believe on the 15th of November, with the person that was doing the inquiry with me. We spent 39 minutes on it because we have exhaustively gone through all of our records. We found the incoming call. We noticed that it was for 39 minutes. I knew what he had told me. The horse had left the barn. I had already done it, and I felt as though what he had instructed me to do is what I had done. There would have been no reason, regardless of the position that I can't call them prosecution, the state has, that I'm doing this as a snubbing my nose was not the case. Had I realized that I should have filled out a 268A form and had it stamped at the highway, at the town clerks, I would have done that. At no point, even to this point, and I still believe today that I have done nothing wrong. And the more I understand the rules and regulations coming out of the Ethics Commission, I still believe it is not required to use that form. That wasn't leading? I'm sorry.
No, it certainly wasn't leading. I'm thinking I want to end on that note. And I'm going to. I have no further questions.
I have plenty more.
I am not asking any, I'm not further inquiring of this witness.
Okay. Attorney Crook.
Mr. Shepherd. It's your testimony that you didn't receive Enforcement Division Chief Monica Brookman's letter until after you signed the Greenville Road Bridge Replacement Project. Is that your testimony under oath here today?
Ms. Pruitt, that is absolutely my testimony. I did not receive it until the contract had been bid and executed.
You read the bridge placement contract before you signed it, right?
Sure. And signed an ethics, conflict of interest ethics thing with Green International as well. I did.
Are you talking about the disclosure form, the November 3rd disclosure form 2022? Is that what you're referring to?
I am.
You are aware that the bridge replacement contract has a conflict of interest clause in it.
I am.
And you were a contractor under the bridge replacement contract, correct?
I was the primary general contractor, of which I've done 100 for the state.
Oh, but we're not talking about the state, we're talking about the town.
What I've noticed in this process is we try to direct where you trip me up, so I want to make sure that we get the whole picture.
I have no interest in tripping you up. Let's look at your disclosure. And that is. Exhibit 6. Exhibit 6. I believe you testified you didn't file this document with the town clerk, correct?
Please repeat that.
I believe you testified that you did not file this document with the town clerk, isn't that correct? This document does not mention the bridge replacement contract, does it? Doesn't mention the water main contract, does it?
It does not.
Doesn't mention your son Andrew, does it?
Does not.
It merely says that you're a fire chief and you own a company, isn't that right?
Exactly what I was told to disclose.
Merely being a fire chief and owning a company is not a conflict of interest, is it?
According to the training, it is not a conflict of interest as long as you disclose it.
Well, I'm asking you a different question. So
You
Just
said you were
being
going to try
fire
to trip
chief.
me up.
not just being a fire chief and just having a private business, that's not a conflict of interest, is it?
Correct.
Actually, it's late, but it calls for conclusion of law.
If he knows the answer, I'd answer it.
Put it a different way. If you're doing work for Shepco outside of Townsend, there wouldn't be an issue, right? Let's look at the letter you received from Enforcement Division Chief Monica Brooklyn. I believe that's
Dated
stipulated. in
November 30,
exhibit-
2022, which I believe in my testimony, you asked me, it was a year and a week late, but
So what you wanted to say about that?
I do, because I can't make a mistake, but mistakes can be made while questioning me, and then they can be reversed. I don't think that's fair.
Do you have stipulated exhibit
My
7?
notes, but you
Or you-
could, I've read it enough, I may have it memorized, but go ahead.
It's
I
the
don't-
prior exhibit, if you flip back.
I don't want you to have to
One.
memorize it.
6 of the 7.
To 7.
Yes, I got it.
All right. And so on page 3, letter from Monica Brooklyn, the Enforcement Division Chief for the State Ethics Commission for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
Yes.
Under section 20, it says, as owner of Shepco Inc., you have a financial interest in its contracts with Townsend to serve as fire chief while Shepco has contracts with the town. You need an exemption to section 20. Did I read that correctly?
You've read what's there.
Did I misstate a word?
No, but you've read what's there. I don't know if it's correctly because you've read what's there.
Oh, thank you. The document that you wrote, the disclosure that you wrote, that's not an exemption, is it?
Yes, it
Sorry,
is.
I couldn't hear that.
I said it's not an exemption, is it?
I say it is.
I see, okay.
It's the disclosure that I was told that I needed to disclose. When I read this,
Objections? Can we, I know I can't
okay,
answer a question.
Counsel.
Watch me.
So you can respond.
I'm just gonna keep going. Let's turn to the water main contract briefly. You advised your people that it was a good project, didn't you?
No, absolutely not. I accepted the project.
So. Yeah. Starting on page 49. I'm gonna ask you a few more questions about it, so let's.
Go ahead.
Okay, so you advising your people that it was a good project, okay.
No. Oh, keep going.
You instructed your people that they better make sure their pens were sharp, their pencils were sharp, do you recall that?
Yes,
You also told them that the water main bid had to be less than $5 million. Isn't that correct?
could be.
Right. Let's look at your sworn statement. Page 49. So the question was, how was Shevco able to bid $600,000 lower than the next bid? This is your sworn in.
That's the question.
Oh, I'm reading the transcript. I want to put it in context.
That's right.
And the answer was, your answer was, how were we able to bid 600,000? I think my interpretation, no, it's not an interpretation. My instruction to my people were that this is a good project because I have watched it. In order for it to win for the community, it had to be less than $5 million. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
And so then it says, so you better make sure your pencil is sharp.
Yes,
Did I read that correct?
you did.
And you told the truth when you were during your sworn interview under oath.
I am here under oath, but we need to take that in context. And the context of that is, it is a great project for the community to get a $23 million infrastructure improvement. It does not say that it's a great project for Shepco. And if it was, we wouldn't have our pencils sharp.
Let's look at the 2024 disclosures, and I just have a couple of questions about that stipulated exhibits 10 and 11.
Yes. 10 and 11,
10 and 11.
you say stipulated.
They are stipulated. You're welcome. You have them in front of you?
I do.
Okay, so those are the disclosures that you filed with the town clerk, is that right?
Right.
And you filed those disclosures. It says received by the town clerk, February 7th, 2024. Did I read that correctly?
You read that correctly.
And this was this February 7th, 2024. This was over 14 months after you received Enforcement Division Chief Brookman's letter.
That's correct.
Filed it after you entered into the Greenville Road Bridge Project contract, strike that contract.
That's correct.
Filed it after you entered into the water main contract.
That's correct.
You filed it shortly after you received notice that the commission had initiated a preliminary inquiry.
That is correct as well, because when I received that conversation, multiple phone call conversations with Mr. Cole telling me that he was here to help, we would be able to figure this out. He asked the questions, he called a number of times, I answered the questions a number of times. And then when I said to him, if I've done something wrong, I will correct it. And I called down to the State Ethics Board early in the year, within a couple of months after the first inquiry. And I was told that when you have an investigation going on or enforcement is involved, they cannot offer advice. Therefore, I knew at that point this was not going to go well. I was over my head. I hired counsel, probably should have hired counsel to do this. I assumed that by filling this out, I would satisfy a detail of the law that I was unaware of that is not in the ethics training program.
Looking at exhibits 10 and 11, where it says starting date as a special municipal employee, do you see that?
I do.
It was January 24th, 2024. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that's for both disclosures.
Yes, sir.
And I want to show you something. Council, I'm going to show this to you.
Is this an exhibit?
No. Do you know what date received the preliminary inquiry notice from the town? Strike that. You received notice of our formal investigation on January 18th, 2024. Is that right?
Could be.
May I approach? May I approach? Just take a look at this.
January 18th.
Okay. Thank you.
I have that. I give you the rules.
I heard January 18th. Is that right?
It's a date, I heard it January 18th is a date on the letter. I didn't get the answer to the question.
What did you say?
What's the question? Have I seen that? I just saw it. She asked if I received the letter dated January 18th. I looked at it, said January 18th, 2024. I did see that.
Did you receive it?
I'm sure I did.
Looking at your disclosure for the Greenville Bridge project, do you have that in front of you?
Which number? 11 or 12?
Side of 10.
11. I have it right here. Yes.
All right, you have it in front of you?
I do multiple pages. Yes.
Yes. I want you to look at the third page of that document.
Okay.
Did you testified under oath that the contract was perfected on December 7th, 2022, is that right?
I did say that. If you look at the contract, and I can see where you're going, I couldn't tell you if it's a 2 or a 7, so I felt the 7 made it look further out than trying to get it closer. If you look at the contract that the town signed with me, it is unclear whether that's a 7 or a 2.
Okay, well, since you know where I'm going, the disclosure for the Greenville Bridge project indicates that you acquired the financial interest on December 2nd, 2022, is that right?
So
And you indicated your financial interest in the contract was as owner of Shepco, total contract $754,333. $754,333. Did I read that correctly? And you indicated in your disclosure for the water main contract, do you have that in front of you? That would be exhibit 10. Last page.
Yes.
Okay, that your financial interest in the contract was as owner of the company, a corporation. Previously S Corp, total contract amount $4,756,421.71. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
Right, and that you acquired the financial interest in the contract June 2023. Is that right? Can I have 1 second, please? I have no further questions. I'm not. Thank you.
Do you have any further questions? I do have just a clarifying question.
I don't.
Okay, this letter that's exhibit 7, the Monica Brookman letter, what's your best memory of when you got it? Sure.
Is it the one that was?
Different letter.
No, this is the one.
I think it's different than the notification letters, I think what Mr. Kiley was saying.
I have the original letter and I have Post-it notes on it, and I believe it came in right around the 7th of December.
Okay.
And it didn't come certified. I asked the post office to run that letter and analyze the barcodes on that and give me an estimate of how it would have arrived the earliest date into my office and the latest date. The latest date they could not give me, because they said it is possible with something like that. Now, you asked the question, I'm not trying to run on. If I walk out of this office right now to the Pitney Bowes machine, wherever it is on this floor, and stamp my envelope.
Yeah, I'm asking you when to the extent you remember when you got it. Can I ask you a couple questions about?
7th December, yes. Sir.
Okay, is this a business address or your home address?
It is.
It's a business address, okay. And what days of the week is your business open? 5. So, got it. All right.
Someone else gets the mail.
Someone else gets the mail. Okay. Any follow-up based on my follow-up?
No.
Thank you. You can step down.
We could have solved this faster. This is you and I talking about it.
Well,
Mom says I can't do it.
sorry.
What do you want me to do with this?
Leave it.
Oh,
Mr. Kiley, any further witnesses or evidence?
Stuck in. I don't think so.
Any other evidence that's not a human being?
I may have, I think I want to go back and move evidence in if I can get it, move it in, but no new documents to be explored.
All right, subject to some follow-up maybe regarding documents. Is there any follow-up from you either by way of clarifying any exhibits or rebuttal? Attorney Pruitt. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I do want to move the admission of the Andrew newspaper materials. So I think I was told the evidence comes in, we can have them admitted.
So I think the newspaper materials are in over the objection of Attorney Pruitt. The OCPF documents were the ones I excluded. And I know that there was I made one ruling at the beginning about the full transcript. That was basically it's in subject to Mr. Gary Shepherd testifying, which he has done. So my anticipation is that someone will move that whole thing in as an exhibit at some point. Or not move, but we'll mark it formally at some point. Go ahead. You have your hands like this, so I thought you were getting ready to get up. So, sir, Mr. Kiley, just do you rest? Okay. And no rebuttal? Okay. So the options are, I think, whether you want to make argument here and now, or whether you'd like to make argument before the commission. Please tell me what you'd like to do.
So I would like to set a briefing schedule and have argument before the full commission.
Okay. What do you think?
Acceptable to me.
Okay. Do you want to set a briefing schedule now, or do you want to talk to each other and come up with a schedule? I recognize that you need a transcript from the court reporter, and it's been a long day, and so I don't know how long that will take. But what, do you want to try to hammer that out now or hammer it out with each other and get back to me?
Can we ask the?
Let's go off the record. That way you can, we're off the record, just so you can talk to.
Who's getting transcripts? What's the deal here? No idea. You hired us, right?
Yeah, we,
All
right.
right, so are you getting a transcript? I'm part of us. You're part,
Yep.
I'm part of here.
Yeah.
Okay,
And I
And then-
will order a transcript.
okay, you know, give them more. How many transcripts do you need? Don't you need one too?
I get it from the commission.
Yeah.
You get it from the. Okay. Yeah, what do you need to know?
How long?
Yeah, how long it's gonna take.
Oh, it's 10 business days and I'm pretty slammed, so I don't think I can do much earlier than that. So 2 weeks, yeah.
Okay, so about 2 weeks.
About 2 weeks, we'll have a transcript.
2 weeks for a transcript is fine, but if we talked about a briefing schedule 2 weeks out, no go.
No.
So we'll talk amongst ourselves with a view towards setting a briefing schedule beyond the 2 weeks.
Sure, and the other thing I would just ask is, just make sure that there's PDFs of any exhibits or things that will be added to the record, like the full transcript, that are agreed to. And as I flagged, I think the binder that I had is a little bit different than the one in front of the witness. One in front of the witness looked right. This is okay, you don't have to be on the record. And so I would just ask that those be supplemented with some kind of proposal sent to Mr. McDonald's, and I'm sure that I will think it's all reasonable. No,
And we would bring to you, and it would ultimately make its way to the commission.
can you explain that a little bit? So
You would discuss that, propose a commission meeting for oral argument before the full commission, and the commission would receive the briefs and all the materials at
And
that point.
no preliminary through the commission
No,
with the hearing officer.
okay. Anything else that needs to be on the record? Anybody wants to put on the record? Okay. Can you just make a note that the hearing is closed?
Yep.
Thank you.
Would it be okay if I see what it is that you have for it?
Yeah.
Particularly exhibit 2 that is different.
So
Yes.
it's like it seemed like the version that the witness had paid,
Oh, my goodness.
and these don't. And some.
Okay, I'm not muted this time. All right, well, I guess that's it. And there will not be a tomorrow. Today is it. It's over for the time being. Based on what they're hammering out now, it's going to be at least 2 weeks before we have anything else happening. And then during these 2 weeks, basically, just the court reporter said it'll take her 10 days to get the transcripts out. Anyway, then once the transcripts are out, the lawyers and everybody gets to review them, and then they're going to schedule a briefing schedule. So, oh, my cat's coming up here. So then, Tiger. Everybody see Tiger? Hi, Tiger. Okay, am I taking too long here? Where you going? Oh, nobody needs to see your butt either. Okay, so, no, all right, you're going down. Okay, so, my goodness. So anyway, they're going to schedule a briefing schedule. No, Tiger. Go back to bed. Go take a nap. They're going to be presenting their case to the full commission. So we'll see that in about 2 or 3 weeks, maybe longer. I don't know. Or probably at their next regular meeting, which they probably meet at the end of the month. So I think probably the end of September is when we're going to hear the next stuff on this. I don't know what they even came up with today. I know that Gary was just adamant that he clearly is claiming that he doesn't understand the conflict of interest law. And that he did what he was supposed to. So I don't know how this is all gonna play out. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to think. I have to go back and review what was submitted. The exhibits are there. Maybe over the next couple weeks I can dig those out and I can give you what the exhibits actually are and these statements, and I do have them. Most of the evidence I think that they were discussing, I have. There's a few things I don't think I do, but I don't have the newspaper articles, that's for sure. But there's Tiger, just relax. I'm not going to let you go through here. All right? So, but I can probably pull them up at some point. And so I'm going to end this now. It's been a very long day. I've been sitting here since 9 o'clock. Yep. I've got nothing done here at the house. The cats want to be fed. That's what they want. But they always want to be fed. This is how it goes. So anyway, I don't have anything else. Oh, I forgot. Oh shoot. I got to reboot my computer and get ready for the select board meeting, which will be another video I haven't even posted that one. Okay. All right, I'm going to end now. So thank you everybody for hanging out with me all this time. I don't have anything new to add. I think this hearing speaks for itself. And while you're here, I'm going to give you the old ask. If I can find the banners or whatever I'm looking for. Okay? Okay? Hit the like button. And do like, share, subscribe, the whole 9 yards. And everybody will be happy. I'll be happy, you'll be happy. And you'll get notified the next time I do something like this. So, okay, for those of you that are going to follow in the select board meeting, I'll see you in about an hour. Whew. Yeah, I'm going to feed you, don't worry. Yeah, that's me. You can see me on the screen, huh? I know, what am I doing there? Okay, thanks everybody. I will see you in a bit, and hopefully this was helpful. I don't know if it was, but hopefully it was helpful so you can see what happens at an ethics commission hearing. Have a good one. Hopefully this video is saved when I'm done. Oh. Okay. Let's see. End stream. Jeez, I haven't done a video lately. All right, here we go. End stream. See you later.